Are we doing it? Oh,
We are live, and in typical Geek Variants fashion, we're a little late. But hey, better late than never. We had to work on a bunch of stuff to make sure the year looked as good as possible for you, the viewer. We want to give you our recap of 2023. We covered tons of products, and in 2024, we have a even crazier schedule upcoming for you, the viewer. So be sure to check us out. Be sure to hit that lovely red subscribe button. It's greatly appreciated. And if this is your first time in the channel, let me welcome you in with our opening. All right, guys, Brent here back for Geek Variants, where we cover all things Marvel, DC, Lord of the Rings, anime, gaming, and more, with the artist formerly known as Tony hanging out with us, the man, the myth, the Marvel, Will Parker down below me. All right, gentlemen, how was your guys' New Year? Just before we get this party on going, we'll start with Tony.
I mean, it was fine. Besides fireworks keeping me up and children annoying me, nothing much.
Will, your thoughts?
I mean, pretty much in the same boat. I don't really do much for New Year's, so just hanging out with the fam and the dogs. So all good there.
All right. So, a bunch of good stuff there. And without any further ado, let's just get started here. We'll start with our breakdown of some movies, starting with 2023. Gentlemen, anything that standed out to you? Anything that you wanted to fully discuss in depth? Because I know there's a couple movies in 2023 I wanted to absolutely say sucked, but we also want to talk about some of the stuff that was genuinely good. Anything that you guys want to get going, let me
I mean,
know.
there was a lot of movies out there that were bad, in my opinion. But I know my definition of bad is different from everybody here.
So
And I'm saying it's a movie that I liked that you wouldn't watch. Like one of my favorite movies was probably Evil Dead Rise, the new one. I particularly didn't like the Evil Dead franchise. I thought it was campy and goofy, and that's not what I like when I watch, horror movies. But this one was actually refreshing. I kind of enjoyed this one. And I know y'all don't watch it because y'all don't have the stones to watch horror movies, but that's okay.
I value my sleep schedule far too much to be involved in that. One thing I wish I'd valued my sleep schedule a little bit more on was a movie that me and Will recently covered, Rebel Moon. Everyone been hyping it as the Zack Snyder's breakout into sci-fi, and I have to say, overall, that film was a dumpster fire almost from start to finish. Even considering how great that cast was, because Zack Snyder just
And
absolutely can't write his way through a paper
and
bag
that's
and
strange because everybody I talked to loved it. I just haven't watched it
hated
because I
it.
thought it was Star Wars.
It was like the Wish version of Star Wars and Dune, and it was that redheaded stepchild that no one wanted to love. There
Wow.
was no plot, there was no character development, and everything felt like it was just written in the most abysmal manner possible. And I definitely don't want to just dump on movies like that, but at the
So you're
same
saying it was
time,
worse than Dune?
it was far worse than Dune. I'd rather watch Dune like 10 times before I watch Rebel Moon Part 1 again. That being
Wow.
said, will I watch Rebel Moon Part 2? Yeah, we're going to
You
go
have
ahead and
to.
finish off what we started.
You have to.
Like, if you're going to start a series, you might as well finish it. I mean, and then, Will, I know you got some good movies for 2023. Tell me what you got.
2023, I think did pretty decent for movies. I mean, you got to remember with everything that's been going on over the past couple of years, as far as the pandemic and all this other stuff, movies have been hit or miss as to how they release them. So this year, one of my favorite movies was Oppenheimer. I absolutely loved Oppenheimer. I like stuff, whenever it relates to history and everything that's going on. So talking about just how Oppenheimer did so much, and then how he had to deal with that afterwards was just like really really good for me. Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, I thought was one of the best
That
Marvel. Tony doesn't really care for it, yeah, but I thought
movie
it was
was
one of the
trash.
best. You
That
say
movie was
what?
trash. That movie was trash.
I mean, you can call it what you want. So that I think it was the best showing that Marvel had as far as Marvel
This
movies.
year, yes.
It
This
was,
year, yes. But
so, but
Adam
just
Warlock, Adam
it,
Warlock,
Adam Warlock needed help bad. Like
come on, dude.
I
That
think
killed
the
the entire movie for me. They killed the movie.
I think the Guardians were fine. Like the Guardians character growth and element, like I think they were solid. So that Adam Warlock was meh.
It was
Like,
even it wasn't even that good. Adam, you could have kept him out the movie, and the movie would have been better.
so for and this is no slight against Will Poulter. Like I think he he different. I think he had the look and everything. So the transformation he went through to get that role was absolutely fantastic. But I just think he was misused. So that's
They
that.
ruined one of the strongest characters in Marvel. They ruined him.
I mean, the power scaling in
know.
Marvel is a whole different thing. We'll get into that later. That's a whole different thing.
Almost bad as Dragon Ball.
Pretty much standard fare. John Wick Chapter 4 was very highly rated, with viewers and
I'm still
critics
shocked they're
alike.
going.
But again, it's a lot of gratuitous violence and Keanu doing what Keanu does. Like
Thing over and over again.
yeah, I mean it
He
works.
plays
So,
the same character, and at a certain point, I'm just like, I can't do this anymore.
He played the same character in every movie. Him
I mean-
and Nicolas Cage. They're the same guy. And The Rock.
it's a typecasting and stuff like that. That's his forte. I mean, but here's the thing: if you're good at it, and people are still gonna pay to watch it, whatever. Like, ain't no skin.
It's like he's a great human being. I have nothing to say about him, the human being.
I love
as far as
Keanu
like him,
Reeves
the
as a person.
actor. Like,
Yes.
it's basically the same stuff every time, and
It's
at
not
a certain
basic.
point you kind of get tired of it. It's kind of like how Marvel kind of released what felt like a lot of the same products, comic movie wise, and like, who actually in here? And let's be honest here with the viewers. Who was excited to see the Marvels? Was there anyone there? Like, was the advertising good for it? It's like, I forgot it was even coming out until Will said something.
The question you should ask is who has seen the Marvels? Because I have yet to see it.
Like, I know he saw it.
Look.
You got.
He always goes for no reason.
All right. I have reasons why I go. Okay, one, if it's a Marvel or DC movie, I'm going to do my best to get there and go see it. Like that's just me in general because of how much I love comic stuff growing up. My daughter was excited for the Marvels because Captain Marvel is one of her favorite superheroes. So me and her went to go watch it, and honestly, we had the theater to ourselves. There wasn't much going on, and this was like opening weekend. But it was like probably like one of the 3:00 shows. So I expect a whole lot of people to be there, but the marketing wasn't really there. They had like the big popcorn buckets and stuff like they normally do with as overpriced as all get out. And I mean it was fine as far as theater presence is concerned, but again the advertisement for it, I didn't really know much about what was going on, or like it kind of snuck up. The only reason I think I can do it because it dropped on the Marine Corps birthday. It's the only reason I didn't even think about it. So definitely. They could have done better. They could have done better.
Who would be excited to see Miss Marvel after the TV show?
Here's the thing. She was the best part of that movie. She did very well in that movie. Like
it's like the writing and the 6-episode format doesn't always work. And then when you give her an actual feature-length film, she's able to shine. Because I have nothing wrong with the actress. I had everything wrong with that 6-episode format. Felt like you give me 4 episodes of content and 2 episodes of filler when we needed 6 episodes of content. But that's something we'll get more in depth with when we get to that moment in time. 2023, I feel like, was a filler year.
It was a down year for movies. I have so many bad movies that I know. Oh my God. I mean, like The Exorcist. As much as I love The Exorcist, that new one was trash.
Was it?
And then we've got like 2024 to look forward to. Like as far as movies that you guys are excited about on the horizon, I'm going to start with Tony. You got anything that are you even excited about that new Godzilla movie? Like that doesn't excite you at all?
That's still here.
He said he was going to start with me, so shut up.
it's still 2023.
Shut up. No, yes, that's probably the only one I'm really looking forward to, because the MonsterVerse has been built properly. DC, pay attention, and I want to see Scar King. I want to see how he just beats down Kong, and then I need them to explain how Godzilla got fast, because and he got
the gym.
Right, he looked like he been bench pressing the Eiffel Tower, because dude got guns now, and I'm like, he's not a T-Rex no more. But
he's been working out. He's getting
any other movie? Not really.
I mean, I for the most part, I thought you were going to be excited that Borderlands was also going to be coming
No,
out.
because that's going to be a bad movie.
And in your opinion,
No,
don't you say
it's
it's
going.
trash? Why is
It's
it going to be bad?
because Kevin Hart is Roland. That is all I need to know about the movie. No, Roland is not a comedic character. He is not. Roland was one of the most prominent members in the Borderlands series. You've all played it. You know how Roland is. Roland is a leader. Who on this panel would follow Kevin Hart in the battle?
Nobody, and that's why I think that Netflix movie starring Kevin Hart as a spy is also going to tank. Anyone been seeing that advertisement for that Netflix film where they're doing a hijacking of a plane?
Yeah,
Say
no.
like $500 million. It goes like
well, he's not a
he is
spy. He's a criminal, and he was
he's a
hired
criminal
by the
leader. Like,
spy
are you going to follow someone
to
that's
hijack it.
5'3" to be
No.
your
Now,
spy thriller espionage guy? No,
now I'm
absolutely
not
not.
saying Kevin Hart can't act because he does have some movies out there that are good, that are not comedies. But if you're going to have him as a powerful, imposing military figure, that's wrong.
Because like we
That's,
could have gone fully Terry Crews in this route, sold it for the just even the swollenness of it, and
you
have
could have
Terry
took
be serious
anybody
for
from
like
the
5 minutes.
Expendables. You could have took anybody from the Expendables and put them as Roland.
1000% could have done far better job with the overall casting. Will, your movies for 2024 that you're excited about,
Can't believe you
and
said
I will
Look,
that.
I'm
wait because
still
I
on
know exactly where you're
2023
going.
because y'all
Can't
done
believe you
glossed
said
over some stuff. All right,
it's a
freaking
lot of stuff we like to forget.
the Super Mario Brothers movie and so like that,
That's
which
on my
Still
was
have
watch
not seen it.
list. That's on my
Still
watch
have not
list.
seen it.
look, the Super Mario Brothers movie was great. I'll say it was short to the point. You know, they sped things along just what was needed to. Again, you got to remember it's a kids movie, and so with that, they made sure to keep the attention of the kids without freaking going too far in depth. The movie
That
set up
trailer got
perfect.
my attention.
The
When
movie was
he
good. I liked the movie, and they set up for the sequel. So like they're gonna do also, and this is Illumination who's doing this. So the people who did Minions, so that so they know how to do their movies and kind of set them
they
up
do.
to go longevity. So honestly, we could get a Smash Brothers type movie sometime in the future. Definitely a possibility at any point in time because again, there's been talks of different studios working on a live action Zelda movie. There's been the we've already had like Detective
The Smash
Pikachu
Bros. Movie is
stuff
now being teased.
like
I would
there's
kill
stuff
for a
possible.
live action Zelda.
Yeah. So
I would.
I want to see
Ocarina of
what
Time
they're gonna
live
do.
action.
What? Yes, best game.
Yeah,
Come
Mhm.
on
Ocarina
now.
of Time was my favorite of all time.
That was so good.
I don't know if anything is gonna top Ocarina of Time, and you can literally do that movie to where you can make that
You can do the
That could
exact
be a
gameplay.
two-parter.
I do
It
not
could be a
care.
you really
two-parter.
could. You really could.
One
Like
as a
you
kid, one as an adult. Boom.
yeah,
done.
release the movie
No.
as he's a kid, like a young whatever stuff like that, and then you can release the next movie, you know, a couple years later with the same actor, so that like you know
Just let him grow up before
let him
our
grow up
eyes.
so like that, and then drop it like that would be absolutely
That would
fantastic.
that would
Here's the thing:
be
the movie takes place 7 years later. Honestly, I wouldn't even be mad if they made the movie and then freaking waited 7 years. Like it would kill me, but it would be worth it just to freaking like 7
no.
years.
If you cast it right, you don't have to wait 7 years because kids naturally have that growth spurt.
Yeah,
You just got to catch him right after
right
he
at the
has
right
that growth
time, right?
spurt, and then boom.
Like film the first one when the actors around 12, 13, and then re-hit them up like 17, 18, 19.
I hit him
Somewhere
when
where
he's
puberty's
15.
hit and the voice is
Hit him
starting
when
to
he's
change.
15.
Yeah, you just gotta look at this girl. That was
Look
set
at
it up
Gotham,
beautifully.
like Gotham.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Gotham.
That
Yeah.
was a fantastic show.
Gotham
Never
had to
got
go
enough love.
nonstop because the kid kept growing.
Growing. Yeah. So again, it's all subject to the situation. So situation gonna dictate, but absolutely worth it. I think it'd be great to see a live action, Zelda movie. And again, Nintendo has the ability to really make this go far because again, I've been wanting to see Zelda. I want to see Metroid. That we already got to see some
Look, Donkey
Pokemon.
Kong as a comedy,
Mario.
I'm also in for. Him fighting K. Rool, I'm in.
Donkey
Oh
Kong
yeah,
needs to be a comedy.
you definitely do Donkey Kong. Again, you can the way that the movie's set up is you can have all this spinoff however you want it to. So if they want to do a Donkey Kong movie, they can do it. Donkey Kong movie is absolutely possible with how they set the world up for that. Again, Mario doing whatever Mario's doing, Luigi, they even alluded to freaking Luigi's Mansion. Like you can do something with everybody if they wanted to. Mario Brothers, definitely set the bar high as far as movies, and they had to make up for That disastrous,
Don't even don't. No,
disastrous,
we're not going there. No,
Say it. Say it.
this movie's
disastrous
so old. Let it die.
Super Mario Brothers
No.
movie from the back. I will not let it die.
You cannot
we
let
must
no.
we must remember where we came from. Okay. Oh, Hoskins and Leguizamo and stuff like that. Again, they worked with what they had, but
It was so bad. It
the
was so bad.
god, the
Worst.
direction in that movie just hurt.
It was
so
not
much.
one redeeming quality about that movie. Not one.
Ugh.
The outfits, maybe.
Hopkins was trying. What's to do with the goon? Yeah, it's so much going on with that. But in all honesty, before we can even go on to like 2024, the biggest movie of 2023 was
Cocaine Bear.
Across the Spider-Verse. Cocaine Bear was good.
Godzilla,
Cocaine
really?
Bear
The
was
number one
good.
selling movie.
I
love?
liked Cocaine Bear. I really did.
Cocaine Bear. Let me tell you something.
I was not ready for
Everybody,
it. And I was so happy for it.
Let me tell you, I told y'all, remember when I told you, I said, when it comes out, go in and know what you're getting. Don't expect more than what you think it's going to be, and you're going to love that movie. And that movie was great. It was
Aren't they doing
everything
Cocaine
that you
Shark
wanted.
next or something?
Yes.
Hey,
Oh.
that movie was just.
I need Met Spider. I need something.
Yeah, they got other stuff over there, dude. But look,
Heroin Snake.
You know what I'm saying?
don't get him started.
What?
So look,
Can you imagine a python coming into your house, sniffing all your cocaine, and they're squeezing you?
I'm already terrified of snakes. You add drugs to it. I am so out.
The movie Anaconda was enough.
Opioid Wolverine.
Wait,
Honey Badger. You just don't even need drugs, just Honey Badger.
Look, Deadpool's coming out later. All right, well
not that Wolverine, the good ones, because Hugh Jackman sucks as Wolverine. I said it. I'm a down that hill. What the kids say? I stand on my business. Stand on business. Whatever they say. I said,
look, let's stand on freaking Across the Spider-Verse. The way that they set themselves up throughout Into the Spider-Verse and Across the Spider-Verse. This is going to be one of this is got to be one of the greatest trilogies that they're setting up for. In
greatest
movie
animated.
History.
We're putting that little asterisk.
Look, we don't care about that. Look,
no, we're not.
I'm slapping it on there.
Stay over there right now. Like, I'm not worried about you.
I'm with Will. If they drop, if number 3 is even halfway as good as 2 was, because in my opinion, 2 was better than 1. I just like it. If 3 is anywhere as good as 2, you're gonna have to say this is the best trilogy. You're gonna have to. It's gonna rival the OG. It's gonna rival the OG Star Wars, the first 3 that they should have stopped at. It's gonna damn sure rival Lord of the Rings. Yeah. What? Indiana Jones, the first 3. Come on now.
The second one was okay. Temple of Doom wasn't that good.
It's fine. No, it's
Let's
still
put that out there.
They're up there. Across the Spider. This one, yeah.
This one hit hard.
Best trilogy.
I'm talking about freaking because look, I could watch Lord of the Rings or whatever, and again,
you still haven't watched Lord of the Rings.
You
can't even have a fair assessment because you haven't.
I have watched Lord of the Rings.
You haven't watched the extended editions.
I've watched.
I say suspect.
Look,
You're gonna say suspect.
I've watched all this stuff.
I was just on your side. Now I'm against you. Suspect.
I don't care. I will.
You don't have to care for me to know.
After the stream, I will pull up all the stuff that I have with that and prove y'all wrong. Then you can go in the comments and talk about it. Look, I watched the movies and so that again, some subject tired of watching, Frodo walk across this thing and it's just
first boring. Of all, don't disrespect Frodo.
All right,
Frodo been through enough. He doesn't.
Or Sam. Frodo and Sam.
Samwise Gamgee's the real hero of this film.
Sam was the hero. Sam was the hero. Sam was the hero.
He took a cast iron skillet and he beat an army in a fortress. Like, come on, give the man respect.
I'm all about freaking Sam.
He had a bottle of light and was doing it.
He fought a spider as a very, very short person in a small sword. Like he had a dagger at best.
Sam was on point.
Exactly.
Frodo, I could care less. But the rest of the movie, again, a lot of this stuff.
Still should have thrown Frodo into the fire, but
really cool action scenes, outstanding because cool action scenes. Have fun with that. But again, it was the same old stuff to me. Again, it's just we're
it was the one that established the hero genre, but hey, it's cool.
Established the hero genre? No.
I mean, as far as most of the actual impactful tropes and showed, men actually being emotional in films and where it was okay for men to show emotions and cry. Because you can name any character, they cried.
Okay.
Who cried? I didn't. No, I didn't.
I'm saying Lord of the Rings cast cried. Men were allowed to show emotion in these films, whereas like we have John Wick, where it's like, I killed my dog.
I don't give
I don't fight the mob.
care. Like freaking look, crying is a natural part of freaking life. It doesn't. I don't care if it's shown in movies or not. Like I don't care. Like that doesn't affect me. Because guess what, freaking. I cried just to say I cried in the gas chamber. I cried when my kids were born.
Everybody cries in the gas chamber. That's unfair.
Yeah,
that is very
Kaylee
unfair.
cried.
You went for the home run.
Kaylee cried in the gas chamber. And
but
she told me, she like,
they're talking about the Marine stuff and military, so they're side tangents.
Look, the fact of the emotion elicited out of me in particular for Into the Spider-Verse, Across the Spider-Verse, and how that whole story transitioned through was absolutely phenomenal. I got
a question. Right now, best trilogy of all time. Right now. Your best trilogy that if you had just one trilogy to watch, what is it?
I don't know if I can come up with it. Like, I you know how much I have to cycle through to figure out what
I know this. That's why I did it, because I want your brain to explode.
Because Lord of the Rings is number one. That's easy.
No.
Godfather would have been there. Part 3 wasn't trash.
No.
Godfather Part 3 was trash.
Yeah, I mean, Godfather's not in this equation.
Yeah.
It could have been if it did finish strong.
And see, I'm gonna throw things out that y'all never heard of. Go watch the Fistful of Dollars trilogy with Clint Eastwood. Go watch those 3 movies. It's Fistful of Dollars, For a Few Dollars More, and The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. Go watch those 3.
Okay, I remember The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly.
That's the best Western trilogy ever, and it ranks as one of the best trilogies. Period. It does.
I mean, I go over there because I watched all this stuff growing up with my mom. She used to watch again anything with Clint Eastwood. Columbo was like one of her favorite series. Like,
ask your mom about the Fistful of Dollars trilogy, and she will say it is arguably one of the best trilogies. Period. It's already the best Western trilogy. There's nothing close to it, but it is in the top 5. It is.
Yeah, I mean,
Lord of the Rings is the best fantasy. The best sci-fi is Star Wars. So we could definitely try and give the best animated trilogy of all time.
It's going to be Into the
Spider-Verse.
Don't be trying to downgrade.
He's
trying to downgrade it. Freaking.
I'm trying to genre it.
I tell you what, we're gonna have this discussion after Part 3 comes out. After we all watch Part 3, because we know that's one of the few movies. No, you won't. If Part 3 blows you away as much as 1 and 2 has, you're going to change your mind.
1 and 2 didn't blow me away.
This is why I left you at a young age. That's right.
For those of you new to the channel, Tony always claims he's my dad for some reason. He just wants to claim someone with a head full of hair as part of his lineage.
Pretty much.
Carry on his baldness.
Yeah, that's why
as we were talking about films and we're talking about animated films, I did forget one of the better animated films of 2023, which was the Black Clover movie. I know it's an anime. I know a lot of people didn't see it as they should have on Netflix. It was fantastic. The action was great. The story was good. Where it fit in the timeline is confusing, but at the same time, the movie was so good. The Black Clover series is coming back for next year. So that's how you know you did something right, because the fans are coming forward and be like, look, I need some more of that. This was some good stuff. I really enjoyed it.
Is it still on Netflix?
It should be. If not, it would have transitioned over to Crunchyroll.
Okay,
maybe on one or the other.
So somebody like me who doesn't watch a lot of anime, could I enjoy this?
You could easily enjoy this. You don't need to know much about the plot.
Because I know nothing about
it. It's basically they drop you in and give you just enough information to get by. And you can be like, oh, that's cool. Oh, that's exciting. I know you could do that. And you'll be enjoying yourself. It's mostly action-packed from start to finish. It's not the plot's not too crazy. We're going to get lost in the sauce. It's going to be a good time. As far as getting lost in the sauce, there were so many great well, we still haven't hit 2024 movies. Will, do you have anything else for 2023 before we finish this up and move on to the next category?
I mean, no, I just had to freaking check you on that Across the Spider-Verse because that's the one over there. I think you're just going to just slide into 2024 without mentioning 2023's freaking greatest movie? No, not going to
Godzilla.
Yeah.
Spider-Verse was greater than Godzilla.
Yeah, Spider-Verse.
I'm going by sales, baby. Let's go money.
Capitalism, baby. I'm going by rewatchability.
Yeah,
I could put Spider-Verse on repeat all day long.
As
Godzilla.
Will was saying.
I mean, pretty much. So I mean, Spider Verse was a movie. I know Spider Verse was supposed to come out in 2024, but with certain things that are going on, don't know if that's going to happen. We're still trying to figure out where that's kind of going. As far as 2024, a lot of Marvel projects and stuff coming out, but Deadpool 3 is one of the bigger titles because there's been so many leaks.
It's going to be a
as far
bust.
as content for that. I mean, quite possibly.
It's still going to be a financial success. Just
It
because
is.
you say Deadpool 3
Ryan Reynolds is another one of those characters who plays himself freaking in everything, and he does well at it.
That's what we should have had. We should have had a category of actors who is the same in every single movie they're in.
We just named the top 3.
Rock,
Yeah.
Keanu Reeves,
The Rock,
Ryan Reynolds.
Michelle
Ryan
Rodriguez.
Reynolds.
That's the trilogy of the same.
Who'd you say?
Michelle Rodriguez.
Oh yeah, she
Yeah,
also
she's
doesn't play
always
an
a
action
tough-
chick every time. It's like
It's
I'm
a
a
tough
bad
one.
woman. I'm like, okay, anyway.
She's the tough girl.
Next.
And she
Yeah,
dies
so-
first.
For a minute. She should be resurrected if necessary. Yeah, she Dungeons and Dragons movie came out last year, which actually it was funny. I like Dungeons and Dragons.
Was it any good? Because I haven't watched it.
It was better than the last one. Way better
I
than
didn't even
the
know
last.
there was a last one.
I didn't either.
Yeah, it was with Marlon
sorry.
Wayne was in a Dungeons and Dragons movie. It was that one and that one.
How did I miss
Marlon
that?
Wayans? Did he get
How did I
lost?
miss that?
That doesn't sound like his category at all.
Nah, I
know he's a creative genius, but like,
he took a wrong
how did you
turn
end up
from
over here?
Scary Movie.
It was
He
a
got
lot
on
of
the
stuff going on.
He got on the
lot of
wrong
stuff.
set. I'm sorry.
No, freaking. Yeah.
Also,
freaking,
anything with Kevin Hart, I'm basically over. The last time I saw Kevin Hart in a movie and thought he was good was when he was in 40-Year-Old Virgin as a side character. Just gonna put that out there.
I don't know. That CIA movie with The Rock was pretty good.
yep,
That was hilarious. That was
2000
hilarious.
film.
I think it's just because their chemistry is just that good. I don't think
Yeah,
it's just
I don't
him
care.
acting
That
the point.
movie-
He was just comfortable.
That movie was so funny, and I laughed. And I was like, "Yeah," and Rock was actually a different character in that. He was goofy. He wasn't the action hero.
That is always shocking when that stuff happens. And then 2024 is like, so we covered Borderlands, we got Deadpool 3, we got Godzilla.
Craven the Hunter.
It's gonna bust.
If it comes out, it's probably
Exactly.
going to be just as bad as the last
Yeah.
iteration from Sony on as far as
You talking about Morbius?
Sinister 6.
Are we
Yeah.
talking about Morbius?
We don't want to talk about
Morbius,
it, but I mean, it's
I like doing it because one, Will's loves Spider-Man, and
he loves Jared Leto so much.
Stop it. Stop it.
I like his band.
I forgot he was even relevant until that movie came out. I'm like, oh, hey, Jared Leto's still a thing. I thought, Suicide Squad doomed his career, but guess not.
I actually liked his Joker.
You're in the minority.
I know, but
Right, in the
I
minority
also
on that one.
I'm the Batman guy, and I know which Joker he is, and he's the gangster Joker, and he's perfect. It was a perfect
I
iteration.
mean, I think he fit as far as character for that, with what they were doing.
Yeah,
But
he's a good Joker for Ben Affleck. He would not be a good Joker for Christian Bale.
Or Pattinson.
Or no, Pattinson don't even need a Joker. I bet not see a Joker with him.
whatever.
Please,
He's coming.
I don't care. I'm tired of Joker.
He's coming. Next movie, Joker. Watch.
No, it's
I think they'll
Iceman.
make it to the
It's
third
Mr.
one
Freeze.
just despite everyone who's been
No.
like, there's copy and pasting.
It's supposed to be.
other
It's
universe.
supposed to be. Y'all gonna shut up because y'all agitate me now because you know I'm tired of Joker.
Weren't you just agitating me?
I don't care. This is how this works. It's supposed to be Mr. Freeze and then Into the Court of Owls. That's what I need.
Okay.
No more Joker.
I want Quarter Owls though. Quarter Owls is gonna be really good.
They're supposed to do Mr.
Am I the only one
Freeze
rooting
next.
for like Killer Croc to make an appearance somewhere? I just love
No,
Croc.
actually, I think it's Clayface.
After the last Killer
I
Croc,
think it's Clayface
I will take Clayface. I will really take
because he is one of my favorite characters.
It
But
just
it's-
hasn't been done right.
Clayface.
I think
Wow.
it's going to be the Boris Karloff Clayface because that's the early Clayface, not the superpowered Clayface that everybody's used to.
Yeah, no, give me the original. I'll take that in a heartbeat.
He's like the chameleon. For those who don't know, the Spider-Man people, he'd be like chameleon.
Yeah. So, yeah. What's that? That's pretty much nothing else for movies that really got my attention.
Because like Dune Part 2 is also dropping. That's gonna be
What
interesting.
DC titles? Tony, you should.
Joker 2 is the only one I'm aware of off the top of my
Yeah,
head.
but I'm not watching it for multiple reasons. But my main reason is I don't like musicals.
Same.
So
Anything with a musical, I'm out. You could sell me Star Wars the musical, I'm still not going. Lord of the
yeah,
Rings musical, I'm out too.
I can't. I don't think that if you're in the middle of a fight, you should break out into a song with an umbrella. I can't do it. I can't do it. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
No.
it's not gonna work for me.
So I'm not. I know it's coming out. I mean, the first one to me was okay. I didn't see the hype behind it. I liked it. It was more real world than anything, but I didn't get grabbed by it. So when they said the second was coming out and they were going to have Harley Quinn, I was like, okay, cool. And then it's a musical. Yeah, I'm good.
That was
Not
a
even going.
curve that no one really needed.
Why do we need a musical Joker? Why? Can anybody explain to me if you saw a clown singing at you? Yeah,
It's
that's terrifying.
terrifying.
But I mean, it's again people giving us what we did not ask for. You know, we asking for good movies from DC. That's what we asking for.
And we've apparently been asking too much for a long time now. And then
Look,
like yikes.
Aquaman freaking
Oh, I
needed.
heard it was so bad. Aquaman
Aquaman
2
was
was
really
so
bad. Freaking Blue Beetle. I didn't. Oh, I didn't care for Blue Beetle at all. Like,
you I talked to y'all. I think it was after y'all did this show because you know I'm
yeah,
always late. But I finally watched Blue Beetle, and when I came to y'all, I think I lost my mind, and I'm glad I didn't say it on show because oh,
yeah. Blue Beetle was all
your
types of.
comic relief should not be your main character.
No, comic
Because
relief is always a side character. If
I
Star Wars can even get that right, then
your
everyone else should know exactly what lane
your
he's.
family should not roll up in a van to save you.
If you're a good
I mean
hero,
that whole movie,
especially
that
someone as
whole
powerful as Blue Beetle, no, no,
Blue
no.
Beetle could take out Iron Man. I said it and I mean it,
Yeah,
and you
I
know
mean,
I'm right.
look, am I arguing with you? No,
So,
I know what the actual Blue Beetle is capable of,
and
and
we're
that's
not
why
talking about Ted Cord Blue Beetle. We're talking about Raymond,
I'm
Jaime
talking about
Raymond.
just period. What the scarab is about. Like
Well,
this here was a
the
joke.
other two didn't use a scarab. It was just Jaime that used a scarab. That's
Yeah,
the
he
only one
used
he
the scarab
activated.
for that, but I know what the scarab is capable of. I'm like, he can still rock. Like it's not a problem for him to rock
He
Iron Man.
shouldn't have had a problem with anybody in that movie, even not knowing what's going on. I would have been like, "Scarab, take over," and that's it. Done.
Well, even then, and the fact that I hate when you have the copycat bad guy. I mean, I don't care for it. Which
Every
You don't need the
superhero movie
mirror
we've
every
had,
inflection of
superhero movie
that.
does it. Every superhero movie does it.
Ant Man, you get Yellow Jacket. Hulk, you get Abomination.
Iron Man, you got freaking Ironmonger. So the same thing.
Flash, the Flash movie, which I told y'all was coming out, was going to be garbage because they're going to veer too much away from the book, and you get a dark Flash
Hmm.
when you should have had Reverse Flash. But
Like, there's a
yeah,
lot of stuff to go wrong there because like it. Tony's
they
one of introduced me to the Flashpoint comic series, and like, holy cow!
was that not great?
DC writing hitting it out of the park. There was
The
not a
animated
single page in
movie,
that where I was like, this was bad.
and that would,
And then
and
this happened.
again, we are all comic nerds, and we will say the Flashpoint movie was better than the comic book, but the comic book was still legend in itself.
Out.
It's a top
Absolutely.
10 DC comic in my mind.
The
anytime,
Flashpoint
and that's
movie
lowballing it.
rivals any of the Into the Spider Verse movies. Any of them. It's arguably the greatest animated movie, comic book movie. Period.
And that's counting when DC was just straight up killing it with their Batman movies left, right, and center.
Right.
Like, we're talking like
Yeah.
the old Kevin Conroy, Mark Hamill movies. Like, we're talking
And
about
then
the
you
old
put-
classics.
Then you put that and call it a Flashpoint paradox.
That was so good.
Y'all just don't know. I was more triggered by that movie than the original X-Men movies. And y'all know how I feel about them. You know how I
You
feel
can't
about
get
them.
any topic of conversation out, folks. You say one thing about the newer X-Men stuff, it is left, right, and center. We're gone. The tangent's going to continue.
And I'm
We're
holding
never gonna
back
get to
right
talk
now
about
because I know
any of
I'm
the other
triggering
stuff.
myself, but
Because like I know Will over there is very excited for the upcoming anime movie Demon Slayer. Like, are you excited about that, or are you just kind of like apprehensive at
I am.
best?
Look,
I like Demon
I'm
Slayer.
honestly I'm not excited for it. No, not at all. You know, well, my excitement waned because of the last movie that I saw. I went to the theater to go see it, and basically all it was a flashier version of what we already saw in the series, with the first episode of the next season tacked onto it. That was it. That was the movie. I don't want that.
Ah,
So freaking having Mugen Train actually stand apart and
Mugen
was a
Train was
separate
so nice.
occurrence
It
of
was. I
something
liked
that
it.
happened was great. The way My Hero Academia did, because they're supposed to have another movie coming out this summer, I believe. The way that they do their movies, they're standalone things that
Jujutsu
happen
Kaisen
outside
Zero
of,
was completely standalone, and that was stupid nice.
like
I'm
this is
just
the
happy
stuff
to
that I
be
want
here
to
and
see.
knowing what y'all talking about.
Yeah, I was
You've
here.
come a long way.
I don't want them to rehash the same stuff I've already seen and put it in 4K on the theater screen. Like, I don't know. I don't want all that. Like, you show me what it is. I enjoyed it. I'm hyped for it. You gonna tell me that there's a movie coming out? Then I want fresh content for the movie. I don't want to see what I've already seen and know a little bit of what I'm gonna see that's coming out in the series. That makes no sense. It's literally just a money draw. So it's like I'm not going to be front row center to go see this movie if it's the same thing I'm already going to see. Like it doesn't do anything for me. So all I'm going to do is review it when it first drops and go from there. So I say that, but watch my stupid butt still be in the seat anyway.
You are.
You're gonna get excited with the latest trailer, and then you're gonna get pulled in. It's gonna be what it is.
And then at least
it'll be content for you, the viewer at home, as long as you're subscribed or just want to keep.
Because he's going to be triggered.
Yeah,
he's going to be triggered.
And
I'm going to be triggered about everything because again, everything that we talk about here is again spoilers left and right. Everything spoilers left and right. I don't care if they do these movies and they're the same thing. I'm going to go see them and talk about it, but I'm going to talk trash about it. It is what it is. There's no getting around it. It doesn't matter how much I love something if it sucks, I'm talk trash about it. Ninja Turtles. I love Ninja Turtles. Ninja Turtles is one of my favorite, comics. So that when they did the first movie, they had Ninja Turtles 1, great. Ninja Turtles 2, not bad. Ninja Turtles 3, never happened.
What? Not bad. Did you say Ninja Turtles 2 was not bad?
Compared to number 1, for me, I love number 1 so much. Like
number one, yes, was great.
It's my bread and butter. Like
for what it was.
I live off this movie. I love this movie. Number 2, again, I didn't really care for the dance scenes at the end, but I know every word. So it's like, it's whatever. But we got Ninja Turtles Mutant Mayhem that came out last year, and
I saw that one. That was pretty good.
No,
I liked it.
No, I didn't. Here's the thing. I liked it until we got to the part, again, spoilers, people. We got to the part where we're sitting there talking about, okay, you got all these freaking enemies. Like, I was excited, like, oh, we about to scrap, right? Like, the Turtles about to scrap. Yep. No. We're friends. We're going to be together and hang out and all live together. So,
I know we got to bring Will back because he about to go off the deep end. I know what to make Will happy.
Talking about gaming.
No. Give me a Last Ronin movie that sticks to the comic book.
Yes.
Look at him. Look.
No.
They're
supposed to be making a video game, God of War style, of the Last Ronin.
Oh, yes. I might actually.
I don't even like Turtles like that, but I mean, I would be interested in a Last Ronin video game.
First of all, I used to play with Michelangelo in the Turtles game.
I have the original figures on my wall. The original, like, yes, Ninja Turtles. I have every movie. I have all this stuff, all the animated series. I have everything.
We need a Last Ronin movie or video game.
Last Ronin, please. Like, I want I would take a live action movie. I'll take an animated movie. I'll take a video game. All of the above.
Wait, how long did it take you to figure out that the Last Ronin was Mikey?
Not long. I want to say book 2. It was pretty apparent to me.
I didn't know to the end.
Here's the reason being for that is if you look at certain things that were in the past that people weren't paying attention to. I told you, number 1 was my favorite Ninja Turtles movie. If you go back and watch Ninja Turtles 1, so at that, you'll see that the turtle that was taking some of the hardest, Mikey, he wasn't really laughing. He was hitting the punching bag. He was upset. That's how he was letting out his rage and aggression. When he's on the roof and he's screaming, you hear Splinter, and you hear Raph's voice. It's not Raph on the roof. It's Mikey. Mikey's on the roof, but they dubbed over Raph's voice for whatever reason. So there was already telltale signs that freaking Mikey's going to take that the hardest out of everybody. And then leading into the Last Ronin, everything right there was just like, yo, Mikey's got to be the one. Like, it's got to be him. Because for him to go from as funny as it is and having fun and losing his brothers, Yo,
And see,
Mike gonna snap.
he was my guess, but I wasn't sure until it revealed. I was like, okay,
Yeah, I was pretty. I was pretty sure. I don't want to say 100. I was pretty sure by two, and then as things went on, it just little things made it more and more apparent. So, still a great series. And they actually at Target, they actually have a full book of the entire comic instead of just listening in a graphic novel.
oh
So,
really? I
yeah,
need it
so
because
you can just go
I
get the
don't
whole
have
thing.
I don't have the whole series. I think I'm missing like two.
Uh,
No, I'm missing
I
one.
I'll go grab it for you. I'll go grab it
Okay,
for you.
just
So,
let me know how
And
much.
and now while we're completely off about things that aren't coming out in 2023 or 2024,
I
because
do that.
Will,
I do that.
we are going to get back on topic and we're going to talk about the amazing year of gaming that 2023 was for us. And I got to say, as a fan, thank you to each and every game studio that gave us banger after banger after a banger, or as they would say, another one. It was a great year for gaming. Anything in particular stand up for you guys? And Tony, I already know you're going to go there.
You know I am.
God of War,
God of
Valhalla
War.
DLC was a better game than all of Call of Duty. I'm saying that with my whole chest.
I
That
agree
franchise
with
needs
you
to be burned and
100%.
buried.
I don't care when God of War Ragnarok came out. I care about this DLC that is at minimum 4 hours of content. That right there qualifies it as a game of 2023. I don't care what Will has to say
it's
for
DLC.
it could, and exactly, but
Amazing
still
DLC. I'm giving them
for a
their
4 hours minimum of play, and depending on your skill level and what skill level you pick in the game, for me, I know it's going to take a week to beat this. That is an entire game for me. It's still true to the subject of what God of War Ragnarok was. You still
and it
have
covered what the original content was as well.
and you get the same enemies, but they get revamped. And now you got different scenarios. Like, how many of y'all can fight Tyr and the horse lady at the same time? I can't. That's why I haven't played it anymore, because they body me every time I play. I'm on the third fight and I cannot beat them both at the same time.
Tyr is sneaky good. Tyr is
I cannot.
sneaky good.
So
I mean,
now,
like,
God of
there's a lot
War.
of good stuff.
And plus, I don't game, so that's going to be my only entry because that's what I like.
Look, God of War and Cyberpunk both had some amazing DLC drop
It's
this
about
year.
time Cyberpunk did something right.
All right, now
I'm
look,
just saying, I'm tired of all the fans be
Cyberpunk.
like, "This is such a great game." Now it's like, if you have to fix it from start to finish, it's not that great.
Here's the caveat that I'll give as far as Cyberpunk is concerned. The fact that they released the game, when the game releases, so the game played. I played the game when it first released. The game played. There were some issues, but the game played. The fact is that they went through everything that they went through to make sure that the game was fully playable. Now, granted, I agree with you. Have it fixed and have it ready to go before it comes out, but I do understand problems arise. This wasn't that kind of situation. They kind of led with a bad product, and then they had to go back and fix it. I will give them, props for actually staying through, fixing it, getting everything together.
Because they had to do damage control because all
They
their other
had to do
projects were
damage
like
control,
in total jeopardy because of it.
and they got everything together. They got it fixed, and it's good. Now, all honesty, even with the Phantom Liberty DLC that drops with that, and I think it was like $30 when it drops with that. I honestly think because of all the stuff that we had to go through as far as that's concerned, that freaking you should have just dropped the Phantom Liberty DLC. Like, I wouldn't. People shouldn't have had to pay for it at that point. If we had to go, or at least the people who first had the game. Now everybody else after that, you want to do that because they're playing a game when they bought it then because it was already discounted like crazy. That's a different story. But the game itself was good. The DLC was fantastic for what it was. It actually does something different. Instead of taking place at the end of the game, it actually takes place in the middle of the game, which is kind of smart because it gets you to kind of replay the game if you want to, or go back on a couple saves to kind of play it. But again, like Valhalla, it was really good DLC. Lasted a couple hours, and you got a lot from it that you can carry with you through
And I think
the rest
that's
of
what
the
we want from DLCs. We don't want like in the Batman series, you got DLCs that were 15 minutes. They weren't worth the download. Someone was super
They weren't worth
easy.
like $20, $30 to
Right.
get put on for like just slap it on for free.
But
Like
with the God of
why am
War
I paying for that?
Valhalla, with the God of War Valhalla download, which was free, it was an entire game in itself. It is
I
literally
would have
you
paid for it. I would
I
have paid
would
I
have
would have
paid
paid
for
for
it,
that.
but it was literally a standalone
it.
DLC.
But yeah, it
It
was simple
refers to
and
the game. Yeah, come on now.
so
You gotta put it up there.
yeah. So I think it was definitely like I won't count. I still am not gonna count it as the game of 2023. No, I will
It's a game.
freaking. But freaking again, it's DLC because it's just added on to a game that already came out. So with that being said, the games that were the hottest this year definitely have to be Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat, Final Fantasy 16, Legend of Zelda: Tears of the Kingdom, Baldur's Gate, Marvel Spider-Man 2.
So
All
I can
these
speak
games
on
were
Mortal Kombat now because
huh?
y'all told me I can speak on Mortal Kombat now because y'all told me to shut up earlier because
Yeah, you
y'all
can
wouldn't
speak
let
on
me
Mortal
talk
Kombat
about it.
now.
I'll
You
let
can
you
speak
talk
on Mortal
about. You
Kombat
could
now.
talk about Spider-Man because I know that's what you want to talk
And
about.
look,
I,
Spider-Man was
I
look. Let's go and get it out of the way. Spider-Man was a solid game. I enjoyed the game. I enjoyed the combat. Again, simple to the point. Stay true to what it's been doing. As far as everything else, and there's a lot of people that have been, upset about Spider-Man not winning any awards and all this kind of stuff. Let me go ahead and say, for me, who is a big Spider-Man fan, I have no problem with how the awards were handed out. I don't.
Baldur's Gate 3 all day, every day. Alan Wake 2 didn't get enough love, somehow wasn't mentioned in our honorables, even though it took it home the second most awards of any game of 2023. So need to give them their flowers and
Alan
not
Wake.
slight them as well.
Oh
But
yeah, I'm
again,
definitely
Tears
not.
of the Kingdom,
I didn't
that
play
was a
none of those.
banger. I did not expect to be nearly as good following up what it had originally.
Okay, I got a question for y'all because y'all game way more than I do.
Yeah.
Religiously.
For me and Mortal Kombat, we know that's my game. I don't do Street Fighter. I do Mortal Kombat, and the reason I think this Mortal Kombat is superior to all the others is not just because of gameplay. As we know, we like reimagined games.
Mm-hmm.
They took Mortal Kombat, reimagined it, and still stayed true to Mortal Kombat.
Yes.
It was a beautiful touch. I
This
like that.
they changed pretty much everything in this game, but it still felt like Mortal Kombat. It didn't feel like the old Tekken games where they would take one, you go from Tekken 8, Tekken 9, and they're different, and you feel lost. They took this Mortal Kombat to where the Lin Kuei, Scorpion, Sub Zero, and Smoke are all brothers. Katana and Melina are sisters still, but they're biological sisters. Baraka has a virus that turns people into Tarkatans. That alone was worth the game. And then you're like, well, what happened to Melina? She caught the virus. Now you're true to the game again. Everything that they've done in Mortal Kombat 1, beautiful. I loved it. It made me forget about the time travel nonsense of the previous one. I hated that. I hated the younger selves fighting older selves. That was garbage to me. So
What
when you get games, what do you look for to make you think that this game is actually worthwhile?
you
Ooh.
want to go first, Brent, or shall I?
Honestly, as far as cause like I know what you're gonna say is gonna be better, Will. So I'm just gonna go ahead and start so we can finish correctly for the viewers at home.
I
But
doubt it.
also, I will gonna give Mortal Kombat its flowers. I'm normally not. I don't care much for fighter games unless it's Budokai Tenkaichi 4, in which case you need to give me that yesterday. I'm just saying when that game drops, I am
I'm waiting on
playing
that one.
it.
I'm waiting on that one.
Do you not see this? I'm representing my boy in all faculties. However, before I sidetrack myself, because I know how to do that
And
too
we will
well,
let you.
probably just because it'll be my first tangent. I've been good thus far. We're almost 50 minutes in.
I'm going to get you off tangent.
But as far as gameplay goes, I look for stuff with originality. I look for stuff that allows you to develop your character and play the game how you want to play. And I look for a receptive studio. When you give them flack, you give them something, hey, this doesn't work. When you tell them what's wrong with their product, they not only listen, but they respond. And for me, that's what made Baldur's Gate so damn good this year. We came back so many times saying this doesn't work, this is glitchy, this is wrong, this doesn't make sense. Make the inventory system make sense. Make all the characters have epilogues afterwards, so you know the repercussions of your actions in the game and how it'll play out in the future. They went and did all that. And
Hmm.
that's something I have to absolutely give their flowers to. Because look, this game, Tony, you can put 200 hours in easy, one playthrough, even
Really?
with a minimal party. Yeah, 200 hours of great story, great context. Neil Dubon, Astarion's character, I know at launch, most guys, we didn't care for him. By the time you get him in your party, you are thinking entirely differently because of the way the character story plays out and the depth to which that character turns out to be.
Hmm.
I know voice acting doesn't get enough credibility because it's a video game and people are like it can't change anything. Do you guys remember Last of Us? Like it was just a
Yes.
zombie shooter game, but because of the voice acting and the intelligence of the story which was written, it shined in one game of the year and got its own TV spin-off series.
Which is great, by the way.
So if you take the time and you do things the right way with a good story, a receptive studio, and something that I can delve my own RP into, role playing for those who aren't super in depth with gaming,
Thank you. I appreciate
that's
that.
something I could completely dive into and enjoy. And for me, that makes a good game into a great game. And then next thing you know, I will be playing it for years and years and years to come. Because like you can only do so much with sports games. Every year there's a new roster. You change it right on over. With a good role playing game, a good sci-fi game, you could be playing Mass Effect 3 till your dying breath. You could be playing Skyrim till your dying breath. You could be playing Red Dead Redemption, dying breath. Baldur's Gate 3 for me is gonna be put in that same echelon of
Hmm.
amazing games. I'm gonna keep
Okay.
playing this for a long, long time. But that's where I focus on as far as good to great games. Make me
All right,
come back.
Will, can you follow that up? Because I don't think you can.
As far as when I look for in games, there's a couple things in particular. So the main thing I look for is narrative. Again, you have to have a good narrative. Again, every game that comes out, so that if your story is not compelling to say the least with that, I'm not going to want to finish playing, or I'm going to get bored off rip. You know, take for instance, if we're playing a game like, okay, Call of Duty, or that I liked Call of Duty back when they has really good stories and campaigns for that. Like Call of Duty Ghosts is one of my favorite stories. Like the campaign in that was absolutely fantastic. There should have been a sequel. The way they left it open ended, should have been a sequel, but nothing. But now all the Call of Duties I got now, eh, stuff's lackluster, or they're rehashing and reimagining stuff that was already great. The Modern Warfare storyline was fantastic. They redid it and then ended up fumbling the ball on the third one, and again, didn't do so well. So having that good narrative throughout the story is going to be game changing. You actually add that with good mechanics, good UI. And
User
again,
interface is what UI is, Tony.
the
I
mechanic
knew that.
mechanics in UI can be skewed and they can have issues. You kind of get around some of that, but when you have a good narrative and you have that replayability, like again, being able to make whatever you want. Because the thing is, when you give the player choice to do what it is they want to do, it's so freeing. So the fact is that you allow me to be a paladin, that you allow me to be, a ranger, you allow me to be a sentinel. I can be, a biotic. I can do whatever it is that I want to do and play the game a certain way and make all types of choices. Again, like story choices and decisions are fantastic because again, they affect the outcome of the story. Now knowing that, okay, I can get 12 different endings based on this. Like honestly, Mass Effect, we had about 3 solid endings, but you had little different branching things that kind of got you off track if you weren't paying attention. If you didn't make certain decisions, then okay, I end up this character ends up getting killed or this ends up happening. Like I loved it. Like there's consequences. It makes you feel the weight of those choices, so now you're more invested in the game. Like when he's talking about with Baldur's Gate with Asterion, so at that, Asterion got dead as soon as I met him because I didn't know what happened, what was going on. I made a reactionary choice based off circumstances. But I ended up replaying it because I was like, okay, he's one of the core characters. There's more to the story and stuff that here. Let me figure it out, and it's a world of difference. That same
Because like
playthrough that
120 hours later, Tony, that decision that Will made at the beginning of the game affects how the end of the game plays out. Like
You
they
know what that
made little
reminds me of?
nuances to everything.
You know what that reminds me of? And I'm about to show I'm older than everybody that y'all know. Back on the Apple IIc,
Damn. We're going back.
it was a game called Alter Ego. It was
I
3 floppy
played
disks long,
yes.
and you made your character. And the only thing it was just words on the screen. It had a couple pictures come up, but every decision you made led you down a different path of life. Every single decision. I played this game for literally 6 months, and each time I played, it was a different outcome. And I
Yeah.
played on average 3 to 4 hours a day. So that's what that reminds me of. And Will, I'm surprised you remember Alter Ego. That game was great.
Yes, yes. So I mean, you got to keep in mind. Like again, I read a lot of books growing up. So I enjoyed novels. I enjoyed some of those books where choose your own ending. I read a lot of those type of books. So the fact is that now translating to video games, you have the option to be able to kind of customize your character and do a bit more. Those things are so freeing and so fun. So because again, I get bored with with the same thing. Like Spider-Man, it's a great one-off. You could change costumes, you can make it more your own sort of that, and have fun and play it. It was great. Zelda, same thing.
I
You
love
have the
Zelda.
base storyline. Change costumes, you can customize stuff how you want to. You can figure out puzzles in different ways. Like you don't have to do okay, the puzzle does not have to be solved this particular way. There's like, 4 or 5 different ways you can solve a puzzle and get through it. You can be as unconventional or conventional as you want to. It's great. It's so much fun. But when I get to other games, and again, this is not me necessarily crapping on games, but I can't sit there and play Fortnite. I can't. I have nothing to like. It's the same stuff over and over again, which is fine for what it is. But again, it doesn't hold my attention the way it is. I actually liked Fortnite when it had a story mode to it. When you had the,
God, that's a throwback.
so yeah, it actually had a
I've
story mode. Like I
I've
played it
never
then,
played Fortnite, and I'm not ashamed to say that.
but
I actually
but
played
again,
Fortnite a lot and I enjoyed it for what it was. I sucked at building, but I
yeah,
enjoyed it.
I was I was a shooter for if anything. But again, there's certain games that are simple that you just kind of run through, like Among Us. It was a simple game and stuff. You do this, but again, it can it can vary a little bit because you don't know who's going to be the bad guy, who's going to be the one that's trying to get rid of something. So it changes every time that you play it because you don't know who's what. So any type of game that allows me more freedom and customization is going to be what has my picks as far as a game is concerned. I have to be invested in the game.
Right.
So
And it's more than just changing costumes.
yeah. So
The whole story changes upon actions you can make. Like you can be a little bit rude to one character in Act 1 of Baldur's Gate, and then by Act 3, that decision has snowballed into 8 other side effects, and you're just like, oh, because I played this way, but my character RP's this way. Now I got to live with the choices I've made. And Act 2 is probably the best time where your actions go from like little minor things to you have influenced how one of the hardest boss fights in the game goes entirely. You can have a whole list of allies against you, or you could have a whole list of enemies waiting to demolish you.
mm,
There's so many different effects to it. Larian deserves their flowers, and people are like, hey, we need games and we need them now. Larian took 6 to 7 years to make this game. It was an open beta for 3 or 4 years, and they were receptive to the fans. Take your time making your game as long as it's good. People will be here when Grand Theft Auto 6 rolls around, and you know why? Rockstar takes its damn time and they make a good game every time. I
They
will
sure
wait
do.
for a high quality product every time. Don't rush studios. Because I think if Cyberpunk waited and they did it right the first time, we'd have a whole different opinion on how that DLC rolled out. Sure, it's a nice fix and a band aid. You still burn me. That doesn't change how things happened. It's like it needs to be done and it needs to be done correctly the first time. And if that requires gamers and fans to be patient, I implore you, fans. I know we want a lot of great games. Wait. Let the producers do what they do. Let them cook. would be
Look,
the phrase that people
I,
use.
I agree with I want them to make a good product and get it out. I don't think it necessarily burns because you got to look at the fan base with that. This is the way the gaming industry works, and they're going to do what it is they want to do. So there's games that have burned fans before, but they've come back around and fixed stuff.
Yep.
And like No Man's Sky, like again, No Man's Sky is one of the biggest ones, but they completely overhauled everything and came back, and they got a bunch of praise and stuff for that. Whereas Cyberpunk, who a CD Projekt Red, made The Witcher, so that one of your favorite games, right? For that they made a mistake, they made a misstep, so with that. And again, you got to remember that it's not just the development studios that are doing this. You got to remember freaking all the companies that they're involved with that have a say so in this, all the publishers and all that stuff. Like there's deadlines and stuff they have to meet. So even if they haven't met certain criteria, they could be talking to publishers like, "Yo, we're not ready yet. We are not ready. We need more time." And if the publisher says no, you need to ship it now. They don't have a choice. They have to do who's paying the bills.
Unless we publicly bully them like we did with Sonic the Hedgehog movie till they came correctly.
That is
Because
also a thing.
That's
as
actually,
power,
yeah, that
if we
happened.
can bully
That-
publishers, we can make this
That's the
happen.
thing. But just understand that freaking sometimes the developers they can only speak up so much depending on whatever is going on. If NDAs are signed, like other factors are at play. So like even with Cyberpunk, so like that freaking like I would tell you to go play Cyberpunk, regardless of how you feel. I think it's a game worthwhile to be played. I think
Is it free?
once you get through it and enjoy it, so like that I can
It's
give
probably
you.
discounted right now.
Yeah, it's discounted during the holidays, so it's definitely discounted. But when it first came out, and people were gonna burn it, the game was like $10 for
Because it went from $60 to $10 and like one of the fastest demolitions of prices I've ever seen in any game, period. And then once you finish your caveat to this, I do want to talk about a gaming studio that went from loving its fans to treating its fans like garbage. I do want to talk about that at some point for 2023.
I mean, we're about to get in there right now. So it's like, again, it's all about what it is you do. And as soon as you get in that, like, again, you got studios that just don't do the work. And we end up with stuff like the day before. So with that.
EA. Oh my
Wow.
God, excuse me.
Wow.
Pardon me.
Did that happen?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Very cool.
I
Yeah.
support
got
the
something going on right
shenanigans.
Yeah.
Right.
The day before was the game opened up for like what 4 days and the studio shut down and the game shut down and everything. Like that's how bad it was. That's a whole that's one of the best examples we have this year of 2020 not taking your time, not making sure that your stuff is in order, not making sure that things are going how you need them to go. Like
Suicide
that's
Squad.
absolutely horrendous that even happened. Like why was it even allowed out? But again, that's just kind of what it came down to. And one last thing before I let Brent go on his thing. For all those people who are fans of Starfield, look at that freaking Starfield got a lot of snubs from the Game Awards and stuff this year because it
They
wasn't
did
really,
not. It wasn't a good game.
it wasn't a
I'm
good
a
game.
Bethesda diehard. It wasn't a good game.
It wasn't a good game. I played it. I went through it so that and it again.
You took all the wrong aspects of Oblivion and put them into space.
Yeah.
Oblivion's a great game, but they took the bad aspects of it, shoved it into space, and they didn't think about how their worlds were made, how in depth they needed to be, and that look, Bethesda fans, we're here for lore, baby. We've always been a lore community. The more in depth and wacky you make the lore, we're into it. You say the word Sheogorath to an Elder Scrolls fan, our face lights up because Sheogorath is the weirdest dude out there. Half jester costume going on, one color this, one color that. His mind is completely scrambled, and he is just a lunatic. The community loves him because his lore is just out there. He's one of those people that you're like, this is bizarre, but it freaking works. It's like with Batman. Joker is bizarre. He works. People love Joker. He's one of the most complex characters we've got.
Only so much
the
Joker,
DC
though.
universe. Only so much. You don't want to like
Only so much.
over-dilute him.
It's
like
don't overkill.
What you're doing
Yeah.
right now, DC, no more Joker, please. At least for like 3-4 films. Please.
Let him rest. Let him rest.
You can tease him all you want, but please, no more.
All right. What studio you want to talk about, Brent? Or
The funny thing is, you brought up the exact studio I wanted to cook.
Oh,
It's Bethesda, and
Get them.
I'm a diehard Bethesda fan. Look, I have a dragon skull in the background of what I got going here. Elder Scrolls and Skyrim was one of the games I got into late. The game has been around for 12 years. You've had the most loyal and die-hard modding community, and dare I say, one of the best modding communities, period. They added so much free, an emphasis on here, FREE, free content where you can add new stories, new in-depth developments, and some of the best content around for the fans. And then you come out 12 years later with an update that makes mods you have to pay for all of a sudden. And now you're finding a way to snub the people who took their time, energy, and effort to create free content for the community and making us pay for it. And they're only going to get 30% of anything that is bought and paid for with their hard work, energy, and effort. And the studio is going to take 70% when they're not doing anything for it. Todd Howard, I don't know what you're doing, and I know you're going to be testing this for something you'll probably be doing for Starfield and maybe even Elder Scrolls 6. I have to say, as a fan, shame on you. I'm doing a live stream just to see what you broke about the game because we love your broken game, by the way. It's still been out for 12 years, and you still have things that are broken, don't make sense, but the community embraced the glitches and hacks as features. It is a common joke amongst the Elder Scrolls community. We've embraced it, but I cannot embrace you taking people's free time, hard at work, and energy and turning it into money in your pockets that you didn't do a lick to deserve. That's a shameless schmuck move from a company that I love. And that's the only reason I'm passionate about how they're doing the fans dirty. They don't deserve that. And honestly, for all the modders who left and went on to go do something better for other companies that'll appreciate it and maybe pay them out better, or just let them make their free product be a free product, you do you. We'll miss you. Thank you so much for everything you've given to us over the years. Bethesda, what the hell, man? I don't get it. It's the most tone deaf thing I've seen in gaming since EA started doing the pay to play and pay to win scheme. It makes no sense. It doesn't work.
Do you think it's just Bethesda themselves? Do you think it had anything to do with Microsoft acquiring? I'm not
Bethesda
sure.
was still allowed to retain calling all the shots. Microsoft has not stepped in from anyone or anything. Bethesda's taken the full brunt of it, as they should have. Starfield was a limped out product, and I think they're trying to recoup money from the only community that is still loyal to them, which is a shameful tactic and many, many business moves I will just not understand. I'm not a businessman, though, so if someone's more knowledgeable in the chat, let me know. But what I've seen, don't like it. Don't like it.
It is. So I mean, again, we games are games. So that we enjoy them, we enjoy playing them. We appreciate all the people that make them, but at the same time, you got to pay attention to your fan base. This goes the same for movies, anime, television, things like that.
Facts.
Understand where your product is coming from. Understand the source material. Understand, the fans as and
We're the ones paying for your product. We're the ones paying your bill. If it's a hard time to be a gamer when you're selling out $60 per game, and then all of a sudden you're like, "Hey, pay more for DLC, pay more for this character skin." It's like, if it's not good, why am I going to give something that I'm already struggling to get? Because let's just be real here. It's hard to get money in 2023/2024. Making a livable wage is harder than it's ever been. And now you want me to shell out something for a product that was limped in and you're basically robbing me blind? I'll go take my money elsewhere to a studio that actually gives a rip about me. Sorry.
So, is there anything else on gaming? We good?
We talked about 2023, but let's talk about some of the good stuff for 2024.
I said all I knew.
Star Wars got a video game coming out in 2024. I'm going to be taking a look at, and I will definitely be trying to stream for you guys, the viewer. Star Wars Outlaws coming out between The Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi. Brand new character. The only thing I'm a little disappointed about, Tatooine again. Why is it always Tatooine? You know how many planets there are? You know how many galaxies there are? How many?
That's the only planet I know.
That's the only planet.
Going back to the desert planet again. It's like that's the only thing where I'm like, I'm not really a huge fan of that. And then there's two other titles I just wanted to mention briefly because I've taken up so much of the gaming panel's time.
That's
Final
fine.
Fantasy VII Rebirth, that's supposed to be coming out this upcoming year. That's something I'm going to look forward to. The original was pretty dang good. And then Warhammer 40K Space Marine 2, I'm actually sort of interested in. It's been a community I have largely ignored as far as space fantasy genre. But the more I've learned about it from what free time I've delved into it, it
Yeah.
looks nice. It looks like it could be good.
Now, as far as that Warhammer, I actually started learning more about Warhammer and actual tabletop stuff, thanks to a friend of mine, Cerberus, from MomoCon. We were working together. Yeah, he's been, teaching me some things about it. So I've been doing a little bit of research. I'm actually going to go watch him play some of that, and I'm probably going to get into, because video games are more my thing. So I'm probably going to get into this Warhammer 40K for sure.
I'm gonna just give
Check that
my quick shout out to the remake of Resident Evil 4 that came out
out.
earlier this year.
That was
That
good.
was
That was
nice. It was
good.
good.
That's
I didn't
I'm,
play it. I watched my
oh oh
friend play it.
it's worth
Oh
it.
yeah, I watched the entire playthrough. Like I
Oh
watched
yeah,
it.
yeah,
It was
yeah. It's
fantastic.
again this falls into what I like of they reimagined the original game, but they changed stuff in it, but it still stayed true.
True.
And I'm waiting for more remakes to come out because the OG Resident Evil games were so solid, except for Code Veronica, that what the gaming industry back then did what they did with what they had. And when they start reimagining with stuff that with the technology that we have today, in my opinion, done right makes the game better. And all the Resident Evil games that they redid got better. And that's hard to say because a lot of them were good already, but now they got better because the graphics are better. And it was so smooth. And yeah,
Yeah.
for the little gaming that I do, that was one of
I mean,
mine.
well, the games are listed coming out, and there's one that I'm going to hit on for a minute. But like some of the games that are coming out, we got Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown, Tekken 8, Like a Dragon: Infinite Wealth, Persona 3, Helldivers, Skull and Bones, Dragon's Dogma 2, which is another good RPG. So that's going to be interesting because I got to go back and play the original Dragon's Dogma again to make sure I understand and remember everything. Princess Peach Showtime for the Switch fans. Rise of the Ronin, to be good. Because if you like any games like Ghost of Tsushima, it's kind of in that realm. The Ghost of Tsushima was a fantastic game when it was out. Um, Senua Saga, Hellblade 2, Hades 2, Paper Mario, Visions of Mana, so another entry into the Mana series like Secret of Mana, Avowed. Genshin Impact is actually getting the port to Switch, and a new game from the same people who made Genshin Impact, Zenless Zone Zero, and they just released Star Rail this past year. It was another game that released in 2023.
Nope.
Star was more of a turn-based RPG, so uh, Mihoyo is definitely dropping a lot of games. Again, this is like 3 games in their wheelhouse inside of 2 years. So definitely going to be interesting to see how gaming gets kind of shaken up a little bit more with anything else. Maybe coming out again. All these dates that they have are all subject to change. So the games that are listed so far are slated for 2024, but they may not release in 2024.
The only
And the
game that
biggest
I knew was Tekken.
one freaking that has been talked about on the negative side that was supposed to release last year comes out I think February is Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League.
And it
Now
does not look good.
I'm gonna
We're not
just
going to
take
talk about that.
I'm gonna take 1 minute with that. The game does not look good at all. It does not look fun. It all seems real basic. It's one of those games where you got these big sprawling freaking maps that you got to traverse. The fact is that Harley Quinn's got like a little bat drone type deal. I don't know what it is that she has to swing from. So it's like she's swinging from invisible air, so to speak, because that's the only way she can traverse the map. It's Captain Boomerang throws his boomerang and teleports to it to keep going his distance. It's little stuff like that. The gameplay mechanics fun. It seems like everything's going to be a bunch of paid
King
costumes if you
Shark.
want to make them look any different. Just it is not looking good, and I think the great, the late great Kevin Conroy is supposed to have his final appearance in this game, I believe.
It's his last go round as Batman. He has
Batman.
confirmed he refuses to. Well, I know he's passed away, but Mark Hamill has also refused to do Joker any further without his running mate.
That's because that was his
We
Batman,
lost that duo.
Yeah. So,
best
which is
duo
good
of
because I'm tired of
voicing
Mark
ever.
Hamill as Joker. Also,
so
I
yeah,
said it. And I
yeah,
said it.
yeah. I
know.
mean,
You know it. You know I'm gonna catch heat, but I don't care.
so that's it for as far as gaming is concerned. We'll see how these games do, and just kind of where it goes from there. So just keep an eye out for those, and we will be playing some of these as they come out, everything that we can. But for now, let's move on to anime because this has been a wild year for anime as well. We got some of the best anime that I've seen. Again, feel free to tack on here at any point in time. Hell's Paradise was absolutely fantastic.
I'll
And
just
it's
be over here if y'all need me.
for a short season. Jujutsu Kaisen, absolute
Ooh,
banger, all
okay,
the
I
way
know that
through
one. I
to
know
the
that one.
end.
They
Demon
finished
Slayer.
season 2, Tony, so you can start watching it.
Yep.
What?
Season 2 is done for Jujutsu Kaisen. You can now binge the
Oh
whole
yeah,
thing.
you
Your
can
boy
binge it.
is in it near the end.
So we just finished
All
that.
I need to hear.
Demon Slayer had its third season earlier this year. Again, we already talked about the movie with Demon Slayer. Uh, Vinland Saga season 2 dropped earlier this year. Vinland Saga was
Will,
fantastic on Netflix.
I forgot to thank you for that
Yeah,
because
you're
you
welcome.
told me to watch that,
Vinland Saga.
and it got weird after a minute. But then I was like, okay, I get through this. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
and I think we had what Attack on Titan finally released its final part. What a lot of fans were kind of going crazy on.
It's how
I
many
didn't.
seasons are Attack on Titan? Or these movies?
They're all seasons and
season.
they've been patched. They're all over the place, would be the nice way of saying it. They switched
How
studios
many
at
are
some
there?
point. I'm not
I
a
couldn't
huge
tell you.
Attack on Titan person, but I
I'm-
give respect for the anime for what it is.
The anime has been doing fantastic. I'm actually going to binge it all, but I have not kept up with Attack on Titan. I started the first season, and I haven't been able to keep up with it because there's other stuff that's going on that had my attention at the time, and yeah, it just kind of got away from me. So now that I'm back on my game as far as anime is concerned, it's definitely on my list to binge out for the year. In addition to Black Clover and seeing how it's going to go, but
Yeah, I need y'all to send me all the stuff that I need to watch for anime because
look,
Oh,
Brent has a
I've got
running
you
list.
covered. I have a running list.
Yeah, so
but y'all know what I like. I already know Vinland Saga, but I'm gonna probably forget the rest. So
yeah, but no, it's good because we got stuff coming out soon. But Demon Slayer, again, absolutely
Chainsaw
fantastic.
Man dropped last year. Gotta give some
Chainsaw,
respect on that.
yeah, Chainsaw Man, Chainsaw Man came out what the end of was it end of 2022?
End of
Chainsaw Man
2022, going into 2023.
you're right.
Like they had like a couple episodes. So I just wanted to
Yeah.
give at least some shout out
So
to
and
that.
they
did good.
have a new season coming out. My Hero Academia has their new season coming out, and we kind of got through.
Because Demon Slayer is going to be there. Solo leveling drops in 5
solo
days.
leveling. Solo leveling starts in a couple days, like in less than a week. Solo leveling, I think it starts
Saturday.
on Saturday, right? So solo leveling is going to be one they're going to keep up with, and the other half of Hell's Paradise, right?
See, Hell's Paradise, Chainsaw Man, and Black Clover are all slated to drop at the end of the year, but they were tentatively dropped. They've been teasers. There hasn't been anything official confirmation. We'll keep you posted on that. There's been a lot of great stuff ongoing, including anime finally getting into live action, which I haven't really kept up with any live actions because, look, as a Dragon Ball Z fan, I've been burnt, and I've been burnt badly. You know exactly what by. I'm not talking about further. But Tony actually took a look at some live action animes.
Look,
and I know got some thoughts about them.
Let me tell you something. One Piece, I don't know how good the anime is itself, but the live
It's considered
action,
one of the GOATs.
But I didn't watch it, so I don't have anything to compare it to except the live action version. And I was so surprised because one, I don't like real goofy characters. But Monkey, I mean, yeah, he's that dude for me. It's like I like how they I learned everything, so I like how they all have different power sets. And Luffy's weakness is water or some garbage, and I was like, okay, I'm getting behind everything. And then the pirates, and yeah, come on now, everything about this show I loved. I don't have anything negative at all to say, but also I don't know the anime, so I'm speaking just from a new fan, and I'm waiting for season 2,
So
and I and I love this. So
so
yes,
that's the setup though. I think a lot of people who have not watched a lot of people who have not watched the animes can get into the live actions and kind of get a good feel of some of the fun and stuff that's involved in it. Now we've had hit or miss with some of these live actions, so it's like we got ones that have been really good, like One Piece. One Piece was a fantastic live action.
it was great. It was
I had fun with
great.
it, and there's been a couple other stuff on Netflix. So I'm not going to go into
Like
all of
Bleach.
them, but it's like Yu Yu
Never watched
Hakusho
Bleach.
just released and stuff. Yu Yu Hakusho, like I've seen, I've
Okay,
probably watched most of Yu Yu Hakusho. So that
I got it. That's the one about the dude that gets killed and he's like a
yeah,
ghost hunter. I
yeah.
watched all of that and I love that one too.
So that was good. So if you watch and this is where I wanted to kind of so One Piece, I haven't watched any of the anime. It's 1,000 episodes plus.
I saw
So,
that. I was like, no, I
so
can't do it.
So I
I
haven't
can't do
watched
it.
that. So let me watch the live action to see how that is. Yu Yu Hakusho, I've watched piece of it. Like I've watched a good 3/4 of it. So I wanted to see because I ended up going to the military and stuff. So I ended up watching a good piece of it. So I see where they were doing stuff, and then episode 3 is where it kind of skews away from what was going on in the anime. Now they're still kind of on track and stuff, but
Okay.
it kind of went
So I got
different.
a question.
What's up?
The bully that became his friend, because I kind of get a
Kuwabara?
sense. I get, I suck at names, but I get a sense of Goku Vegeta vibes between them two.
More or less, yeah. Kuwabara is great. Like I love Kuwabara. Like
Okay.
he's my favorite character. So
That's the one with the spirit sword.
yeah,
Yeah, because I'm like, okay, because he was slicing. I was like, yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
So he's nice with that. And then you
So
got
that
stuff
proves
like
I've been watching.
where I've watched the entire anime, which is like Cowboy Bebop. I absolutely love Cowboy Bebop. The anime is
But
fantastic.
y'all told me not to watch the live action.
They're like, oh god.
It was bad. They did not do justice to the original at all.
So
They attempted certain
Before we get on
things.
Cowboy
It didn't
Bebop,
work out.
finish your
I'm
original
not.
one.
I'm not even going to get into Cowboy Bebop. I'm just going to say this: that Netflix has been, hit or miss as they've been trying to figure it out. So there's other things like they did Bleach as a live action. They did a couple stuff which I think is actually off Netflix now. So they've done a couple different things, and they've been trying to figure out what works. Right now, I think they're trending upwards in terms of Yu Yu Hakusho and One Piece or that. Like it's getting better because we
Yeah.
have Avatar on the horizon.
And
Now,
that's going to be a big
that's going to be a big one
My
because of
hopes are
how
so
bad
high.
the movie was. The
don't
Avatar
even
movie was,
know.
and no,
We
we're
don't
not
talk
talking about
about the
James
movie.
Cameron, all kinds of like the animated, show Avatar, the Last Airbender. We want to
Not the
see,
Legend of Korra.
yeah, we're not worried about Korra right now. We want to see how this is going to translate to live action. The cast photos and stuff like that I've seen
It
look
looks nice.
good. They look great. So I really want to see what it is that they're going to do with the live action to really make it stand out and make it its own. Because again, I don't want a shot for shot from the anime. That's not what I want. I want you to skew off and kind of do something different. But I need you to understand that, with doing this, keep the fan base in mind and then kind of go in the direction that you're trying to go for the show.
As long as I don't get 6 guys screaming for 20 minutes to move 4 pebbles. And you know I'm right. I
Yes.
know
It hurts.
I watched it because my oldest daughter actually got me into Avatar. She
Mm.
because she
Avatar is
loves
one
it.
of the GOAT animated series of all time. I
So
will die on this hill.
before I watched the movie, I watched the entire Avatar anime. And then I watched the movie. And then I went back and watched the entire Avatar anime to erase that movie out of my mind.
I mean, yeah. Because like the entire Avatar series is beyond phenomenal. I would put
Yes.
them in my top 4 easy animated shows of all time. It would
Yes.
be up there with the original X-Men. It'd be up there with the original Batman. It'd be up there with Justice League. That's
First of all,
my
if you're
top
gonna
4.
say
I'm
it, you
rocking.
got to say the entire thing. It's Batman the animated series. You say the whole thing, like they said on Boondocks. It's a
Batman, the
slick back.
GOAT animated series. Will, you are muted. I don't
You
know
are
who you're
muted, and
yelling
we
at.
don't know how this happened. He took a drink
I
and
know
muted
it's,
himself.
it's the same thing. I was saying it because I was keeping it to myself, but yeah, it's like a Tribe Called Quest. I was saying the same thing you were saying. You got to say the
You
whole
gotta
thing.
say the whole thing. It's
You gotta say the whole thing.
BTAS or Batman the Animated Series. That's the only two acceptable ways of saying this. Do not
And,
let that happen again.
okay, Dad, I'll work on that.
Yeah,
But like, look, we're already off on this tangent. We've been talking about live action
That you went on.
animes. I didn't actually go on any tangents.
You did.
I just said like what my 4 greatest animated series were of all time. And
But you're on a tangent
honestly,
right
if you
now.
come differently, like look, Adventure Time is the only one that even inks in there as a top 5, but it's still not top 4.
I don't like
But
Adventure
what
Time.
I will be talking about next is our TV shows of all from like 2023, because we had some good stuff actually drop in 2023. Tony, you have a short list of TV shows, or like a long list of TV shows that you like?
I got a lot. It was a lot this year, but one that stood out to me, Netflix show, They Clone Tyrone. I don't know if any of you have seen that. If you have not seen this, watch it. It's Jamie Foxx, John Boyega, and Tiana Paris. Those are the 3 main characters. If that cast alone doesn't grab you, then you're stupid. And I said it. I want to talk about it, but I don't want to spoil it because I need y'all to have an initial reaction. Just know it's not about what you think.
Yeah,
it's set in the 70s. It's like it's going to make you think of all the black exploitation films of the early days. Jamie Foxx is a pimp, Tiana is a hooker, and they're in the 70s with the afro and the the big collars and the wire rim Cadillacs. And to watch this on it's the thing that if you look away, you miss stuff. You have to pay attention. You can figure it out if you pay attention. They drop hints and clues throughout the whole thing. And I'm going on record because I want you to watch this. This is arguably one of the greatest twist endings ever of any movie, any TV series. The twist ending on this show is amazing. And I fell into this. It's one of those, I was bored one day and I hit play because it was in my recommends. That's the only reason I watched this.
Since you're talking about recommends, what streaming service provided this recommend for the viewers who want to go ahead and take a look?
Netflix.
Netflix, right?
Netflix. They Clone Tyrone.
You got anything else to add to that list?
As far as television goes, yeah. I mean, it just depends on what we had Ahsoka this year.
Ahsoka was a banger this year. Couldn't have been hyped enough about it.
Mandalorian was earlier in the year.
Yeah,
it wasn't as good as I wanted it to be, but at
still,
the same time, it wasn't bad. Like that's where I'm headed with that.
Harley Quinn.
Hated it.
It's
fallen off so much from its early season writing.
When The Last of Us this year?
The Last of Us.
Last of Us was a banger. There's no other way to say it. It was hit everything out of the ballpark. Everyone who came in nervous, you shouldn't have been. It panned out.
And
Stephen Yu, Beef. Check that out.
Beef
with Stephen Yu. Yep. Ain't that his name? Glenn from Walking Dead, the Next Century guy.
Yeah.
Okay. Check that one out. That's on Netflix too.
Witcher wasn't bad. I didn't think it was great, but it wasn't bad. For I know it's the last year with Cavill.
I got bored. I did.
A lot of people felt that way, and everyone who followed the books, I know, will already come for me in the comment section. So that is what it is, because like the books are so much better, and the writers blatantly said that they were going in a different direction. So I don't know why people thought it was going to be a 100% faithful adaptation. But I like what I saw. Will I be back for the next season without Cavill? To be decided by the fans. If you guys, the viewers, say, "Hey, I want Geek Variants to cover this," we'll be there. If not, I don't know.
I might force myself to finish it, but at this moment,
I know 2023 also had a couple bangers as far as comics go, because comics actually was pretty nice. It was pretty nice. Because like
It was
Gen
a
V,
couple. Gen V was great.
Invincible, well, just those
Gen
two
V and
back to back was
Invincible
done.
were two of the
Have y'all binged all of that?
yeah, we watched
Yeah.
it as it went through. Like, yeah.
We watched it, covered it. It's all there for the viewer on the YouTube. So if you're watching on Twitch or you're watching on Facebook, YouTube's got them all covered. We got episode by episode, so you can take it at your own time or just hop in at the end and see what our ending thoughts are. I know Invincible is still coming back for 2024 because it's doing part 1 and
Oh,
part 2.
and I got the leaks on what's gonna happen, and oh
We're not gonna do any
my
leaks
God.
here, but
We're not doing leaks.
Oh my, I know, but I've read
I know one of the characters that
Invincible.
they're introducing is going to change the show.
Bruh, you
That's
ain't
it.
ready for you. It's gonna be more than one. It's gonna be a couple that they come in, and but I know the main one. We're not. I don't know if y'all want to know, but I can put it over in the private chat if y'all want to know. But this
tell
next
me
one,
I'll wait.
Uh,
This is one of those series that I'm going to wait to read
Okay.
once the show is finished, so I can kind of like have a
I
comparison.
want the
from there.
shock. I want the shock value.
and I'm
Can
not
we give
saying nothing.
Rogan
But
his
no,
flowers though for everything he's done with Gen V and Invincible. Like,
Yep.
are we ever going to give him the flowers for being a producer and Amazon for?
Look,
just
I
getting
gave him his
out of the park
flowers
on
in
these shows?
Mario. I gave him his flowers for this, for that. I just won't give it to him for Ninja Turtles.
I mean, that's fair.
So there's that. So
And then it's like, let's talk about your baby, Will. Let's talk about your baby, Marvel. TV shows. Loki was the only thing good they did all year. I will stand on that hill.
what about what
What
if?
if is it?
What if?
Like, that's animated. That's a separate thing. That's it.
Yeah.
There's 2 shows out of what, 6, 5? How many shows they
Loki,
dropped this year?
Loki and What If are all that matters for that because those
Facts.
two essentially tied everything together as far as timeline stuff. Like everything is now we know where we stand with some stuff. Now there's still some questions that need to be answered. Don't get me wrong, but we have a more definite feeling of how things are going. And the fact is, they knew it was good. They announced season 3 like the day of the last episode. That they were showing that season 3 is on the way. Here's a trailer. Like all that stuff was out like immediately, following everything. So absolutely happy with What If, and I think that this is going to definitely change the game for some of the stuff that they do because now, depending on how they want to do it, and I mentioned this before, if they want to start introducing some characters in the animated realm. And again, because you have the different universes and stuff, you can transition them to live action at any point in time. So if you have a difficulty portraying something on screen or freaking don't want to put in all the work for the live action version, you can do it animated and have them pulled in.
We already know Carter's coming through as Captain America. She's gonna make her live screen debut at some point. We know.
I'm fully on board with this.
Like, because we're not counting Doctor Strange as that one. We're not counting that as her introduction because it was a variant.
No,
like a different universe.
Yeah, we're not.
That one, like I said, we saw it. It was there, so that. But again,
we're talking about on screen doing what they do.
She was on screen,
no, I want to see her actually kind of like where she's not going to be off in fucking 30 seconds.
Yeah, that wasn't
our first swear word, hour and a half. We did great.
I try to keep it, I try to keep it tame. But look,
hey, it took me a while to make him do it, but I worked.
Look, I want Captain Carter to be front and center for a future MCU project. I would love to see
did that instead of Marvels.
I actually like kind of what DC was doing because they have like their Elseworlds and so like that. No, hear me out with that. So they're gonna have stuff that stands alone because here's the thing: they can't get together a fully connected universe to save their life right now. Like it's been bad for that. So
that's putting it lightly.
So with them doing
Peacemaker is the only thing they done right.
So Batman being kind of part of Elseworld is its own standalone thing. I'm fine with that. Let that run its course and let it do its thing. We can do something similar with Marvel if necessary, where if they want to run again timeline, because right now the timelines are still kind of skewed.
Yep.
Are they going to try and bring it back to focus on one, or are we going to keep running multiple timelines with things going on? That's kind of the thing that I'm looking at. What are they going to do as far as all the controversy they have with, having to fix the stuff that's going on? Are they going to recast Kang? Are they going to bring in Doctor Doom? Are they bringing in the Beyonder? Are they bringing in, we got X-Men on the way at some point.
Oh God.
You know,
Like we could even bring
what's going to
Magneto
happen with?
back. Like we got things we can do. There's
Look,
names.
I think Marvel, as much as y'all like Marvel, I think they, in my opinion, are losing sight on what made them good.
Yes.
They lost sight forever ago.
Yes, but a
The
lot of
minute
people are
Endgame
still.
finished, it's been hit and
I
miss.
I think that the quality of movies has slowly gone downhill, but now we're at the point to where we're
You get
used to
one out of what,
mediocrity.
4 good movies?
We're used to mediocrity with Marvel now. It's like, okay, this one's coming out. Like Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantumanium should have been a great movie, and it was not. You wasted a Kang in this trash of a movie. I'm sorry, but you did. So,
Supposedly the main Kang, right? Like,
right, that's the Conqueror. Come on now, just the big dog. That's supposed to be the one that everybody was scared of, and he got beat by Ant-Man. Come on, that's not how it works. And I'm really nervous about the Secret Wars movie that's coming out. That's not done right, because this would be a perfect opportunity to introduce all the new commodities that you have. I don't need
I
an
want
X-Men movie.
Kaori to go live action, by the way.
You can
I
bring
want her to go
all of
from
the
What If
characters.
over.
You can bring all the characters. You can bring all the What If characters over here. You can bring the X-Men in here, but you have to use the Beyonder. Anything else makes no sense because you need a villain with that much power. And if anybody who's anybody will, you will attest to this. OG Beyonder is omniversal threat. Period. That's it. If you use anybody else, if you use Doom, anybody, it will not work because they don't have the power level to pull this off.
Even
They
if you get
don't.
Doom Supreme, it just doesn't work.
What's that God doing with the white armor? It
yeah,
won't work.
here's the thing, and that's the thing is like I agree with you about Beyonder, but I don't even think that they're ready. Like they're not even. It would
This
make more
team is
sense
terrible right
if
now,
they're
by the way.
organized and assembled in a certain way. Like the Avengers. The Avengers are in shambles right now.
They are.
So it's like if you have someone like that come in and you don't have anybody, set to defend against that, again,
Exactly. And that's why I think you should not be doing the Secret Wars right now. You don't
no.
have a squad to put out there.
Because Wanda's even reportedly done. And like if you don't have Wanda, who's your heavy hitter? Thor? That's it.
Wanda's not even the
That's
Nexus
one dude.
being she was supposed to be, and then I don't, they retcon some of the comics or other stuff, so it's like now it's kind of all over the place. Like I don't even know how much of a threat Wanda is
Well,
anymore.
we need Loki to fix this because he's the god of stories now. So, hey, y'all think I knew that?
They can do it, but I
Come
want
on
them
now.
to. If they're gonna if they're bringing back old people now, because Hiddleston said he's done. This was the culmination of his story, which could just be contract talks. But if you're gonna bring back the OGs, like if you're going to bring back Steve Rogers, if you're gonna bring back Tony Stark, if you're gonna bring back these names, you better do it for a dang good reason.
And Secret
Because their
Wars
stories
will
were
be that.
culminated the right way. It was done correctly. Their sacrifice made sense. Their
And you can
story
even
arc
just bring them
worked.
back for this one movie and then have them pass the titles on. Here you go. We're done officially. I know we did it in Endgame, which I thought was weak. I thought it was a weak ending. I didn't like how it was. Have it done right in battle. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, Tony's ending was perfect. You weren't going to get any better than what that was. As
I couldn't
far
get
as
behind Cap's
Cap,
ending. I couldn't get behind it.
No,
Couldn't get
I've
behind
never.
it. I couldn't get behind it.
It felt
Falcon
like
and
a
Winter
cop
Soldier
out.
didn't remedy any of that.
Yeah.
You didn't feel any
Nothing.
more strongly about, Bucky accepting his role as a side guy to the new Cap. Because Bucky never should have been Cap. Like, I don't know why people were trying to
Because he was
absolutely retcon that,
Cap-esque.
make it a thing.
He was
He was
Cap-esque.
Cap-esque, but not Cap, and he knew that. There was a dark side to him. He has a past that makes him complicated. And then you had Falcon, who was exactly the personification of just wanting to be Cap because he wanted to be that good man. It wasn't because he was like, I need the title, which is what the issue we had with the main villain of Falcon Winter Soldier. But
Yep.
he just wanted to do right because doing right is what Steve would have done. That's what he believes needs to be done. And he was doing things the right way. The story was very impactful. for Falcon and Winter Soldier. The things that they touched upon are stuff that I didn't think they would even go near, especially in the day and age that they went with it. But at the same time, if you do it right, you do it effectively, and you tell a good story, people are more on board for it. Because originally, when you told me that the guy with robot wings is going to be the one replacing Steve Rogers, yeah, I'm going to be a little skeptical. But then you do a show like that and you do it right, my qualms are to rest. I have nothing to say. That is Captain America. Like, I don't have another argument for that. It's like, but again, with what we have going on with Kang, now having him removed or going in the route of a recast, a la like a Boyega or somebody
You can
else.
recast Kang so easily. Just call it a variant and be done with it.
You can. So the things that are coming around
Does
as far
Kang
as
provide that punch anymore? Because do we care about Kang anymore? With the way that he's been portrayed,
not once the
do we care?
Conqueror got destroyed.
Yeah, I stopped caring once the Conqueror was done. So more or less, it's not now means to an end because
They got to fix
again,
their box office numbers.
there's been
That's bottom line.
speculation that Gugu and Bathura is going to become a Kang variant, so to speak, because of where she was dropped off at the end of the show. Definitely, I think there's a couple other outlets and stuff talking about that, and the fact that you have all the other Kangs that were kind of grouped up, and you had, you know, the main three like Immortus, like you have all of them that were there. It's like those can still be utilized to a degree. It's just like, okay, well, if the actor is kind of out, like honestly, you literally have, you know, Beyonder come in and just wipe all of them out. So at that, call it a day, and then, you know, you don't have him make another appearance. He can just like, he's tying up some loose ends that he wants to get settled in before he gets ready to make his appearance. You got options that you can do, but with the teams that they're kind of starting to build, because again, y'all haven't seen the Marvels, so let me go ahead and spoil the end of the Marvels for you.
Please do.
At the end of the Marvels, you have Kamala Khan sitting there, and she's like, "I'm putting together a team," and the first person she talks to is Kate Bishop.
Just the Young Avengers.
So Young Avengers is on the horizon. So that, which Young Avengers, one of their main storylines and stuff was dealing with, you know, Kang, because you had the whole thing with Iron Lad and all that kind of stuff. So just like,
tell me Scar is not going to be on this team as
Scar's going to be
Hulkling?
on this team.
I
They
hope
didn't introduce him for no
Not
reason.
with Hulkling. Hulkling was a great character in his own right. Not Scar.
I do not want Scar at all. Like,
Not that Scar.
What do you mean you don't like Chad Scar? What do you mean you don't like him?
Shut up.
No.
I thought you
So,
loved him.
You got to think about what we have for the Young Avengers, right? So we have you have Kamala Khan, you have Kate Bishop, all right. You have Elijah Bradley was shown, so Patriot is in effect.
I liked him. He's nice.
You know, those things. We saw Speed and Wiccan, but we don't know what their status is because
We don't know if they're even going to exist.
Yeah, that's a whole thing. That is in. We have Miles Morales more or less mentioned.
They're going to put Scar on this team.
In the No Way Home.
They have to.
They're going to put. They got to put Scar on this team. You need a powerhouse.
You have Ironheart. So that
what about Thor's kid? Are we gonna give any credit to that?
You got what's her name? Love. This is more or less her name.
I forgot about her.
Yeah, freaking.
Because it was a bad film. It was a bad.
It was.
Their best character was sidelined. Christian Bale got done dirty. I don't care what nobody says.
That gore was so bad.
Taika Waititi deserved to be fired for that.
That gore was so bad.
I
like Christian Bale acting as Gore, but no.
Yeah, Echo is a possibility, but also they're doing street.
How can she be a Young Avenger? She like 29.
That's the thing. It depends on how they're doing it because you also have the street level heroes. So you got Spider-Man, Daredevil, freaking, which are leading up to street level heroes. So because Daredevil is supposedly going to appear in Echo, which Echo will be dropping this month, so that Echo might be over there on that side of things.
So are they trying to pull on like the Defenders? Like
they're doing the Defenders.
I think they're redoing Defenders or whatever. So and that
need to because the OG Defenders.
Are we gonna get Luke Cage and freaking Jessica Jones back at any point in time?
Recast them and then recast.
Do not even think about bringing back Iron Fist.
Gotta bring him back.
No, you don't.
Possibility.
No, you. No, him and Luke Cage can be heroes for hire by themselves over there. No.
So they're analyzing the 10 rings. You got Wong, and he's pulling. He went and talked to Shang-Chi, right? Freaking, and you had Captain Marvel where there was Shang-Chi, and because of the quantum bands, that's now a factor along with the 10 rings. So now it's going to be kind of like an artifact play or something going on with whatever Wong's got going on. You got Clea that showed up at the end with Strange. Like, there's a lot of different things that are going on that we need answers to, but it's just like, okay,
What's
where are we
about
going?
what's her face from Doctor Strange?
Clea.
Pops between universe. That's clear.
Yeah, clear.
Ah, I was thought we are going by superhero names. That's
Yeah.
my bad, guys. I'm the newest to comic book head. I still make mistakes every
So-
time. I'm learning.
Shit, I'm the oldest. I just did it again.
Yeah.
I win.
Darn
Last
it!
one to cuss. Still here.
I
So-
tried.
You tried triggering me with Lord of the Rings. You weren't going to do it.
Almost.
So with that being said, it's like Marvel can go in a couple different directions, and their TV shows, you know, kind of leading up, because now it's like, okay, well, what with their TV shows and what's listed, what is kind of coming into the fold? We have X-Men 97, right?
Ooh.
X-Men 97 is on the way, and we're probably going to have, you know, Tony kind of get in and break down
Man,
X-Men the animated series, right? So
man, let me tell you something about this show.
Let him cook. Let him cook.
here
When I first saw the very first episode when it aired, because even though I'm a DC head now, I grew up with the X-Men. Cyclops is my dude. I love me some Cyclops. When I watched this show and Cyclops came on and they had on even though it wasn't the OG X-Men, you can't have the OG X-Men. You have to, you know, update them. So you had the Rogue, Storm, Wolverine, Cyclops. You had Morph was on there. A lot of people didn't know about Morph. He was their shapeshifter. You had Beast. You had Professor X. You had a squad. When they came on and just that alone, I was sitting there like, and the episodes are only 22 minutes apiece. That's it. The very first episode, when I said, please do Cyclops right. And they made him that strong, powerful leader who did not back down from Wolverine, who still does not back down from Wolverine, and will try to fight Wolverine at any chance he gets. And I know y'all hate it. He can beat Wolverine.
Oh,
and
absolutely. I'm a Cyclops fan. Don't get
easily, he can easily
I
defeat
do not like
Wolverine.
Cyclops in any way, shape, or form.
I don't care. But you know what you need to read to make you like Cyclops? Read Age of Apocalypse.
Oh,
read Age of Apocalypse.
That's
It is an Elseworld that got brought into main continuity. They brought characters over. In fact, I might have them. I might ship them to you. I got the gold for
Apocalypse to bring. I'm making a note right now.
Yep. That Cyclops, this is when Apocalypse took over. He won.
He already 4 horsemen it up and did his thing.
Oh no. Cyclops was on his squad. Cyclops and Wolverine got into a fight. Cyclops lost an eye. Wolverine lost a whole hand because Cyclops burned it off. And I mean, it was what? Wolverine, Sabretooth, and Wildchild. They formed a group called the Wild Pack, and they were feral, and they lived in the woods. It was great. Oh, it was so great. I got off, but yeah, back to the X-Men. I need the same energy of the OG show to transfer here. I want the same style. I want the animation. I want the acting. I want it all OG. I don't want nothing new.
It's supposed to pick up freaking
I know.
where the left off, and I think Sinister is the main draw.
Yes.
So, and you remember everything that happened with Sinister, so like that. I remember Cyclops leveled it towards the took out a chunk, right? You remember
because
all that?
it came into being known that Cyclops' eye blast can damage Sinister. It was taking out chunks of him on the show. It's like acid to him. It's like wherever he hit, he had a hole. Now Sinister would heal, of course, but he couldn't stay there and fight Cyclops. So I just know I need Havoc back. I do. I need the Shi'ar to come back. I need him.
Are you bringing back Thick Rogue?
I mean, Rogue didn't really do nothing for me.
She was there.
Right. She was all right. I mean,
I know the memes are everywhere right now. People are all about it.
But I do need the true love storyline between her and Gambit. I don't need them I don't need them just touching on it. I need them to go into it. That storyline needs to be brought in. I need a redo of the Phoenix saga. I need that one to be updated, but I need it with Rachel,
Hmm.
and I need Cable to come back. I didn't
You
like
got
Bishop too
that's
much. I didn't
launches.
like how they did Bishop, but I need Cable to come back, and I need a Rachel. I need a Rachel Summers Phoenix saga. I do.
I can
And
run
then
with it.
one small comment, we'll get right back to it. As far as shows touching upon old energy, Adventure Time and Fiona and Cake. Same energy throughout. I enjoyed it. We covered it. It's all on the channel. So for you guys to go look at. Back to Marvel.
Well, I think that setting up. So this is the animated because you also got Spider-Man freshman year that's supposed to come out. So
Is
the
that this year?
it's slated. I don't know if they moved the slot or what they've done with it, but it is a project on the horizon. So I don't know how they're gonna translate that or what they're doing. If it's gonna stay a separate entity. Spider-Man has interacted with Wolverine and stuff on several occasions. So don't know if they're gonna do any cross with any of that. That's something to look at because speaking of crosses, like even with the shows, like we got the animated shows and stuff, we got to see what they're doing. So I can't really fold them into full effect of the MCU because we don't know if it's going to have any connection. Blasphemy, Thick Rogue is life, Ghost, facts. So it's like understanding where they're going to go with the animated shows. If they're going to kind of keep them in continuity with MCU, or are they going to just kind of let them be their own thing, standalone? Because again, the continuity is the main thing. Is trying to understand where MCU is going because we still got other unanswered questions. Like you got Madam Web that's coming out again. How are the Spider-Mans? How are the Spider-Man universe going to be connected? Like, are we going to see all these characters? Because this is a female centric movie, so that is going to focus on like some of the other Spider Women, Silk, all that they're going to be present in here. So it's like, how is that going to carry over? Is this just going to remain in the Sony Spider-Man universe? Because right now we got Vulture and Morbius teamed up to
Ugh.
do that. We got Venom, who's still present in his own universe, so to speak, but a piece of him is in the MCU now. So it's like, where are they going with that? Is any of this going to take place in any TV shows? Or is this all going to be movies? Like, what's the deal? So continuity is all over the place. We got a lot of questions that need to be answered as far as how movies, the TV shows, the animated series, all this stuff is going to connect. And right now, because Marvel is all over the place, I'm literally going to make a video just a list of all the connections we need closed off just to understand, how they're going to proceed. Because
That's
Craven,
be like a 3-hour production.
yeah, I know, right? We already got Craven on the way, so it's like they're building the Sinister Six, obviously, to a degree,
Okay, we
superior
just
to,
need to know where it's going to be
yeah.
because then they could bring in Flash Thompson to make him Venom.
You
Because
have
like they have a lot of good
Venom,
pieces in play, and at the same time, it's just building them up the right way. Because the Sinister Six, like Spider-Man's got a rogues gallery.
One
Let's
of the
give them
best
the
in
respect that
comics.
they do. Like Batman's rogues gallery and Spider-Man's rogues galleries are the reason we partially love those characters so much. Is
And it's
because
not
they
even
go up
close.
against the best of the best and the elite of the elite. It gives you everything you're looking for every time we have a showdown because there's no one who you would think is like, yeah, this is just a punk. Why is he even here? Every time there's a new story, new twist, new action. It's good stuff. As far as getting it on screen together, you got a lot of work ahead of you guys.
And
You really dropped the ball in certain areas where I thought Sony would have really shined.
let me say this. I know a lot of people like the idea of villains teaming up against one superhero like the Six, for example. I myself hate it, and the main reason I hate it is if you're telling me now that it's taking six of y'all to beat one superhero, you now have diminished these villains individually. So if I'm seeing six villains going against Spider-Man and he's still winning, I don't need to see none of these other villains ever being by themselves trying to fight Spider-Man. It logically makes no sense to me now. If you're telling me Craven, Electro, Venom, Sandman, it's all Rhino, all of them are trying to fight Spider-Man and they're still losing, Rhino needs to move.
Well, I
But
like the
that's just
way.
me.
Look, No Way Home. I think it was done, like so. You had it was more or less it was three on freaking on them. It was kind of being dealt with. Honestly, I wouldn't mind seeing the Sinister Six movie and just having Spider-Man body all of them, like I know he can, and then they're
I
done.
don't want him to body him. I would if you're gonna have 6 of his mainstream villains fighting him, he need to get hurt.
Well, how are they going to do it? Here's the thing. So it's only going to go one of two ways. Either he's going to body them, freaking, which again he's done in the comic. When he gets mad enough, stuff will happen. So that's one way they can go about it. Or the other way is they can actually have a Sinister Six movie, and they can body Spider-Man. He's hurt, and maybe he gets away. He's managed to swing away.
Miles comes in for the save.
He gets thrown into the ocean or some shit, and something. And he floats away. Whatever. Like he's gone. He's gone. Something happened, right? Spider-Man, with respect. So
I know
he's gone, and now you got to have the team recover. So you can bring in, a Spider team so like that, and it doesn't have necessarily to be all the Spider-Man. You can put together with Madam Web if you want to have, all the Spider-Man people, or you can bring in other characters. You can bring in, Black Cat, as a possibility. So you can bring in Daredevil. You can bring in these other, characters to help them. But yeah, Spider-Man definitely outclasses all his victims 3-1. Like there is.
Oh yeah, I know because I was okay with Spider-Man growing up, but it was a what if comic. It was what if Spider-Man stopped holding back or he became Agent X or something, and they maxed Spider-Man's powers to the limit to where he was like grade A, to where Wolverine couldn't sneak up on him, but he could sneak up on Wolverine, which that doesn't happen. And it was like Spider-Man is this bad. It's like he fought everybody at the same time and won. And I was like, okay, Spider-Man is pretty BA. He is.
Because like that comic that jumps to mind is one Will showed me involving Spider-Man when he finally let loose. It was the one with Kingpin in prison threatening Spider-Man, and then Spider-Man's like, "You are not doing this.
Let me show
right
you
here,
something.
right now." It's like, oh,
and
that's another character, villain-wise, street level, needs to put some respect to the MCU on, because I know he got thwarted by Kate Bishop in Hawkeye, but getting more Kingpin throughout with Daredevil ongoing, with the Defenders likely coming on the way, and we have a lot of street level heroes, we could definitely make some good stuff happen here in the MCU. They have the pieces. You just need to put it together on screen in a way that makes sense. And right now, the Sinister Six, they're in shambles. I don't know another way of saying it. It's like DC, we aren't even talking about them because we don't even know if anything's ongoing.
They don't even know.
Not. Gunn is winging it. Peacemaker was solid. The Batman movie was solid. But then you're like, the Batman movie is entirely separate from everything else that's ongoing, as it should be.
It's considered.
And now we have a whole new series coming about Arkham. Like, that's going to be legit. And then we still have the whole Penguin series coming. So, like, we got some good stuff down the line. It's like,
I don't know why you're talking about it, because you won't watch it, because you still haven't watched the new Green Lantern animated movie that I've told y'all both to watch. Neither one of you have watched that. Neither one.
It's on my to-do list, for the record. It's on my list. But I got to learn about this solo leveling.
This is how I know. This is how well I know both of y'all. I'm mad at Will the most because it's literally a John Stewart origin movie.
And I love John Stewart. I love
everyone loves John Stewart. John Stewart was the best Green Lantern. I'm saying it is what it is.
Look, I ain't gonna lie. I lost track of time. It's on my list with that, but then I had issue with Max once Max changed over, stuff like that. So it's like I gotta fix my logins and stuff. So I have to get on it, but that's all me.
I'm gonna stop giving y'all stuff to watch.
I need reminders. I am not. Look, I got 3 kids. I got this 18-year-old. I'm trying to make sure he gets graduated and on his way to do his thing. So I definitely have more time once that's
You know what I hear? Excuses.
Oh, absolutely excuses. They're all excuses. I'm not knocking it with me. I just told you it's excuses. These are what I got to deal with. But no, I have to watch it. So I have Tyrone and Green Lantern that I have to watch.
Green Lantern first.
So I can text you tomorrow and tell you that I'm done. Leave me alone, because you will pester me about it.
Like, how is that? Then I'll find something else to pester you about. What is wrong with you?
Yeah,
Tony has got a list. The sooner you accept it, the better. Because normally this is the time where I give Tony flack for not watching animes, but he's watched more live action animes than me this year.
That's right.
that's where things are at right now.
That's
I mean,
right.
I've been keeping up on all the animated stuff because, like, I know I'm excited for My Hero Academia's return. I got Solo
I have not
Leveling.
watched.
I
I've
got
not
Demon
watched.
Slayer, Hell's
I've watched.
Paradise, Chainsaw Man, Black Clover. Like, there is so much good stuff for me. It's like Christmas with everything ongoing anime wise, and I just know it's going to be a huge year. I'm sure there's going to be a couple bangers that slip through that people aren't as excited for as they should be right now. And I know I still got to go back and watch Tokyo Revengers, catch up on that. I got to catch up on Dr. Stone. I got to catch up on Vinland Saga. Like,
That's enough.
there's
That's
stuff I
enough
need to
anime.
catch up on.
Stop. Enough anime.
I'm excited. I'm happy.
Stop it. Just stop it.
Anime is his wheelhouse. We know this.
I know this. That's why we got to stop him at times.
Well, while we're talking about that, we're still talking about comics.
Yes.
We got the best comic TV series. I got to give Amazon their flowers here. They kicked the crap out of Marvel and DC last year. It's not even close.
Gen V
Between Gen V and Invincible, Marvel can just even take What If, go head to head, and What If We Care.
Yeah,
sorry.
Gen V takes What If out.
Gen V won.
Yeah. You put Invincible with What If, and so that Invincible takes it. Freaking, you put Gen V with anything else,
like even Loki,
and so that and Gen V
Invincible will take out Loki. Gen V takes out What If.
Yeah. Like, we got a lot of good stuff. Again, 2024, baby. The boys are back in town, and Homelander looks like he is on one. We have Jeffrey Dean Morgan joining the cast. Like, please, if you've seen Supernatural, if you have seen The Walking Dead, if you have seen Watchmen, you know what Jeffrey Dean Morgan can be.
Trouble.
And you put him in this universe?
Trouble.
Isn't there a Watchmen animated series coming?
Yes.
Right? Is it this year?
It's this year.
Mm-hmm.
This year, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know when, but I saw it on the list.
Okay. So, yeah, there's a bunch of stuff coming forward. So, I want to see what they're going to do with the boys. Like, every season they step it up, and it gets more and more.
Well, Black Noir is coming back. Black Noir is coming back.
Yeah, I mean, I need him. I know he's not.
I mean, that's one of we had this conversation.
Yeah,
that's one of the major changes that I hated.
It really irked you at the end of season 2. You were basically done with it, and then Gen V came out, and you're like,
and it brought me back.
Fine, I'm here.
I'm still gonna be hesitant on the boys because of the Black Noir.
You're gonna be hesitant on the boys until you get that episode where you see him walk back in. Like that's what you're gonna be hesitant on.
But it's got to be done right.
It's got to be done right. But Amazon's been doing a good job. They've been doing a lot of stuff done right. Like the other 2 shows that they have, Reacher, Jack Ryan. I love
Reacher.
Amazon is on point this year. Like they are doing fantastic.
Brent, write it down. Watch Reacher.
Reacher is the one with the guy who people are now casting as Batman.
He needs to be Batman.
The guy he was also in Blue Mountain State as Bad.
Yeah, he was
funny as hell.
Yeah, he was hot.
Yeah, I really don't want to talk about Titans. I had to cover that for this stuff, and I hated it. Man, I hate it every time going live with you guys. I'm so sorry. I appreciate you as fans, but Titans suck.
Let me tell you, when we first, oh, we got him. We got him.
That's not swearing?
Yes, it is.
No.
Yes, it is.
People in the chat is pissed swearing.
You said it 3 times. Now you're the lead.
No.
Look, Will, when I got him to watch Titans, the first season, banging. It was solid, head to toe. Got to that second season.
Still good. 3rd season, you lost me.
Next thing you know,
after Deathstroke. Woo!
Oh my God. Next thing you know, yeah, it was a lost cause. I was like, I can't watch no more. I don't even think I finished it.
No, I had to limp through, and Will had to cover for me when I was in Japan.
I had to finish it. So I had to watch the get caught up. So I watched recaps with it. I got caught up on all the stuff that he was reviewing, and then I watched the part of that season, and I was like, "This." And when I reviewed, I'm like, "This is stupid. Like, this doesn't. Why?"
They had one good episode the whole season, and it was the Beast Boy episode.
That was the best one. After that, White Raven.
I'm not even saying the actors can't act.
Come on,
whoever was writing,
dude.
Every time I take
White Raven, who was weak.
Yeah. Unless I specifically call out an actor on their, like I'm usually talking about the writing, however the narrative went. Because I told you, even with video game, every narrative is important. Like you got to get the narrative together, and it was not where it needed to be at all. Like there are pieces you could tell that like it was like somebody wrote this, and let me put this in. you
And
know
then somebody's
here,
cousin came in and wrote the other part.
and then somebody.
Zack Snyder's wife decided to start writing on it for I don't know what reason. Like
Oh.
it was an abomination what they did to the Teen Titans. Like Deathstroke could not do anything half as bad as what those writers did to Titans.
Nope.
And that's why I'm not mentioning that actor from there. He is from Reacher. He's from Blue Mountain State. That's it. And if you haven't watched Blue Mountain State, that is a show that is stupid funny. All the hijinks you want. It's very, very immature.
Oh, we
But it's
mentioning funny
as heck
shows now? Are we mentioning funny
we're
shows?
talking about shows, and we're just
Shows
talking
in
to
general
people.
right now. They're talking.
I mean, I got an old show that I know y'all haven't watched.
What?
Schitt's Creek.
No, I've watched that. Yeah, no, I watched Schitt's Creek.
That show is hilarious. Oh my god, funny
Yeah,
from
show was great.
episode 1 until the season finale. Period. Brent, write it down because you don't have, you don't have a humor. SCHITTS.
Yeah, I've heard of it. I just haven't gotten to it.
Yeah,
Hey, man.
it was good. It won a good couple of awards and stuff. Like it was a great show. So, yeah, I think that TV has been doing well, so especially with Amazon. Amazon has been knocking it out the park as far as television goes. Right now, I think
Rings of Power, I think, was their only miss. And for me, I liked it. But if you were a diehard fan of the books, you hated it. There's nothing else you can say if you love the books.
I liked it.
And I got so much flack for it.
It falls into what I like, so I
liked it because I hadn't read the books and stuff, so it was fine for what it was. Like I didn't have.
But that's normally how it goes. If you like, that's the problem with me and comic book movies. If I've read the book and you differ, like Endgame and Infinity War and all that, those movies were bad to me. They were. But if I took them at just the movie value, they were good.
That's what I try. I try to take everything at just the movie value, and I really want to try to stand by that as much as possible when I go and watch these movies. It's like let me just see it for what it was. I want to see what the director's vision was for the movie, what the writer had going. Like I want to see.
What was that movie we went to go see that I was fanboying over? You was fanboying too. Was that
what?
The last one?
You guys don't see movies all that often.
It was The Flash. Me and you, and I was pointing out stuff that was wrong.
There was great things in the movie. The movie overall as a whole was no. But
like if you want to see Will fanboy, put up the Keaton. He lost his mind. He was like,
really? Keaton is the Batman that you are losing over? Keaton?
When they let me tell you, when they brought out the 89 Batmobile, Will damn near jumped out his seats.
Oh yeah.
I mean, 89 Batmobile.
I remember. When
better than Clooney, but I mean,
when the movie come out?
Like 2 years ago, I don't know.
No. When did the original Batman movie come out with Michael Keaton?
It's in the 80s.
It was the 80s, right?
Yeah,
before my time.
I was under 10 years old. Like that's nostalgia for me.
Yeah, it was 89. I thought I said it was
89, right? Yeah. So I was young. So when I saw it, I was like, 6, 7 years old, like somewhere. Yo, I was very happy.
Christian Bale was my Batman.
So when that came around,
introduction,
that was hype for me. So
Adam West was my Batman.
Everyone loves Adam West. Yeah. Everybody loves Adam West Batman. That's the best Batman. It's so campy. Oh my god, it was so stupid. It like watching it now, I was like, why did I like this? And I continue to watch it. It's like I can't turn it off. It's a bad show that's good. That's all you can say about it. It's like it's so over the top. It's great.
It is.
So as far as everything else, I mean, again, these TV shows have been great. Scott Pilgrim, I didn't get to do a review, and I wanted to. I had a lot of stuff going on family-wise, but I did watch the Scott Pilgrim series. It's an interesting take on how it is, because you remember Scott Pilgrim started as a graphic novel. They made a video game. They made a movie. And then now they made an animated series, which skews kind of away from the core material. I mean, it still has the core materials based there, but it skews away from it. And I think it was pretty solid as far as, a different telling of the story within Scott Pilgrim. So it was really fun just to watch. But I think that everything with just comic book movies, just everything going into video game adaptations, all this stuff has been really good. The live action, the anime trend into live action, like everyone's been kind of taking their cues and kind of seeing what works. I want to see more of them kind of trying. And again, critiques are critiques. Take them for what they are. So it's like if we tell you something like, "Hey, I didn't like it. Somebody else may have liked it. I
We
don't
have
know."
different opinions on here all the time.
Yeah, but
That's what
again,
makes us great. We have discussions. We're not just like, I'm right, you're wrong.
I
no,
mean, I was just about to say I'm usually right.
And
that's his thing. Right? He's usually right, right? But again, it's all fun and games. Like we have fun with it. So even like best video game adaptation, like we had The Last of Us, we had Gran Turismo, Super Mario Brothers movie, Twisted Metal. All these things pop up, and it was like, okay, great. Which one's the best one? I like each one for a different reason. Last of Us is
but
great.
if you
Like
said anything other than Last of Us, I don't know what you're talking about.
the Last
Like,
of
are
Us
you
felt great.
confused?
Well, you haven't seen some of the other stuff. Last of Us was
I
great.
saw Gran Turismo and I like it.
Gran Turismo, I think, did what it needed to do because it actually played to real life. Like they actually had that competition to get in was their actual thing that happened. So I didn't even think they were going to actually bring that in there and actually do all that stuff. I thought it was just going to be just like a biopic and that was it. But no, they actually went and did more and actually showed the story of how it happened. So I thought that was really great. Super Mario Brothers movie, absolutely good for what it was. But again, it's a different take. I can't compare it to The Last of Us because of the two are wildly different in how it was done, but both are really good. I think both did great this year. It is Twisted Metal. Anthony Mackie was in that. It was fun. Again, I saw. I have to finish it. I saw the first part of it. It was fun. It still is fun. I'm enjoying it. Apparently, there's some twist to the end that I don't know about yet, but I want to see. But
I'll have to watch that one too.
again, it's good. I like where it's going. These are what we want to do. So from 2023 going into 2024 stuff, I have really high expectations as far as stuff is concerned. But again, what studios have proven their worth, like how well, or something like Mappa. Mappa is on fire right now. Like they have done so much work, and they have been absolutely amazing.
Pay the people.
So it's like outstanding. Larian, outstanding for the work that they've done. So that Amazon, really well with their shows. So that Netflix, we getting it together. Like they're pulling stuff out. Like Disney, you stumbled throughout the year, but you picked it up towards the end with Loki and What If. It's like these are the things. So it's like I want these studios and stuff. Studios, whether it be gaming, movies, television, take your time, understand your product, and make it a good product. We want to talk. I want to sing nothing but praises if I can, but again, you mess up, we gonna
I'm
talk.
gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you about
We
yourself.
gonna talk about you.
Yeah, because like we're very objective with how we do things. We have things we're passionate about and things and certain projects that speak more to us than sometimes it does to other people. I'll feel strongly about Elder Scrolls and Bethesda products than either Tony or Will. Tony may not even care. You talk about DC,
yeah.
Tony's going to care more than either one of us. Marvel,
100%.
Will's going to care more than either one of us.
Unless it's
We are
X-Men.
passionate. Then you can have that debate.
Yeah.
But like at every single point and juncture, all you want as a fan is good quality content. No one's rooting for these studios to suck. No one's rooting for downfalls. We want everyone to make as much money as you can, make as good of a product as you can, and continue to expand upon the universes and lore you've created in such a way that engages the fans, the followers, get things to talk about things. Because like Star Wars, for me, is the thing I can talk endlessly about. It was an okay year for Star Wars. Ahsoka was a banger. Star Wars Jedi Survivor was a banger. But then we also had Mandalorian season 3?
Yeah.
It was okay. But moving forward, we have on schedule right now, we have a really good game, Star Wars Outlaw, from what it looks like. And I know Star Wars fans are upset because there's a female protagonist. And from the bottom of my heart and the bottom of my soul, get over it. If it's a good character, I don't care. Lara Croft has been around since the 90s. If you can't accept that a female protagonist can be good in 2024, please stop.
What did you say?
Your opinion is invalid. You said Samus, Metroid. From all that series. Like, they have been around for a long time, and they've been very good.
Make me a sandwich. I'm like, what is he
Like that is
doing?
the wrong place and time. And then, like, look, as far as Star Wars is concerned, we have the Acolyte on deck. It is the first time we have nothing, and I mean nothing, connected to the Skywalker series.
You're the
It
only
is
one who wants to
100
talk
years
about Star
before,
Wars. You're the only one who wants to
and
talk
I
about
will
Star Wars.
continue to talk about Star Wars till people are here to talk about it with me, old timer. I know
That
you're
have
only
never
talking about the originals. Everything else is
OG baby.
well past your
OG
bedtime and caring.
OG3. You already made me miss my nap. I mean, what else you want me to do?
Cranky.
I want you to listen, get
Get off
educated
my
on this.
grass.
You give me
Get
a
off
list,
my
I'm giving
grass.
you a list. Go
Let me
hit
turn
me
with
with your
sprinklers
Walkman next
on.
time you see me. So, like,
My
look,
knees hurt.
it's a story about the fall of the Jedi from the Sith perspective as far as Acolyte's concerned. Things are going to be exciting for me in that regard. You have Jude Law coming in to be part of Skeleton Crew, which will talk about some of the stuff that took place after Rey's trilogy, and it's going to somehow tie into the Mandalorian verse, or it's like just before Rey's verse. I can't really remember off the top of my head. It's supposed to tie all these pieces together so we can get the Dave Filoni Mando verse movie that we all want. Things are going to be coming together for Star Wars in a good way. Tales of the Jedi Season 2 is supposedly coming out. We don't know who they're focusing on. BB-8 is adorable, but he's not. We're going to hold a candle to R2 or Chopper, because Chopper was a murder robot on crack, and I loved him for that. And then the Bad Batch Season 3 is coming out, and I got to catch up on Season 1 and 2.
This is what I think about Star Wars. Ah!
Filoni's in charge of Star Wars now. He's made the
I care
head
about
of
Star Wars.
He got appointed. He got approved. He is the closest thing we're going to get to George Lucas's vision without George Lucas's lack of creative writing as far as it comes to romance. Lucas couldn't write romance if his life depended on it. That's what the problem with the prequels
Facts.
were. He can't write it. They had a great cast. You had Samuel L. Jackson. You had Natalie Portman. Hayden Christensen gets dumped on too much. I was one of the people for that. I've seen his other projects. I was wrong. We always loved Ewan McGregor, and we had Liam Neeson. Like, we had people throughout who were great actors, great actresses, and they got dumped on because the writing just wasn't there. And the storytelling, like Will's been talking about the entire 2 hours and 15 minutes we've been here, if you can't tell a good story, you're going to lose some people. I was here because I read the books. I understand the lore. I knew where they were going with things. I know what message they were trying to get across. But if the average fan who's brand new can't receive the message well, you're going to get your product dumped on. And that's fair as fair. There's nothing that can be done about it. You just have to take those L's, and I'll have to sit here on top of, my little soapbox and explain to Tony and explain to Will why certain things are the way that they are, and they're going to continue to snooze and they try and ignore me, even though they go on and on about products like Marvel been sucking for like the last year, and then DC, which I don't know what's been going on.
I've said that also.
But he's also defended them at times where I'm like, you have no defense for this other than your passion.
I do.
Like,
I have defense for everything I say. And I usually do educate you.
Counts. And if it doesn't, then it doesn't. Like I said, I defend freaking Loki. I defend What If, because those matter. Those made sense. But the rest of the
stuff,
and
I've defended absolutely nothing. So
I'm hoping X-Men 97 is great, so Tony has something of Marvel to hold on to grasp and relive his.
What do you mean X-Men doesn't give him hope? He loved all that new stuff. It was great. It spoke to him on a spiritual level. It was
I would leave
the comics
right now. I would leave and not come back. Keep playing with me. You know the movies was trash. All of them garbage. Every last one. How you gonna have Wolverine not no Sabretooth?
That was worth it in every level of respect.
I hate you.
But what we're talking about, shows that are coming out in 2024 that are not going to need any defense. House of the Dragons, season 2.
I don't even care no more.
That's because it's past your nap time. You getting cranky.
I'm beyond cranky.
You need to get a bite to eat while we're like ongoing with this show. But like, look, House of the Dragons is going to be an absolute banger. People are going to love what we have ongoing. I know they've strayed a bit from the books and what little material there was covering it, because like it wasn't even necessarily a full book, but I mean they had material for it. But to see how they're going to play this out well is going to be interesting. I know Rings of Power is being talked about that it may drop late 2024. Take your time, drop it in 2025. I know you guys were going through the writer strike, but the one thing that people did say that was a facts was the fact that you guys probably needed more writers, just from a fan perspective.
Agatha is dropping. I don't want it, but Agatha is dropping.
The Darkhold?
Yeah, the Darkhold Diaries, I think is what it's called now. It's
So
supposed, yeah, I don't care for it. Like, if you got rid of Scarlet Witch, why do I still need Agatha right now?
because Scarlet Witch is going to be in it.
So
And then see what else is there. The only other thing that is coming out for me, as far as I'm aware of, that's involving even Lord of the Rings, is War of the Rohirrim is supposed to be coming out. That'll be an animated movie, probably middle of the year, and Andor might be dropping for Star Wars around August time. So it's like there's going to be a lot of projects to cover. We at Geek Variants will do our best to cover everything on every single one of the streaming services that we can. Some things will fall through the cracks. If you comment and let us know what you want us to spend our time, energy, and effort covering, always helps, because that way we can kind of streamline what we are primary focused on. Because I know our next project will be on the 6th. It'll be solo leveling. Will's going to go in fresh. I'm going in a little educated because I need to go in and study up on it just to make sure I know what I'm talking about when we get there.
that and
And
Echo, right? Echo coming up right after.
Echo will be on the 9th, I believe. So like that's something on the 6th. We got something on the 9th. I still have my ongoing live stream for Skyrim for you, the fans who are following on YouTube. I haven't made it over to Twitch just yet. Wanted our new year to be a new launch over there. Let everybody kind of take a look and see what we got usually covered. We have tons of gaming. I got Baldur's Gate. I got a Let's Play going on. Good/neutral playthrough. Storm, Tempest, and Clerics. Storm, Cleric, Tempest, Sorcerer. There we go. Build I got ongoing. Something to keep the fans engaged there. A lot of good stuff for you, the viewer. Do we really want to let out kind of like what our goals are for this upcoming year? Keep those close to the chest. How we want to play things. I want to be.
I'm not telling y'all none of
transparent
my
as possible.
moves. I'm not telling
No,
y'all
we're
nothing.
just we're just gonna work on trying to get more content and stuff out there. Definitely, we've been fairly consistent, and we want to continue to be consistent and try and do better than what we've been doing so far. Again, we branched out here on Twitch to try and get more Twitch stuff going. We're going to do more kind of let's plays, more video game playing, definitely, and probably a few more of these, more of those kind of talks that we're doing. So after we see something, definitely, want to talk about it and see what other people's opinions are, especially because we like to watch stuff right when it drops. So like if
That's
anybody else,
them. That's
that
them. I'm
we
asleep.
as in me and Brent, and then we like to watch stuff as soon as it drops. So with that being yeah, we're definitely working on our Twitter, our TikTok, our IG, our Facebook. We're trying to get everything because this is also streaming on Facebook right now, I believe, as well. So we're trying to get all this stuff together. Again, we're trial and error. We're trying to figure it out. So
because like on Facebook, we share memes we find, share stories we find, we share the latest content on things that are approaching. We try not to be spoiler heavy, so it's like we usually wait a couple days. Like there's stuff for Jujutsu Kaisen season 2 I want to share on the Facebook, but there are people who have not finished it, and I don't want to sour it and be like, hey, this is what happened. This is how the story went. This is where they're going with this. This is how season 3 is going to pay out. I'm up to date on the manga and all that good stuff. Some fans aren't. That's why we do the stuff on YouTube, and we don't usually promote our YouTube on the Facebook. But on YouTube, every single day I have a short for you guys, and we have tons of other content to kind of fill the gaps when like TV shows just really aren't banging out or it's not gaming season. So we're keeping you as entertained as we possibly can. Our TikTok is slowly growing. I do not understand TikTok. I am way too old to be understanding TikTok in any variety, so that makes Tony well past its expiration date.
You know what? I'm tired of you trying to take these shots at me, young one. Just because you still got Similac on your upper lip. Your beard finally connected, so you want to start talking trash, huh? That's what we're doing?
I still got my kneecaps and my hairline, old man.
It doesn't
Watch
matter.
Out, Pops.
It doesn't matter. I'll run your feet over with my wheelchair. Keep playing with me.
We're gonna make sure
Listen,
yours is not the the robotic one. It's not gonna happen.
One thing we forgot to talk about, one animated show that I forgot to talk about that I like and Kaylee got into, my youngest, the Legend of Vox Machina. Please tell me y'all have seen that.
The Legend of Vox Machina.
I've heard good things. I haven't gotten there.
Yeah, I don't think
write it down. Binge it. 2 seasons are out. Binge it. You can put that one above.
Where is it at for the fans?
I think it's on Prime.
Prime.
Yeah, Amazon Studios. So yeah, that was on the list of because I was trying to catch. I came across it when I was when Arcane.
Yes, Arcane's good too.
when that. So I came across the stuff for it. So
Isn't there a new Castlevania coming out this upcoming
Yes,
year too?
yes. I watched that. Hey,
That's,
look at
that's
the
still
stuff
on
I'm
Netflix,
watching.
right?
Look at the stuff I'm watching. Y'all better watch out. But no, the
Yeah,
Legend
you
of Vox.
broadened out.
Let me tell you, the Legend of Vox Machina is not for children.
I don't watch anything. Like I watch this in my room by
No,
myself.
I
I'm
think
saying
Groot
this.
is like the only thing you watch that is for kids.
I'm saying this for the audience. Do not just because it's animated. Don't think your 4-year-old can watch this. No, 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 no. One of the main characters is pansexual, and he sleep with anything that he could put it in the hole. Anything, it don't matter. Hey,
Oh,
it's
He stay
adult.
busy.
so like some
Oh,
little characters.
and he's a midget.
That's awesome. And I know the politically
Where's
correct
Brock?
word is little
You should tell
person.
Brock to watch it.
Look, if you guys aren't aware, Brock Serrano is one of my best friends. He's a stand-up comedian. He's got tons of stuff coming out. He may even have some huge specials on the way. I can't really say much. He hasn't got
Shout out
anything
to Brock.
concretely done. But he has been my best friend for like last 10, 12 years. We had a podcast together going for a while, but it's not something that's going to be ongoing. Didn't have the schedule for it because all my time and effort is into Geek Variants and trying to make this baby grow. Because, I mean, all three of us are geeks. We just want to talk about things we're passionate about, things we love. We all have different strengths. We all shine uniquely. And as long as you keep Tony with his crayons, he is usually one of our best worker bees possible.
Yeah,
I do a lot behind the scenes because, yeah.
He's the one who tells me what I do wrong all the time. And I genuinely appreciate it because we do like constructive criticism. Don't just say we suck. Say why we suck. Brent talked too much.
And I'm good
Will's
at
too
that.
quiet. Like, just,
hey, man,
just tell us things we got to work on.
Look, I say my piece, and I want to enjoy stuff. So that's what I say. I like hearing different people's opinion because it makes me think about stuff that I don't normally think about. Like, I want you to challenge me and tell me like, oh, well, what about this?
I challenge you to watch the
You
shows.
challenge me to watch a bunch of shows that I haven't watched yet. I got it, Tony. I'm on it.
In fact, write down
Black Lantern #1. I got it. It's written down.
But then what?
Black Mirror.
I've watched Black Mirror. I started watching
season 6. Have you seen season 6? The last one?
I've seen season 6. I think
that's still going.
I think season 5 is still where
the very first one is Joan is Awful, and it's literally a Netflix series about a lady's life while she's living her life.
So and then like what's that Jim Carrey movie?
Literally, you watch the program and it's literally what she's doing 10 seconds after she does it. It's ridiculous. It's so trippy. Black Mirror season
Truman
6.
Show. That's what I was thinking. Truman Show.
Nah, it's way worse than that.
Well, it's Black Mirror, so I'm not surprised.
It's like they will have flashbacks of stuff she like. It showed her husband, like they were watching it. It showed her husband that she cheated on him. Yeah, it was ridiculous, bruh. I was like, yeah,
I can't believe they're showing this right now.
But you'll like Demon 79. That's the one where this little lady's being bullied. It's back in the 60s. And the little demon with the big ass afro come up and he says, you got to kill 3 people or the earth going to end. And he picks the people. Yeah. Demon 79.
That is definitely a mind trip right there. That is definitely something that
Brent, watch it. Brent, watch it.
I'll think about it.
No.
I usually stick away from anything all paranormal for the most part, unless it's anime. Because let's just face it, people. I like my sleep. You can call me a scaredy cat all you want. I love my sleep. My sleep doesn't need anything paranormal bothering me, visiting me, because I'm usually up late at night, annoying Will while we're talking about shows or movies.
That means you have somebody with you, so suck it up and watch it.
You're not my dad.
That you know of.
I hope not. That would be one crazy story, though. Like, talk about a reuniting right there.
You know what I'm saying? How did y'all meet? Oh, we was, made in a group. Both got agitated and made another group.
And just kind of moved on best we can from that other group and started our own level of content, own style, and own variety that has luckily made a couple people interested in what we got talking about.
And we get to agitate everybody.
Oh, we lost him. I don't know where he went. I don't know what happened to him.
I'm sorry, Will.
What did you say to him?
Nothing yet.
Yeah, stuff's messing up.
I didn't see anything happening. I saw 1 second you were there, next second you're
I know,
gone.
right?
His internet, his internet did the best impersonation of mine.
I know, right?
Your internet's actually been solid this whole time, so I gotta give you props on that.
That's because my kids aren't here.
All the windows beforehand. That's why.
I did have 18 windows open. I did.
So
Tinfoil,
either
all
way,
that good
again,
stuff.
we're here to have fun. We're here to make friends. We're here to talk and stuff, and we want to keep the content going as much as possible. So, by all means, freaking like, share, subscribe, tell everybody what's going on. We're going to be trying to do as much stuff as possible in regards to content. Definitely going to try and show up at some conventions.
I got so many wrong things to say. I'm just
I'm I'm showing up at MomoCon and DragonCon this year, pretty much. So I'll be around and just kind of checking on stuff, talking to people, and get people's opinion on stuff as best I can. So I definitely want to, again, see everybody talk to it. By all means, have a conversation. So get in the comments. Tell me what you want to talk about. We want to have those conversations. We got plenty of time just to have conversations about anything and everything that interests you. That's within our geek spectrum. So
anything. We'll talk about anything.
yeah, just
Ooh,
I
we
was
should
gonna say,
play
like,
Stump the Panel.
I know it'd be like, hey, if there's some obscure anime or whatever that you want to talk about, hey, we'll talk about it. Now, how much we'll talk about it, remains to be seen. There's some animes that we just don't talk about. There's things that don't need to be talked about on stream.
I
But
still watch Ninja Scroll. That was my first one.
Ninja Scroll was great. Ninja Scroll was great.
That was my first anime.
My first anime, Zoids.
I don't even know what that is.
Zoids.
Then Vampire
People
Hunter
fighting
D.
in robot monsters.
Vampire Hunter D was my other one.
Because then I found Dragon Ball. I found Dragon Ball Z. Then I went to Naruto, and it's just been an ever expanding thing. I had such a basic list. It was like literally, I stumbled upon Toonami one day when I was little. I had no idea it was anime. Just thought it was a regular
Toonami was great.
And then Toonami's goated. Toonami is goated. And then we just covered everything from there. It's like, I think the only thing as far as Toonami was concerned that I didn't watch was Bubble Bo, which was crazy.
Was what?
Bubble Bo. That was the name of the show.
That's too much.
The dude was crazy.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
It was a whole nother thing. Like, if a fan has watched that, you got a crazy sense of humor. And then the other one that I missed out on was One Piece. Like, I tried watching One Piece. I tried.
You see, when animes get too far into it like that, like, I'm not opposed to watching it, but it's got to take, like, I got to clear my docket. Like, I got to
and Gundam Wing. I got to give Gundam Wing its shot. Yu Yu Hakusho slipped in as well.
So, Gundam Wing was one of my favorite ones. Yeah, One Piece is way too long. So, Gundam Wing was one of my favorite animated stuff growing up. I actually got a shout out to my boy, Ryan. So he's one of the Buford Hokage, so to speak. He got me into some animes and stuff that I would expect to. So one of the first that I had to watch.
Oh, Sailor Moon, hell yes.
Yeah, Sailor Moon was great. So one of the first animes I watched at home was Wicked City, and yeah, not for children at all.
No,
not at all. Like, threw me for a loop. But
sit over here now.
I got Ronin Warriors. Was one of
Astro Boy was another one that snuck in.
Astro was good.
So. Wait, Astro Boy is an anime?
Yeah.
It came out on Toonami, so I'm just counting in that regard. It could have been a regular show that I just loved that I threw in there.
Gundam Wing, Ronin Warriors. What else was? Of course, Dragon Ball was a big thing.
Pokemon was obviously one of the classics. I was a kid when it came out. Great. And then I watched Warner Brothers Classic because it had like Jackie Chan Adventures and it had Yu-Gi-Oh! And then
Jackie!
It had, and what was the other one? It was like the four little people that representing the elements. A Shaolin Showdown. That was another one I liked that show.
I thought you was talking about Captain Planet for a minute.
Captain Planet was not a terrible show.
Captain Planet was a boss. Captain Planet would body a lot of people.
It was sneaky good. I was enjoying a lot of stuff that I wasn't going to say.
He's a hero. I'm sorry.
Yeah, see.
The rings were cool. I wish I collected them as a kid. Not even gonna lie.
Bebop, Yu Yu Hakusho, we already talked about Neo Genesis, Evangelion. I can never say the name right.
That show will destroy you emotionally. That show will just rip you up.
Aeon Flux.
Oh, the animated one? Yeah.
Before
we don't mention that Charlene Theron travesty.
Ghost in the Shell, the anime.
Before Scarlett Johansson showed up.
The anime.
We don't mention that one either.
There were so many good. Oh, Gargoyles was another great animated show that never got enough love.
It's coming back.
On Disney.
It's coming back.
Yes.
Are they doing live action or are they doing the other one?
Live action.
Live action. Which, hey,
it's gonna be so difficult.
Live action.
They might do it right.
I've been watching. So a couple ghosts. Yeah, he's
Tell
mad
me
about
how
my
you
ghost.
really feel.
Yeah, no, right. So exactly how you really feel. But he's one I, one of the people I watched it with. So I do see that they doing a great couple cosplays. So like cosplay Nay, I seen him on Facebook. He did a Brooklyn cosplay, so it looks really good. And Night Mage is another guy. Great cosplay, great just guy all around. But that he did a Goliath cosplay and stuff, and I think just kind of in preparation, hype for the live action movie. So definitely they were doing fantastic with those cosplays. I think I've seen a good Demona cosplay as well. So
Ooh,
I
cool.
definitely want to see what they do with live action and how they play it out. Uh, yeah, yeah, I can't even say it. Code Chaos. I messed it up. Freaking Death Note. Um, these
The
animes,
anime, not the live version, because the live
yeah,
version made me mad.
anime. Everything is anime. So that. You get into cosplay and stuff. Like I've wanted to cosplay before. I just never made the jump to do it, so because I always had so much
Because you
stuff.
don't have the money.
That no, I mean there's
There's good
definitely
ways
money
of
involved
cosplaying
in
without
cosplay.
going crazy on the bank. So I mean, like, truth be told, like when we
Very-
start eventually, hopefully getting to the point where we get to cons and stuff, look, I'm gonna have to lift, but I want to get like Vegeta knocked out, and at some point I want to do full on pink hair Sukuna look, like full face tats, everything. I'll shave my face for it. I'll go full baby face to get that look
No,
done right.
Some of
I
us need
think
to shave our beards anyway.
no, I think going into cosplay, I think if you can start off light and you just kind of work your way in, you can do it. Like, especially after seeing the live action, somebody's like, I could do Zoro. I think it's possible for me. That's something I could do. A couple Street Fighter characters I could possibly pull off. It's not a lot of stuff necessary to do some of these. The more complicated cosplays, so you definitely need a whole lot of money for it. But
Like the people pulling off Baldur's Gate characters already and pulling it off well, like yo,
I
that
love
is
Ed. Ed from
double
Pet
dedication
I
though.
love Ed.
I
Yeah,
don't know of anybody that I could pull off any kind of cosplay except the broke guy standing over the corner.
I mean that's
That
fine.
is probably a character from somewhere or something.
It
You could
probably
literally
is.
pull off the My Cabbage's character from Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Uh,
I
Get you a
could.
hat and just give you a
Oh, I
broken heart
love
and just
that.
let
I
you
love
scream
it.
at people like
And
My
that, but wait,
Cabbages.
can I throw cabbages at people too?
no,
No, you'll get kicked out.
What
Like
if
no.
they're foam
you
cabbages? They're foam, not real.
you'd have to like aim low, and I know you're
You
gonna want to hit
you
someone
got
in the
you
face.
gotta
You don't know how to
you
behave.
gotta talk to people like like hey. Look, most people at cons are generally pretty lax, pretty cool and stuff. But again, you got to make sure that you
I
talk to
would roll
people
a cart around and
about
scream out,
hey,
"Don't touch my cabbages," and just
one
go
of the
off.
most important things at con, consent is very important. So just because somebody's dressed a certain way or do a certain thing, don't mean you can just jump in and be involved. So keep that.
Respect people's
Uh,
privacy is the only
yeah,
good thing that came
please
out of
do.
2020. Stand 6 feet behind me at the grocery line.
Uh,
Don't you get close on me. I don't want to know what you had for lunch. I can smell your breath.
Outlaw
Get out of
Star.
here.
That was the other image. That's the one sleeping. Outlaw Star was a great anime. I loved Outlaw Star. It's a short, like, so 4 seasons.
I don't know how we keep getting back on anime, knowing that I'm just lost on everything y'all saying.
You got so
We
much
should talk
stuff,
about something
so much stuff to
animated.
watch.
Like
So,
I know.
um,
shoot your shot.
so like, what are the comics, the DC comics that you read earlier? What were the two storylines that you were talking about before?
Oh, the best two that I thought of that I had for the year was Batman Failsafe. Think of him a Terminator Batman. Just think of that.
Mm.
That's a bad
You,
day
you
for a lot
remember
of
when I
people.
told y'all about the Tower of Babel and how Batman made all the contingency plans to take out the Justice League, and then he said the Justice League was his contingency plan for him. Well, he actually made a contingency plan for him. Um, the Batman, I can't remember his name, Zoran Lenore. He wears the multicolored one. That's actually a persona of Batman that's like the Joker. He wants to kill everybody. Batman is in a fight with himself for control, and he made this robot to defeat him if he ever went bad. And this robot is like, yeah, yeah,
That sounds wild in itself. I'm definitely curious.
It was like the latest
Zoran
Batman
R.
storyline,
That's it.
like the one with the Batman Who Laughs. That storyline was
Oh,
wild.
the
I
Batman Who
love
Laughs
that.
was like
Yeah.
one of the greatest characters ever made. That was
It was a
Dark
really
Knight
fresh
Metal.
twist on everything.
And then you got the other one that I read was Sixth Dimension. and a lot of people know about this one is when Superman was flying through all the suns. It got so strong that he knocked out the World Forger, one of the three entities, like right before the, he who remains, the president or whoever the DC god is. You got the three. He knocked out one of them with a single punch, but he like flew through like 92 suns to do it. He got super powered. It was ridiculous. So it's like the Justice League of the future fighting the Justice League now. And it's like Batman got captured. This is where he made his the ultimate Batman suit, whereas nothing can defeat Batman in this suit. Not even your God of Iron Man suit, the nano one. That one can't touch this Batman suit. This goes down to a molecular level. He can rewrite your DNA and your mind and convince you to do things against your will. I mean, it's ridiculous how strong this bat suit is. It's like the final bat suit. In fact, that's what it's called.
Final bat suit.
It is. Look it up. Look at what it does to you. You have no defense. Nothing can stop this bat suit. It's ridiculous.
I'll say some of the power scaling in comics is just ridiculous. And also for those of us who are anime fans like me, please stop saying Goku can beat Superman so I don't have to sit here and constantly defend Superman. I don't even like Superman like that.
I hate Superman, but Goku
Superman's bodying Goku. It's
any
not
version
as close
of Goku.
as you hope. Even
Any version of Goku.
It's just not working.
Any version of Goku gets bodied by Superman. Because you got to remember it. Whatever form Goku has, Superman has one more powerful.
Okay. I mean, I believe it because I don't think Goku is as great and as strong as everybody says he is.
I'm not taking nothing away from
Goku's the real villain of his universe, and no one wants to talk about it.
That's because you love Vegeta, and I support you.
I want to fight everybody instead of just ending the conflict. No, I want you to get as strong as you really do.
Well, Vegeta makes the same mistake Goku makes, though, so I can't harp on that one. It's just Goku's out here. He started a world-ending tournament because he was bored, and next thing you know, 7 universes are on the line for elimination because he wanted to test how strong he was, and he almost got beaten by a guy who didn't even have a villain backstory. Like Jiren was just strong for being strong's sake. He's like, my world got defeated, so I became strong, and then he was stronger than his god of destruction, and his god of destruction, and was just broken strong. Like Beerus was the only one stronger than him.
Correct.
It is ridiculous, like how strong Jiren was. It took
Beerus can't even touch Superman. Whis can't even touch Superman.
Omni King could not even touch it.
Did you see now that they're saying Superman is a fixed point? So that means he cannot be destroyed?
I mean, at this point, with the way comic book writers create their characters,
they're saying Superman
sense.
Is a fixed point in DC, thus he cannot be destroyed.
It's like anime is worth One Punch Man, where he's just broken strong. You have Anya, she's broken strong. You have Satoru Gojo from Jujutsu Kaisen, he's broken strong. It's like,
and none of them
some
can
of
be
these
Superman.
characters are just busted. It's just it'll make sense.
I make a point to people who are always saying, well, Superman is not all that. I say, whenever you hear an argument on who's the strongest character in comics of any kind, it's always somebody versus Superman. Mm-hmm. Always. It's not Hulk versus Thor. It's not Hulk versus Beerus. It's whoever their character they want to argue versus Superman. So what does that tell you who the strongest character is?
Superman, without doubt.
He's the common denominator.
Can he be beaten? Yes. Every character can be beaten.
But it takes like a god deity, one above all level character from DC or Marvel to like get something. If you have to
invent a character to beat another character, they had to literally invent Doomsday to beat up and destroy Superman because there was nobody out there that could, except for True Form Darkseid. He is the master. He is. Superman escaped the source wall. Come on now. Who does that?
Superman.
Come on now.
Mr. Mexaplex.
I mean, he's on another level by himself, but he can't even beat Superman.
I was just trying to answer the question with what little comment.
And it's mixed so
DC, I don't know near much.
I can't even say it. I call him Mixie. Call him Mixie.
Mixie is the.
I always say it wrong. I've heard people say it right, and I still can't do it. So
it's purposely spelled that way so that you're never gonna say it right. Like
no, there are people that says it right, but again, I suck at names. If your name is more than 1 or 2 syllables, I'm calling you. Hey, you.
Why do you think he works with someone named Brent and Will?
There you go. That's easy. BW.
Just simple.
What up?
Hard to mess up. Otherwise, he'd be like, "Hey, you."
That's exactly what I do. Hey, you. What's going on?
Mm.
Batman versus Black Panther. I have
Okay, you want me
extra
to answer
credit
this?
essay.
You want
Oh,
me
That's
to,
a
you
good
want me to
one.
answer
hold on.
this?
At the end of this past semester, my students were arguing
That's what
Batman
we're
versus
talking
Black
about right
Panther.
now.
So I'm saying, so I want everybody to know. So I had to write them an extra credit essay defending their choice. So this is for the people who are not reading the comments and chats. Like, yo, so go ahead, lay it out, Tony.
It's two answers. It's two answers, and this is honest. If we're talking mano a mano, nothing, no weapons, no herb, no nothing. The Black Panther gets bodied, and it's not even a fight. Period. If we're talking Black Panther with the heart shaped herb versus Batman with his gadgets, Batman gets like two punches in and he's slept. Period. Batman cannot fight Black Panther if Black Panther has that heart shaped herb. Batman would have to go get like the insider suit or a suit that he can help fight him because Black Panther is that guy. Hand to hand combat, 1-on-1, T'Challa don't want none of that.
Look,
He's Batman is still a ninja. Let's not forget that.
you don't understand like all the lineage of Black Panther, like pulling from the ancestral plane.
Right.
Like, the knowledge, like yo, oh, there's
And yes, Black Panther might have trained longer, but Batman's skill and usage of his learning is it trumps Black Panther. You can know more, but it's how you use it. And Batman has been using it the way 127 fighting style, he merges into one style. Unless you're prolific in hand-to-hand like Karate Kid from Legion of Superheroes, he can beat Batman in a fight. Lady Shiva can beat Batman in a fight, but you have to be prolific in the usage of what you know. Batman's usage is more, but that heart-shaped herb give Black Panther way too much of an advantage. That's like Batman fighting Spider-Man. Not gonna happen. It's not gonna
So
happen.
basically, you're saying base level Black Panther beats base level Batman if we're
Base level Batman beats base level Black Panther. But if they suit it up,
outside the suit.
if they suit it up, Batman don't stand a chance. Black Panther's a base level. T'Challa does not beat Bruce Wayne. Let's not twist this. Black Panther beats Batman. T'Challa does not beat Bruce Wayne. Bruce Wayne outside that suit is still a ninja. He still knows those fighting techniques, and he's still been using them every single day. T'Challa relies on that heart-shaped herb to help him in fights. We see what happened when he got rid of the heart-shaped herb. He got bodied. He got bodied by a special forces guy. Come on now.
yes,
Like T'Challa, we're not sleeping on him.
Yeah,
but at the same time, we're
proficiency. And that's one of the reasons why I brought up the ancestral plane. Like he has a lot of knowledge of his ancestors. He has a lot of stuff that he's trained in as well. But Bruce Wayne, like again, against the child, like Bruce Wayne is still that dude. I gotta agree. I'm a Marvel fan. I am, but I agree with Tony on this. Like he laid it out perfectly. Like Bruce Wayne has
still
done
Batman.
so
Batman didn't come into existence until Bruce Wayne came back to Gotham after the training. After he mastered 127 fighting styles. That's when Batman came into existence. Bruce Wayne has always been there. He might not now. Bruce Wayne might be his secondary persona right now because everybody knows Batman is persona number one. But if you take him out there, if you take Bruce Wayne and put him butt naked in the street, take T'Challa away with that heart-shaped herb, put him butt naked, and have him go one-on-one, T'Challa getting slept. And Black Panther is my favorite, but besides Cyclops, is Black Panther. But base, T'Challa don't stand a chance.
Where's
Batman was
where's Blue Marvel
right. Oh boy.
First of all, Blue Marvel is one of the few characters I think can take Superman one-on-one. And the kids say I stand on business on that one. Blue Marvel one-on-one with Superman, Blue Marvel could take him.
I was looking at somebody's list. I meant to send it to you. Just I gotta say somebody put where they put Blue Marvel as far as his power set and stuff. I was just like,
Blue Marvel's power set is ridiculous. Don't forget, even though it wasn't main continuity, he still one punched the Hulk. And Hulk was angry at the time. He one punched the Hulk. It took the Avengers, I forget who that was, it Mortis they were fighting, and they were losing, and Blue Marvel came in and beat him by himself. I'm saying. Blue Marvel is. That's why you haven't seen a Blue Marvel movie. You can't make one.
Really?
Blue Century can't even beat Blue Marvel 101. Can't happen. Can't happen. Can't happen.
I mean, if they can make a Superman movie, they can make a Blue Marvel movie.
No, you
So-
can't. Just because of Blue Marvel's backstory and
Yeah, now if
Does
you
Blue
take it to
Marvel
a
have the villain list to
entire
make this happen?
backstory,
That's the
yeah.
real
not
question.
really. Not really.
Yeah.
He doesn't really have a villain list. He's got one that's like his opposite, but that's every like he has a General Zod.
Hmm. I
Like,
want to see if they had like you be down there doing something and you just something underwater. Namor sends by, you just see a base and Blue Marvel's base, and that's all you do. Just keep going. But
I mean, I also thought Black Panther 2 could have been a little bit better because, like, I wanted Namor to be so much cooler than
Namor
what
was
he
the movie.
was.
Namor was the movie.
Namor
I
should have
love-
bodied
I wanted
Shuri.
more from it. Like,
He should have
it
body
made more
Shuri.
sense.
He should have
Yeah.
body Shuri easily.
Shuri
Shuri
was too
should
busy
not.
questioning her own
They lost that
existence
fight.
and like, yeah.
Wakanda lost.
Like
it.
Ironheart needed to be better. Ironheart needed to be better.
She
I was
was
so
she was a
disappointed in that.
non-factor at that point.
She was a
Like-
non-factor for 90% of the movie.
You look at it.
And this
Look,
is supposed to be your intro film.
why do you go out on the water? Me and my brother were talking this. You go out on the water to fight an enemy whose main thing is water, and you go out there to fight him. So you go out on his turf to fight him.
When they already bodied you in Wakanda.
They already bodied you on your turf, and then at the end of that, what happened? The only reason they stood down was because he was like, "Yo, stop," because they were done. And even with her dehydrating him, he was still bodying her. And yeah,
Oh,
Riri,
yes.
Riri
Oh,
was an amazing
yes.
character who was disrespected in the movie. Absolutely, I believe that. Full well. Namor should have just bodied her. Shuri should not have been Black Panther. And again,
I mean, they went by the comic books because in the comic books, Shuri did become Black
She
Panther.
did become,
But she was she was better in the comics.
better the comic books, right?
She was
And
better in the comic books.
She should not have
She
been
came up
Black
short.
Panther here. Like,
Because, like, if we're gonna do this empowerment movement where we give the female characters their shine, please do it. Just do
Well,
it
let's talk
right.
about what Ghost just put. I appreciate you agreeing. I think Will needs to do a martial arts list of these of Marvel because I know the martial arts list of DC, and that way we can see where T'Challa ranks. Because I'm not proficient in the martial artist of Marvel as I am with DC. Like Batman is like 4 on the martial arts list of DC, but that's just because I'm thinking about Karate Kid from the future, who is number 1, and I'm thinking Lady Shiva and Cassie Kane. Those are 3 characters I think in a one-on-one fight by themselves can beat Batman. Period. If it's just one-on-one, I would even put Slade in there because technically Batman has never beaten Slade in a one-on-one fight. He's always had help.
My dude. That's my dude.
I know that's your dude. That's the only reason I put it out there.
So you know I was gonna ask. I was like, how does my boy Slade match up? And for those of you who
Slade,
understand Slade, just watch the original Teen Titans. That's Deathstroke. That is
if we go back to Batman in the blue and gray, Deathstroke bodied him and he was playing. He was laughing about it. And it wasn't even close. He made Batman look silly. In today's standards, though, since Batman has gained in popularity, the fights have been a lot closer, but he still needs help. Thank you. I'm glad somebody knows about Cassie Kane. Cassie Kane, her skills, she's like Taskmaster. She can read your fighting style and adapt to it as she's fighting. It's ridiculous.
But like a good version of Taskmaster. We're not talking about the Taskmaster.
We're not
talking movie.
We're not talking about any movies. We're talking about comics. Go back and watch. Okay, she was a mute when she first fought Batman. When she turned into Batgirl, her whole suit was just a mask. It had stitches around the mask because she didn't need to talk. But hand to hand, she beat Shiva in a fight. That's how good she is.
Her hands are ready to for everyone.
1-on-1. Okay, but I've ranted about DC enough because
Oh, Slade and the OG Teen Titans, yes. All the way, yes.
Yes.
That was the
OG.
first introduction for me with Teen Titans and for Slade. And after that, I was like, I need more of the Slade character. And he was the first DC character I'm like, I need to delve deep into. And that includes Batman, the animated series.
Thank you.
I love that.
Hmm.
But Teen Titans was Slade, yes, and then the fact that they did season 2 as okay as they did for just Titans, he needs to be
Go
done right. And I
watch.
think Arrow actually did fairly decently on that.
Arrow was basically what Batman should be for TV. The first couple seasons.
Because Arrow
The
lost its
first
way
three,
after like season 4 for me.
maybe 4. I'm trying to remember.
So I got all of them
I
on
think
DVD.
season
They're
4 was
worth
probably when
buying.
they should have stopped. But
I'm gonna say it was lost after that.
yeah, but
after they leveled the city, it was kind of where I was like,
yeah.
me.
And then they start doing all the elsewhere people coming in. I'm like, yeah, see, when you have to start doing that, you lost your way. But
It
yeah,
was a nice introduction to the Flash. Was Flash introducing him, or was it reversed? Like Flash, like he introduced Flash? Because it was one or the other. I can't remember which one, but their universe was nice for a minute.
Flash
then it just kind of lost
started,
its way.
and then he went into Arrow. Because remember when he
Okay.
got his powers, he went to see Oliver, who was already Green Arrow.
Okay.
That's when he shot him in the back.
Yeah, and then they had like Supergirl, and then they had what was it?
Legends of Tomorrow.
I wish that was so much better than what it was. There was
The
a lot
first
of
season was great. The first season was great. The first season was great. And then it kind of stayed here, and then it just said, I don't want to do this no more. Like when they killed off most of the people, I was like, yeah, here we go. Here we go.
They had a really good roster. They had really good ideas. It was like kind of how people are like, we want the childhood our Justice League to be done on television. It can't be done.
Can't be done.
Be that guy. You can't capture the same magic that was back then. Like I can have conversations with people about random episodes from the Justice League, and people can list off who was there, what happened, in the order in which it happened, and it still captures that magic. You try and do it live action, even if you do a perfect casting.
It's too hard to do live action of a successful cartoon, because like with again Flashpoint, what you watching Flashpoint Paradox, and you watch the movie Flashpoint Paradox. Yeah, I mean,
you're just heading in the wrong direction at that point.
Yeah, it's like like we had discussion. I understand changing stuff, but when you change too much, you lose what it is. And for Flashpoint Paradox, especially for me, they changed entirely too much. The only thing they really kept was going back to save Barry's mom. That was the only thing they really kept. Everything else was almost different. Another version of him. No supers. No Amazon Atlantean War. That was the main focus of the Paradox. That was the main focus.
That war was amazing. They did that so good in the comics. So good.
And again, I digress because I can talk bad about that all day. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It's also like the Injustice storyline, how that got transferred over to a video game, and it was actually pretty nice. I was actually fairly happy with what they did.
It was almost the same.
Like that was a really good comic run. I was really happy with that. And like, see what Marvel's big one. They made a video game out of it. Come on, Ultimate Avengers.
Marvel? What, the Civil War?
Ultimate Alliance. No, there we go.
It was Ultimate Alliance.
Like when they did that.
The first one was good. The second one was okay. The first one though.
First one was the best.
Replayable.
First one was nice.
Yeah.
So I was like, there's been a lot of great stuff looking back that we are looking back at this moment in time. I know we're only supposed to cover. We're supposed to cover only 2023. But you know how geeks get. When you talk about past stuff, you want to go back to the things that really captured your heart, capture the passion for it, and basically brought you to where you are today as geeks. And that's what we do with the channel all the time. And we're covering stuff, new things, new ideas, new concepts. But the same love and passion we had when we were kids, that's all we want to have translate to the page and have these conversations. We don't got to agree, but we just have to have these discussions. Right. Okay, I like this.
I'm definitely not going to agree with that last statement Ghost made.
Justice League Unlimited was so good.
It was good. I'm talking about after that.
I enjoyed it. Yeah. Like, I liked Unlimited. The only thing I didn't like that they've done new was Young Justice. I know a lot of people like it. After season one was so slow. It was painfully slow.
After we got introduced to the lights the second time around, I was kind of like, Like
Like
once they killed off a character and put her back, you kind of lost it because I'm like, okay, I don't understand the storyline no more.
hmm. And
But
then
Mm,
that's it.
I think a weird point that you may have missed about Batman, and you can come at me if I'm incorrect here, with as far as
I
Batman was
will.
concerned. This man was literally chosen by an almost immortal Ra's al Ghul to be the next head of the Order. Like, if
Correct.
that's not the biggest compliment you can get as someone, fresh off,
And knew
quote
his
unquote
secret
homeless list
identity
and be doing it, is
and knew his secret identity and refused to tell everybody.
because he knew
He's like,
Batman would
no.
overcome it. He's like, your secret's your secret. I don't care. I just want you
I'm
to,
like, he
be with my
literally
daughter
made
and
it.
make this thing
He
happen.
literally said, "You and my daughter having kids. Go make it happen."
I mean,
It's
you
like you
look
don't
at
have
it.
a
I mean,
choice.
yeah,
And then
it's a
Damien
compliment.
became the bitter person he was.
Organizations like that usually promote from within. So it's like
Hmm.
you got to think about like the
Okay,
fact that
hold
he went
on, Ghost.
outside and
Hey,
promoted.
Ghost. You don't read the comic, but you can do this. Go watch Flashpoint Paradox, the animated
It's on
movie.
Max. It's so good.
It's on Max, and you will see the difference that we're talking about.
It's under
Flashpoint
2 hours. It's
Paradox
a quick, easy watch.
is great. It gives you the characters that you like, but a whole different spin on them. Just go watch that movie. Your outtake on this the live action is going to change dramatically. It is. If we're talking about Flashpoint as a movie live action without anything, it's a 6 at best. And I'm giving it just because the way they showed how fast Barry Allen really is. Because we've seen how fast they made Quicksilver. They made Barry much faster.
Hmm.
Because Barry is basically as fast as Superman in this run, if I'm remembering correctly, because
First
he's
of all,
able to
he's faster.
reverse time.
No, he's faster. He's
Faster.
faster. Because remember when they got into the fight and Superman couldn't hit Flash.
Oh yeah.
He was trying. He could not. He can't. And it's been proven because remember they had the race back in the day, and Superman was like, "You barely beat me," and then they had another race, and Barry looked at him and said, "Well, that was for charity," and left him, and they lapped the world while he was still there.
Mm.
And then they had one when they had the Flash War. Barry and Wally were running and fighting. Superman was catching them, and then next thing you know, they were gone. And he went back to the Justice League and said, "I couldn't catch them; they were too fast." Come on now.
That has to be like the most humiliating thing where Batman's sitting there. What are you doing? This is your job.
Like,
How are you not able to do this? It's like, okay, you go do it then. I'm Superman, but I'm not perfect, man. Like, what do you want? Oh, and you're gonna totally get Tony started on Barry as his boy because like he loves the Flash, he loves his lanterns, he loves his X-Men, he loves the Batman for sure.
Yeah, Flash all day with Tony. That's his bread and butter. Batman.
I'll talk about DC all day long. I will.
And that's because DC comic heads are passionate because they gotta be, because let's be honest here, as far as on-screen product, it didn't translate the way it wanted to. But
Not even a little
DC's
bit.
animated stuff, yo, that you got some stuff in there. You got some hitters.
I mean, you look at it. I mean, DC's animated department has been going for years and just doing strong. And it's like Marvel was doing great with live action, going strong. And you figure, okay, this one's good at this one, this one's good at this. And then they've stayed consistent with their animated department, never got any better in the live action. And then it seems like Marvel's trying
figured
to
out
get
what
better
if.
in the animated department, but the live action may be suffering because of it. I don't know where we're at with this.
They're
I was like,
pushing
you need
products
to
out too
read.
fast.
DC
So
does good TV and movies, freaking and man movies. And so DC does good TV. DC does good TV as long as they don't let it go for too long. That's
they
the
do a
problem.
great 4 seasons.
If they just stick around 3-4 seasons with it, they can be solid and they can have that. I would give them that all day. But they go too long and then it draws out. And then
Like
certain
Peacemaker
ones
needs to only be 3 seasons. Like that's max. I love that show.
like
That's as far as we need to go with this John Cena iteration.
but it's money. They all want to keep getting money. It's like you're gonna just run your stuff like cannibalize, as you said, or cannibalize your product.
Because sometimes they either get too full of themselves or they get too uppity, or like maybe we'll do a more brave direction than we originally thought. It's like, no, we liked the direction you had. Why are you veering off now? It's like basically when Fast and the Furious, and I know I hate their franchise, but like the first couple movies ain't bad. When they focused on racing and keeping it street level, they're not bad films. But when you're doing all this extra stuff, stop. Just stop.
4 and 5 is where it skewed, and then from there it just went to they became superheroes like at that point.
First of all, after the third Fast and
Family is a
Furious,
superhero.
I got done with it.
Yeah, it was like 4
Got
and
done with
5. That was it. They became superheroes. And who was it? Michelle Rodriguez was talking about like Marvel needs to stop. They just keep doing whatever. Like you're doing exactly what you just said about Marvel. You're literally doing the exact same thing. You're
Like she was indirectly biting the hand that was feeding her.
pretty much.
Pretty much. Jinx.
Tokyo Drift was cringe. I'll give you most of that to a degree.
No,
It was
do
a
not
little
ever
over the
mention.
top.
Don't mention Tokyo Drift. Worse than the franchise.
Because
It's not even close.
The reason I say it was cringe because again they were trying to backplay it, and that's where they messed up because they made it that past storyline that didn't come back around until like movie
like
6 or 7 or something like that, and that's why it was so bad. Like if they would just focused on just continuing to take the franchise in the direction that they were going, they would have been fine. But they were trying to slow play that, and it ended so badly, and that's one of the reasons why it made it even worse. And that's when the cringe really did take effect. It was like, dude, it makes no sense. Like we have movies about racing, and we're doing this stuff. Drifting is a part of that world. Cool, let's go into the drifting. Why do we gotta bring all this back? Because I like the character Han. Han wasn't bad, but
I'm actually with Ghost on this one. It was so bad, it's good. I'm one of those people like
No.
it's so terrible
First
it
of all,
can be good.
No,
I mean,
there are
for some
movies
certain
that are
levels of campiness,
bad.
I'm fine with it.
There are certain movies that are bad that are good. Like Barry Gordon's The Last Dragon is a bad movie, but it is so good. I can watch that movie all day long. I cannot say that about Tokyo Drift. I don't like if I see it, I know. It's not even an option. But again, that's just me. Everybody has their opinion about it.
Everybody has their movies, their cult classics, whatever it is, stuff that just makes sense. I mean, it is what it is. Like I can sit there and look at certain movies like Starship Troopers. One of that. Like as a movie, it's just like
that was a bad but good movie. That was a bad but good movie.
That's what it is. It's like
the acting. We knew the acting once you got 5 minutes into the movie, you knew what it was going to be.
Yeah.
Cocaine Bear. We talked about Cocaine Bear earlier. Movie was bad, but it was so good. That movie was so good.
And for me, like 300 was one of those movies where it was so bad it was good because it was just so over the top machoism.
Oh, like, Jupiter Ascending. Yes, I remember that. That was so bad. Yeah, I give you that one. That was bad and good. It was.
But like, as far as what we're talking about, as far as comics translating into movies, I think as far as the best iteration we've ever seen from a comic book into a movie, I actually have to give Zack Snyder his props. Watchmen may be the best panel to movie we have ever seen. Is there anyone who's got any counterpoints in them? Of course you can. You're the comic head. Hit me.
Sin City.
Oh, Sin City, yeah.
Didn't he also do that?
I'm saying. I'm saying. Look now.
I forgot about that entirely.
Told you about trying. Leave me alone.
Dick Tracy back in the day.
Right?
Yeah.
Like,
I'm saying. If you talk about Watchmen, you have to talk about Sin City.
Yeah.
You have to.
Yeah. That is remiss of me. You got there entirely.
And I'm gonna tell you one that I know y'all haven't heard of because I'm older. So you know what I do? I dig into the crates. It's an old movie, and I still think you could enjoy it today if you watch it. So Brent, write this down. It's an assignment for you. Something Wicked This Way Comes. It is an old movie.
You've been telling me about
Something
this one
wicked,
for a while.
Something Wicked This Way Comes. That movie is freaky, but it's almost page for page for the comic book. See,
Scott Pilgrim.
Somebody knows about it.
There we go. Okay. Scott Pilgrim was definitely one. Tony's got like old classics you guys would never ever think of.
I'm telling you, I will drop
right out of pocket.
Something Wicked This Way Comes.
Yeah. Was that the horse movie? Was that one?
Yes.
Hmm.
No. Spirit was the fedora guy.
Oh yeah.
You're
My
thinking
bad.
of Phantom. Phantom was trash. With the
Yeah.
Spirit, that's the one. Spirit actually was somebody they based Batman off of.
Hmm.
Almost the same character.
Interesting indeed.
Yeah,
Interesting.
I've seen
I'm
Spirit.
saying.
It's
Oh,
been
I
a minute.
I don't got a Cinnabon in front of me. Y'all about to have. I'm about to go crazy. I got sugar. What? What?
Oh, yeah, he about to go in on the sugar. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna be crazy because like my energy drink is starting to wane, but like at the same time, like I can just go because I can just go. See, as far as things we want to have, actually, let's change it up. Shows from our childhood that really brought us in as fans. Fair
I mean,
list?
we've already talked about Batman the animated series and X-Men and
No, we're talking about that's y'all childhood.
Oh yeah, because you a little bit older. So
My first. We already know Adam West Batman was my Batman. That's what I grew up on.
it was solid, yeah. Solid
But
pick.
also, I wasn't really mainstream as a child because they like when I was younger, comic books weren't as big as they are now because you had the comic book authority that limited on what you could do. You couldn't have like Blade didn't exist. You couldn't have any supernatural, so there was no Dracula, no werewolves, nothing. So I had to rely on TV shows, and one of the big ones for us growing up was Sid and Marty Krofft. They did a lot of superhero things like Electro Woman and Dyna Girl. That
Yeah, I
was
remember we talked about this. Yeah.
those were like Wonder Woman. Another one was Speed Buggy. I think that's the name of it. And then you had Hanna-Barbera growing up. It was Super Chicken. You had George of the Jungle. You had Tom Slick. You had those type of heroes. Like Super Chicken was my favorite goofy. Just he succeeded where he shouldn't have. Inspector Gadget, stuff I grew up on like that, old school stuff. That pulled me in. And then that transition, then we had you would go up to the corner store and you would have your comics there, and that's when I got into X-Men. That's when Cyclops, who's the best X-Men character of all time, came into existence for me. And then I jumped, I had Black Panther coming around a little bit. Then I jumped over to DC because then I started getting into Batman. Then I started getting into the Justice League, and that was me growing up. Sid and Marty Krofft, yes.
All right. So, Power Rangers, of course. Power Rangers.
Oh yes, the marketing for Power Rangers was impeccable.
Power Rangers was ridiculous. So Power Rangers, I remember the Beetleborgs was a spinoff thing. I don't know, like my brother should remember this one. It was I can't remember what it's the Superhuman Samurai Squad. Like they were like the computer digital something like that. I can't remember what it's called.
I remember them.
That one right there. Servo was like one of the main characters of that. But I remember that. Vehemently. Like that was something that popped up.
Superheroes Samurai Cyber Squad. That's what it was called.
That right there. So that was one of the big ones that I had watched growing up. Well, of course, Transformers was like my bread and butter.
First of all, what I said about Cyclops is true. Do not disrespect Cyclops. Carry on.
Again with Ghost.
Samurai Pizza Cats. Oh yeah, no, I remember Samurai Pizza. SWAT Cats. SWAT Cats was another show I watched growing up. I love SWAT Cats. So of course, He-Man was a thing. The G.I. Joe was life for me. Like these were a lot of things that I watched growing up. Like it was so many things. Captain Planet we talked about earlier. Marvel absolutely disrespects Cyclops.
Thundercats.
We're hoping to get a resurgence of Cyclops because. Again,
Heroes of the Universe, He-Man.
Yeah, and they've been doing good this year. I don't know when they're going to drop more of that He-Man show.
He-Man is supposed to drop sometime this year.
Yeah,
so it's going to be another great year for
SWAT
Netflix.
Cats are supposed to be doing a remake of SWAT Cats. Like it's been in the rumor mill for a little bit, but that's something that was coming up. No one's sure they're going to do it or not.
Hanna-Barbera is a great race. Check out that animated series.
Animal.
It had all the heroes and the villains racing in their own cars. It was great. It was great.
Can we just say Hanna-Barbera was like single-handedly responsible for like a huge chunk of a majority of our childhoods?
Hanna-Barbera brought in most of the comic book and animated characters today. Hanna-Barbera, like y'all, and I'm using this term loosely, y'all, younger kids didn't have the when I woke up Saturday morning, it was cartoons from 6 a.m. to noon every Saturday. That was it. Yeah, Jabberjaw, Grape Ape. If you want me to go there, we can talk about some.
I know. I ended up watching Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends was another one from the early '80s. That one stopped right before my sister had watched a lot of that, and we had the VHSs.
Yeah, hey, boo boo.
Them VHS tapes.
Some of you don't even know what VHS tapes are, because like there was a TikTok I saw the other day. Someone bought their kid a CD player, like I'm talking about like the thick ones, and they were like, "What is this, a Roomba?" My heart about fell off my chest.
Should have seen the one where the people had the rotary phone, and it was trying to have the kids dial on it. Yeah,
I don't even know if I could do that. Cause like I didn't get a phone till it was like the little flip phone.
Let's go, Tracy. We know what it is. I have VHS also.
There's people that don't even know what VHS is good for a minute. Like
I still don't know what VHS stands for.
Video
home services.
Video home system is what it stood for.
Okay.
Like you used to have we used to watch it, and then you had to rewind it in the system, or if you wanted to watch something else, you had to take it out. And if you're fancy, you had a rewinder, so you just put it in there and let it rewind itself. So that this takes me back to I still watch VHS. I have my Nintendo 64.
My Nintendo 64 still works. If everyone wants to throw down on Smash Bros. Someday, I will level you. That was my game. I had no friends at the perfect time. I got good at that game.
Look, for no reason. Smash Brothers with that funky freaking control, man. I used to love it.
Joystick in the center,
it worked so
Wait
much.
A minute. Trace just came out with a Dreamcast. I see your Dreamcast, and I raised you an Atari 2600.
What you know about that 2600
with the wood panel? Come on,
yeah,
bro.
The wood
and
panel.
I had the 5200. Play with me.
Look, my favorite game was Joust. Like
Pitfall.
For so long.
I would run Pitfall and Pac-Man for hours.
Love Joust so that. But Dreamcast, Shenmue, Grandia 2.
Grandia 2, yes.
Grandia 2 was one of my favorites because I love the storyline with it. What else? What was you had the little you could take the child. Was it Sonic Adventure? So that you could take the child out with you and sort of that and take it with you or whatever. You had to keep travel. Power Stone. That's one of the games I'm waiting for a remake. Power Stone was one of the fighting games that I played, and I absolutely loved it. Like that was great.
Like my first system was a Game Boy regular, not even color, and then Nintendo 64. Like Pokemon Blue was the first game I ever touched, and then it was all wrapped from there because like N64, it was Smash Bros, Mario Kart, Super Mario 64, Ken Griffey Jr. Slugfest, and then from there it was NFL Blitz, like, and then we're talking about Diddy Kong Racing, Donkey Kong 64. Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time, because of course, and then GoldenEye, of course. If you did not play GoldenEye, or was it WWE versus WWF or WWF?
No, WWE,
like 97 or 98.
WWE. It was WWF at the time. WWF. It was WWF WrestleMania 2000. WWF No Mercy. I remember because they were black cartridges. I remember because I was all messed up.
I loved when they did the unique.
We used to go to Blockbuster.
Majora's Mask got the gold one.
The gold cartridge,
was so
right?
Slick. Oh yeah.
We used to go to Blockbuster and get this stuff. Yeah, we were talking about floppy disk earlier. So with games, floppy disk, CD-ROM. We were talking about floppy disk, Number Munchers, Oregon Trail, all this stuff. Yeah.
Oh, I think I beat Oregon Trail only one time. I always died of the most random diseases.
Again, you had a storyline. If you made a wrong decision, it went a different way. You had to start over.
I made a lot of bad decisions. My family members would die in towns they had no business dying in.
Like You know, it was like, hey, we're just playing. And Tony died from dysentery. It's like, oh well, what are we gonna do? So, but yeah, no, these games were absolutely fantastic. And I remember like all the other harder games they played, like those ones on Sega Genesis. You remember the Sega Genesis, the Lion King, the Aladdin games and stuff that were like
Impossible to beat.
oh, you had
I'm
to
still
leave
gonna
the
say it.
system on for just to try to finish it because you didn't have any way to save. You were just stuck. So if you couldn't save, you had to leave the system on. And heaven forbid, your mom walk in the room, you know, you be passed out. Oh, you turn off your system, you lose all your progress. Mad,
Yep.
dude. I
The
was,
rage that could induce.
oh man, it's like you can't be mad at mom. Mom was just doing what mom does, but just like, dude, like all the work I put in to get there and could not. Yeah, for Aladdin was like that game. Like they when they remastered these games, they remastered them the same exact way to put people in that situation. I was like, stuff my the one game that I still have not beat to this day. I have is the Ninja Turtles that was on Nintendo, like the old school NES Ninja Turtles.
Nobody
Everybody
has beaten that game.
had the red bandanas. It has been beaten. It has been beaten, but
Nobody I know. But I don't know a lot of people, so
uh,
Because it's like everyone was bragging about Dark Souls. Go back and play this game. Good luck.
go play Ninja
Good
right?
Gaiden
luck.
on Master Mode and talk to me. Like,
Ooh,
Ninja Gaiden
Ninja
was a
Gaiden.
giant middle finger to me. I sucked so bad at that game.
like my brother, like he was determined to get through Ninja Gaiden. Like, yo, that was
Nope.
a whole different beast. Yeah, so it's like we got the Dark Souls and Elden Ring today, but you know where did stuff come from? Like, you know, play these games because you know,
Back when developers didn't care about you, your feelings, or your future. Here you go.
nope, you killed off
You
the
know,
stupid stuff.
you know what another game that gave me problems? Battletoads. Don't ask me why.
Oh,
I just couldn't. I couldn't
Battletoads,
play
Double
that.
Dragon Battletoads, like
Bro,
yo,
it's
all
like why am I getting blasted? Why can't I beat anybody? It's like, come on, dude. I hated all of it.
yo, it was wild. So like yeah, we playing all of this stuff and I didn't know what to do with myself, just trying to survive. So and even with games that you know I got like Smash Brothers, I'm good. I can play Smash Brothers. Mario Kart, like to this day, my brother still bodies me in Mario Kart. Like no
I
matter
can't
what.
drive for some reason, so I stay away from Mario Kart.
That's the thing. He can't drive in real life.
No, I can drive in real life, but you put me anything like the Batman game where I had to drive the Batmobile,
Arkham Knight.
bro, I failed every mission. Every single mission. I had to let my kid take over. Like going through the trials where you had to go around and drive through the mazes. Nope. I kept
Just
falling
want
off
to talk
into the
about a
river.
game that'll piss you off while driving. Need for Speed Most Wanted, the original.
Yo,
That was the biggest middle
that
finger, and
game.
that induced
Yeah.
rage on me that I've never felt before about some of those police chases
Chocolate
and some of the
Crash.
things you had to have done. Just no. The cars were sleek, the music was phenomenal. It was a great game. Just ticked me off because of the driving in that game.
Yo,
All the time.
I played the crap out of the game. I love playing that game. So when they remade it, so that I was excited because I thought they were just kind of remastering it, but they ended up changing it up completely, and I was like, no, this is garbage. I don't want it. Like the original one, and even Carbon wasn't bad. Carbon was one that came after, I believe.
I didn't
But
like it as much.
I didn't like it as much with that. But Midnight Club 3 Dub Edition, that was one of the best, you know, games out there.
Ridge Racer 4 was my game.
Hydro
I
Thunder.
loved.
Have you played Hydro Thunder?
No, but Ridge Racer, I love that game.
Man,
Yeah.
All right, now we've kind of talked a little about nostalgic games. Let's talk about if you had 3 games you had to replay for the rest of your life that's already come out. What are we looking at? What is your
yeah,
we
we
and it
talk.
can be any system. It doesn't have to be one you got right now because I know some people like have to let go of their systems over time.
I mean, that's a hard question because
No, it's
I
not.
could definitely right now I could say you know games that give me different things. Um, that's right, goes take that. So I can definitely say other things like again like Baldur's Gate is one of those games that you can play on repeat. Like you can literally say Baldur's Gate, you know, what you call it, Skyrim and Mass Effect, and literally replay those and get a different thing ending every, you know, get a different playthrough every time, and really kind of just take it however you want to take it. So I think it's really hard to answer that question. But as far as
You could just say like your 3 greatest games of all time if that makes it easy for you. Because that debate is still ongoing to everybody. There's a lot
I
of
don't
good
even
stuff
think I
out
say
there.
greatest games of all time. Like,
Well, you see our personal list, you can put on who you want.
You can put
The
on
chat
whatever
doesn't
you
have
want,
to agree
Will,
with you.
because we're not going to agree with you.
No,
yeah, I know you're not going to agree with me at all. So
because I know you're gonna put Mass Effect
God of
on
War?
there and be like, "How dare you?"
Honestly, I don't even know if
Will,
Mass
give us
Effect
your
is-
list. Give us your list and stop playing.
I can't give you. I got to think about it for a minute. If you got a list, go with yours. I can't come offhand. Like,
Okay. Batman Arkham City.
Oof, yes,
Arkham City.
Yes.
that's a classic. So good,
Bruh,
so
don't
damn.
even think about it. Don't even think
I
about
beat
it.
that game overnight. Couldn't
I'm
put it
saying.
down.
You just can't. It's just great.
It's great, but I don't think I can. Again, being able to replay,
Yes. A game that Will actually introduced me to, Borderlands 2.
Borderlands is a solid series.
And just for giggles to agitate Will, God of War Ragnarok, but only the Valhalla download.
The whole
Just-
game was nice
So
though.
for
Just,
the
he's
whole
not
game was
disrespecting
nice.
that.
But I'm doing this just for one purpose and one purpose only.
Anyone in chat want to drop your list so Will can have some time to think about this because he's gonna
look,
stall all day.
one of my favorite games of all
Okay.
time.
Wait, let me stop. Let me be serious. Hold on. Let me stop and be serious. Not God of War, Legend of Zelda, Ocarina of Time.
Mhm.
Those are my 3.
Uh,
Do what you
Ocarina of
want.
Time makes so many people's lists. So many.
Right?
Brent's list is Baldur's Gate, Skyrim, and Witcher. So anyway,
That is not the list.
That is not a list.
what is your list? Come on.
Oh, you're just stalling for time now.
Oh no, because
That's all he's doing.
you already have yours. Come on, what's up? What's with it?
Okay.
Brent,
Since
say
we're just
yours.
gonna absolutely go there. As far as top replayability of all greatest games of all time, Baldur's Gate 3 is on that list now. It has earned its right on that list. That part is, I can't argue it. I will never deny it. It's there. Ocarina of Time is an easy 2. Ocarina of Time is easy 2. Like
That's my son.
You're never gonna go wrong with that game. You never go wrong with the classic that it was. And then for me, Star Wars Battlefront 2 for the PS2. I was nice at that game. And when I'm talking about nice, I mean I was a top 100 player in the world. It dropped at the perfect time. I didn't give anything rip about like relationships, hanging out with friends. I was playing this game for 4 hours a day, every single day after school, and I was top 100 on PlayStation and on Xbox. If you got bodied by someone named Sports Addict 94, hey, how you doing? It's me. I was nice on that, and people get pissed when they swap me over from team to team because the other team was losing, and then that team would start winning and just keep going back and forth. I could be support. I could have been tank. I was killing people. So when they remade Star Wars Battlefront, I was hype, but it was not nearly as good as it was back in the day. The 2005 Star Wars Battlefront 1, or in 2004 was that one. 2005 Star Wars Battlefront 2. God, that I could play that endlessly. The conquest modes and the hero battles, all in. Ooh, Final Fantasy X, yes. Short list. That's a top 5. It's a very slim cut. You absolutely get it. That story was. I wanted to be Orin growing up, but I'm way too hyper and way too crazy to be anything like Orin. But I'm not.
Okay,
Waka.
Will has had enough time. Will has had enough time. Will, what is your list?
My list would be Chrono Trigger. It's one of my absolute favorite games of all time.
PlayStation, like the original.
Yeah, PS1. I still have the PS1 with the little screen. Like that's.
It wasn't like 4 discs for that Chrono Trigger because like that was a thick game.
Chrono Trigger was a thick game. So it was a lot. It's been condensed as it. But freaking the Chrono Trigger was one of my favorite games, and it's funny because technically this could be a 2-for-1 for me because they put both games on the same disc at one point. Final Fantasy Tactics.
Oh yes,
Final
the
Fantasy
original was sweet.
It is one of the greatest games that I've ever played because again, I like chess.
Tactical games
so
where you got to think.
Being able to play that, in that tactician mode, so to speak. You're sitting there and like, okay, I got to move X amount of space, whatever. Like, so that was one of the greatest games to me. Those two, I have it like actually on my phone. Like I have Final Fantasy Tactics on my phone where I can play it, and I will still play it every time I get on a plane. I will play that game without thinking twice about it. So Chrono Trigger, Final Fantasy Tactics are definitely my top 2. And
I wish Tactics was multiplayer. I really do.
it would be
I think that was
fantastic.
the only thing that was missing from that game.
So the last one, I kind of feel like I gotta go something because I don't want a game like these. All these games are they're solo, so just playing myself. I have to have a multiplayer game on that list, and so that so
He's gonna pick gold and just go for that niche pick.
well, it's something that So I've got three games that kind of roll through my head roughly. So of course, being able to play any so certain arcade games and stuff. This kind of folds everything in. So you got because I don't follow the rules. Uh, Ninja Turtles, like Turtles in Time, like one of the arcade games. X-Men arcade games. These games I have played on repeat, and I will continue to play on repeat no matter
But you can
what.
only pick one.
Shut up! I do what I want. So those
He
two
has
games,
trouble with lists. If you're new to the channel, he can't follow the
yeah,
rules.
I
When you
can't,
say,
I
"Hey, pick a
can't.
top 5," he'll put like 8, and you're like,
I'll put like 8, 12 on there.
that's
Whatever.
not how
Like,
math happen.
no math and stuff. Yeah, my brother he played the crap out of Fire Emblem games. Grandia 2 was hard to keep off my list. So that Grandia 2 was so hard to keep off my list. But the sheer reason why tactics because you can be multiple different characters and play whatever you want, so you can always play it a different way. And Chrono Trigger, you had several different endings that you could play,
It's
I
and
only beat
fun.
Chrono Trigger once.
that's when
Fun.
That game was difficult as hell.
yeah, that's the thing is the scaling on that game was ridiculous. So it's like you had to make sure that you made the right choices and set yourself up accordingly. So
I'm adding to my list too since Will putting all these games. I'm
uh,
saying Resident Evil 3.
uh, Resident Evil 3. Yeah, that was a good one. I'll take that. So as far as what I play, honestly, I would say if I could play with the same people that I played with before, I would say Destiny 1 because
Destiny's so trash now, though, man.
I
So
had
bad.
such fond memories of that game. So again, if I could play it in that era, when I played it with the people that I played it with, that was some of the best gaming that I've had in my life. It was so much fun. That was when I really started getting into the multiplayer and playing online with a whole bunch of people. Like it was absolutely fantastic for that time. But if I had to pick something that that if I couldn't play in that same era, then I would pick something more akin to probably Mario, probably like Mario Party, Mario Kart, something in that realm because I like to be able to play with people. That's one thing. Like me growing
Mario
up with
Party is
little
where you
bro.
learned like which of your friends was really just an evil deviant
Oh,
just hopping on.
absolutely. So that, but me and
That's
my
big.
brother, we used to
We knew
sit
you were though.
and we used to sit and play so many games on co-op because again, we didn't have a lot of online play time. It was always just me and him side by side on the couch. So whenever we had to go get games from Blockbuster or whatever, we always had to get games where we could play together. And it was very rare that when we did play games that were solo, we would take turns and play. So it was like I play Ocarina of Time, so that then he would play, so that we would watch his playthrough. Or if there are certain games that like Ninja Gaiden, I never beat Ninja Gaiden, but I watched my brother play through it in its entirety. So we would have these trade offs for certain things. But if we could play it together, we play it together. Like we played WrestleMania 2000 so many times. Again, like
Favorite
that was
character.
our thing. We had a blast. So any Smash Brothers, Mario Kart, like anything that was multiplayer, we played the crap out of, and that was our stuff. But yeah, D1 would be the one that I would choose if I could still be in that same era, that same lobby with those same people playing the game. We had too much fun. That was like 6 7 years of like really just kind of playing that out. What's up? Was that Leshy?
One of our newest fans, I've been having a couple conversations with him about the Baldur's Gate series we had going. We're listing off our top 3 favorite games so far. It's like, and I gotta agree with Ghost of Midian. Lavos, he was something else on Chrono Trigger. I don't
Oh,
know why. Dude just
Lavos.
gave me fits. I got lucky one time and I got a crit where I didn't think I was gonna get one, and I snuck by. But a win's a win. It was kind of like another like 2 more games I would have added to my gaming list if I wanted to expand it past the 3 initially I listed. Final Fantasy X had my whole heart. Like when that first dropped with the PS2, I was on that. The Blitzball alone, I would play that sports mode game in this RPG more than I'll play Madden or MLB The Show right now today. Not even kidding. No lies, no bluffs. and then Kingdom Hearts, the original. That game, when you mix Disney with Final Fantasy and you did it correctly, I was all about that. The story was so good. I absolutely love it. Like I know Final Fantasy usually does like a card game or they do like a dice game, a luck based game, but Blitzball was the best game within a game, and I have to do it. It's nothing I can avoid. The only reason I don't do Kingdom Hearts on replay constantly is the fact that the Riku fight in Hollow Bastion, for whatever reason, gives me fits. And I know he's not the hardest, and I know he's not the hardest boss even there. But damn, he was giving me hands, and I want nothing to do with it. If you beat Sephiroth in Kingdom Hearts 1, my hat's off to you. All the respect. Can't do it. Can't do it. That guy was a whole other world. Middle finger. First move slashes you to death. That's it. I barely survived past that. It was nuts.
I mean, it's all up to whoever's playing and whatever you get into. That's what I say. Yeah, I agree. Final Fantasies have something to get like something about Final Fantasy games make you want to play. So that like Final Fantasy 16,
except for Final Fantasy 13.
I still want
Final Fantasies. I don't care. It's too many Final Fantasies.
Final
16
Fantasy
was nice.
Was nice. So that it was a button mash and stuff, but it was nice. I love the music was great.
The turn-based Final Fantasy is the one that had my whole heart. Once he went away from turn-based, I've lost as much love as I used to.
This one, Baldur's Gate would definitely be on my top 5 for sure. So, and I think the only reason Baldur's Gate isn't higher stuff because I still haven't beat it yet. I'm working on it, so with that. But that's the other thing is I don't want to play Baldur's Gate alone. Like it's a game that I don't want to play by myself. Every time I try to play it by myself, I end up getting, I won't say stuck. I just kind of go off in the La La Land, or I'm doing other stuff or whatever, and I can't focus on it. But when I sit there and play with, like my brother or that, if I play with Yuza, like I'm going to have more because I got somebody to bounce off of. I really thrive off of that co-op environment.
And I'm totally not against doing a live action. Like, hey, we have my good character going. If you want to do a evil run on Baldur's Gate, my PlayStation handle, and I'm going to be like, come in.
I was just talking to my brother.
Make that for the people on Twitch or for people on YouTube, Facebook, whatever case may be. We can just let people come hang out with us.
As soon as I gotta finish out, like I'm in Act 3, so I want to finish out, the game. I'm not going to spoil anything of, Baldur's Gate for anybody because it's a game I tell everybody you should play. But I'm going to finish it out this month, and then I'm going to get started on a Dark Urge run. I think my brother's going to be like a rogue warlock or something for his Dark Urge run. I think I'm going to go Oathbreaker Paladin for mine.
Everyone usually goes Oathbreaker Paladin. It's a broken thing with Dark Urge.
Is it?
Like one of the items you get is stupid strong. You'll have fun with it.
I just like, but again, martial arts. So I like paladins. I like fighters and stuff. So that's why I was like, I broke the oath once early on. I was like, oh crap. So so
as soon as you can break it, it's like you get off the ship and you can break it. And you're like, dang.
I broke it. Yeah, I broke it.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna have to say it, dude. I got to get some food.
Bye, Tony. Bye.
Yeah, whatever.
Bye, old timer. Enjoy your nap.
Yeah, no, whatever.
Go this food coma.
Yeah.
See.
We'll go ahead and fix that. Hello.
So yeah, but yeah, definitely with Baldur's Gate, I want to beat it and then I want to run the Dark Urge and see how it turns out. But again, I'm also trying to get out of my comfort zone with some things. So again,
that's why I played Wizard, and that's why I'm doing the Storm Sorcerer Tempest Cleric, because normally I don't have a lot of love for clerics, and clerics are the least chosen class in Baldur's Gate.
Yeah,
clerics and the Gith Yankee were the least chosen things. It's like if you did, but the Gith Yankee are they're stupid strong. Just so you know, if you do a Gith Yankee rogue, there's literally a character you can make where you have 0 weaknesses, and I'm talking anything from all checks. The worst you can have is a 1. So, just saying, the Gith with their extra jump, extra strength, other stuff that they got going on. The Gith are those people.
I learned about Tempest Cleric, from my brother. I'm running Shadowheart as a Tempest Cleric, and yeah, I'm just Call Lightning is beautiful. Like I love it so much.
Mm-hmm. Because like the
I don't
Tempest
know
cleric, I
what
only
it is.
chose it for the heavy armor, but then I actually fell in love with the class itself. There's so many stuff that gives you lightning charges. So you had your lightning charges and you had your lightning powers together. You could hit people for 60 damage, and it's like I'm still 30 feet from you, and you have no business touching me. It is
You hit them hard
ridiculous.
enough, they bounce back. You can't even run at me. Like, no, back up, hold up.
And next thing you know, you like accidentally launch like a character just completely off the ledge. Like, well, I wanted his loot, but I guess not.
Look,
So my bad.
my brother has launched me off cliffs and everything. My brother has killed me so many times. I think I've damaged him because I think I killed him once, but you know.
I think the funniest thing I've seen is Frodo and Sam. Sean Astin and then Elijah Woods played Baldur's Gate 3, and they gave Frodo the evil book. And then they're like, all right, cast it in the fire, throw it in the lava when you reach your lava area. And then Frodo, Elijah Woods, is like, no, I'm not going to do it. So Sam pushed Frodo off the ledge into the lava, and he's like, there, done. It's like, I've been wanting to do that since Lord of the Rings. And you're just like, the mashup you didn't know you needed.
Of course, it's the Lord of the Rings reference for you. Of course it is.
Really, Lord of the Rings and Dungeons and Dragons should go hand in hand as best of friends constantly. The fact that that mashup hasn't happened more is shocking to me. So I'm just gonna put that out there. It's like they belong together. It's like it's just a weird power couple.
That's what it is. I don't know. I'm gonna figure something out as far as classes and stuff go. So I gotta experiment, and I was theory crafting with my brother about what kind of things we can make as far as it goes, and learning about different abilities. Because again, I have no D&D knowledge whatsoever, except for when it comes to, what I knew from I did a base D&D run through with a friend of mine, and I learned how to build a character and kind of stuff like that, but we didn't do anything. Like, we never left the tavern, so to speak, like in town when we first met up. I think we played for like 6 hours and didn't go nowhere. So
Happens. That
now,
happens often.
don't get me wrong, we had fun. Like, I'm not gonna say we didn't. We had fun. It's just that I didn't get the combat experience. So that's why coming in here. So that it's like, okay, now I'm getting the combat experience and I'm understanding what the different things, like, accidentally hitting a freaking teammate. Like I said, somebody who was yellow and they turned red.
You need to keep the bard away from anything because they will attempt to seduce it because bard.
See, yeah, I'm learning all this. Like, yeah, my brother played a bard and he was doing all types of stuff, and I'm just kind of here, like, okay, this is what I got to do. Like, different things are happening. I know somebody that played and they like what they kissed one of the little tentacle faces and died or something like that, like early on. Like, it was wild. So it's like I'm still learning stuff, even if I've been playing this game for I've got over what 300 plus hours in this game. I'm still learning a bunch of stuff that
I think I'm
I know when I
600
played
hours into Baldur's Gate.
Huh?
I think I'm 600 hours into Baldur's
I would.
Gate.
Well, I didn't get on Baldur's Gate until.
And I've still missed tons of stuff, just so
over?
everyone's aware. Yes, Leshy. Yes, that
Yes,
is the bard's
exactly.
mission, 100%. Also, leave your bards away from your barbarians, because the next thing you know, your barbarians are going to start doing extra stupid stuff. Watch Dimension 20 like their season escape from the Blood Keep. I'm going to write that down. Get a nice little short list from the fans here. Dimension 20.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I know, because I want to see these different things. So, because we're probably gonna, watch it and talk about it and see, whatever. So, because we're gonna try to do more of these lives and stuff where we're actually here on Twitch and just talking and conversating.
Because it's hard to be interactive with you guys unless we do like some version of a watch party. And it's nice having a great community. I'm shocked we're at where we're at, truth be told, with subscribers. But that's not the main goal. I want to build a community where I'll get to know each other, get to talk, get to really know who our target audience is. Ooh, follow Mordor from the villain's perspective. Ooh,
you got his attention. As soon as you said anything having to do with freaking Lord of the Rings,
look, Shadow of Mordor was a stupid, nice game that no one respected. That second one, with the way they built the villain class and the villain system, and how if you died, the game would still change and evolve, but you would still come back. Yo, I don't know why more people don't use that kind of style of things for impacting how the story can go. I know it's probably difficult and tricky, but that game, I would have live streamed that game. It was my runner up to Skyrim, and I wanted to see what Skyrim was doing because of the mods that they added and how the game changed and see if stuff broke. So far, no rings. Runnings with all the serial numbers filled off. It's really fun.
I don't know. I got a weird idea for a game. I'm gonna have to theory craft. There's something you just said that just got my attention. I'm gonna have to play around with something like that and see. So yeah, like what you said about like the characters evolving after a death. That's something that I think that as a developer, somebody should really kind of take that into account and start and see if they can create something based off of that.
I mean, they did. It was Warner Brothers doing a thing, and Warner
Yeah, they
Brothers
did. No,
Gaming
but
has dropped a couple bangers that people just don't talk about for whatever reason. And like also, as far as you're saying, Leshy, it doesn't matter how much English you speak. If you're passionate about something, you love something, talk about it. We're not going to be one of those people like you need to speak intelligently. You've listened to me now for people who've been here for like 3, maybe almost 4 hours. I speak English at a very stupid level. I've been raised English whole life. I'm still an idiot. I can't change that. I can't fix that. It's gonna be a game of mine for like a walkthrough. Final Fantasy X is the one I can do a walkthrough in my sleep because I've beaten it 90 times over. Um, I've definitely thought about doing a walkthrough series on certain stuff, but as far as like a super in-depth one, there's channels out there like ESO. I'd give him a shout. I know he's at like 3.23 million followers. His Let's Play stuff and his walkthroughs, they're nice. And then there's a tons of content creators like there. The Italian Spartacus, if you're looking for a build as far as Baldur's Gate is concerned, he's got it covered. And he gives you the information up front. We don't have a Discord yet, do we? I don't think we're
no,
quite
we
there
don't
yet.
look for it
Still
yet.
getting the hang of YouTube. We just started Twitch for the first time today. Like we're new.
Yeah, I think having a Discord setup is not difficult. We just got some of our socials set up where TikTok, Instagram, Facebook. Got our YouTube Shorts. So we got some stuff going. So Discord is something that's definitely on the list of that. I think I can get the Discord up and running, for sure. No time at all. Like it shouldn't take too long. Because yeah, that's where probably because we kind of just read the comments and interact with a lot of people who are there. But once we have a group that people want to kind of come in and talk about, and hey, I'll have channels for like hey video suggestions or walkthrough suggestions. What do you want to do? For sure. Yeah, Tracy, for sure. Social media help hit me. Yep, definitely. Definitely need some help.
Because right now it's just 3 dudes just fumbling our way forward, and
Yeah.
we've lucked into where we're at with our subscribers. And a lot of the time, I'm the one messaging people back on the YouTube comment section. Like if you leave a comment, I will at least answer it. And like I know a couple times people post stuff that's political. I will not answer those. We're not about that. We don't talk about those things. We keep some of that real world drama where it needs to be. We keep a lot of the stuff streamlined, focused on being geeks, being true to enjoying having fun, and just having open conversations. There's no right or wrong, but the only thing I will say is wrong is bringing politics in video games and like other levels of social media format where it just doesn't need to be. The shorts are there to be funny and just to get people to be like, hey, look, what is this Geek Variant thing? What is that all about? And then they watch one of our videos, and next thing you know, hey, kind of nice community to kick back with. Those guys seem to be okay. Will seems to be smart. Tony's genius. Brent's a little off from time to time. I'll lose the count. I mean, yeah, it happens. There's always shadow commenters in anything. No matter how big or small your channel is, you'll eventually get like a bot someone somewhere, and you'll be like, you just never know. Just treat people nicely and how you want to be treated, because like this is going to be bigger than the YouTube. We want to have like a good positive impact wherever we're going to be in any social media forum that you're in. There's always going to be tons of other content creators. Give them shine too. Go check them out. Give them love.
Oh yeah,
Like
yeah.
we aren't the first to do this. We're not the last to do this. Like the world is large. Think of just how many different companies and there are for one product. Sit down and think about it and write down the names. And you're like, huh? And they're all profitable, and they're all building something for everyone to enjoy. That's where we're at with things. Like, and at some point we want to travel more, do cons, get to know everybody like face to face. But again, where we're at, we're slowly growing. Show us to your friends, show us to family. And I'd be like, hey, just talk about these things in certain social media spheres, and like, hey, we want this people here for this, we want people for that. It's like, yeah, just like a Parasite just said, just robot, just we want people to be able to have intellectual conversations about things you love. Just let people be people. Let people be great.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Everything needs to be, fun, and that's why I talk about all the stuff, all the video games, all the movies, all the anime, all the shows coming out. Like this is fantastic. So that's if somebody's got a particular focus they like, hey, I like anime. Cool, I will talk to you till I'm blue in the face about anime as much as possible. I don't know a lot of stuff, but hey, if you got something you want to educate me on about anime, cool. Tell me what to watch. What grabs your interest? What kind of stuff that you're doing?
And
Um,
Leshy, it's three idiots failing our way forward, talking about things they're passionate about. If you want to talk about DC, Tony's your guy. Want to talk about Marvel in depth? Will's your guy. Sometimes we cross over and we're all knowledgeable in a certain area, but we usually don't do lives all that often. We're working on rectifying that. We haven't taken as much time as I think we should have for the community. And I think Will would agree, at least in some respect. This was all Will's idea. I do a lot of the content creation because I'm passionate about trying to make something that could be a potential income producing vehicle for myself, my family, moving forward in the future. And let's be real here. I'm talking about things I love with people I enjoy being around. Doesn't really feel like a job to me. Sounds like a good time. And I just want to be a real person with real people talking about real content that's going on in the world today. That's where we're at with things. I don't want anyone to feel like, oh, Brent knows so much about Lord of the Rings. He's not going to have a conversation with me about that. I talk to Will all the time, and this dude barely has finished the movies. He hasn't even watched the extended editions. You are mistreating yourself on this one. I'm just saying they are better. It's a long watch, though. I get it. It's a long watch. It's 12 hours for 3 films. It's a lot.
We have our strengths and weaknesses. So again, I'm better with more of the background management than anything, and that's just kind of my happy place. Brent's got great with organization and getting content out. So we're having fun with this. So as we can kind of continue to grow our community with that, and learn how to do things. Eventually, once this becomes more of a business than what it is for us right now. I absolutely want to, bring people on that can help.
Want to bring on editors. We want to bring people who are strong in certain areas of
people who are
content
good
that
at
we're
social
just
media,
not.
people who are good at editing, people who hey, I know all about anime. Cool, you can help us run an anime section of this stuff, whatever. Like we're gonna do all this stuff. And to be honest, I've never seen more than one film of Lord of the Rings.
It's something great to change for 2024. It's a great series, but I mean, at the same time, I get it. Some people, it's just not their genre. It's not their cup of tea, and it's doesn't speak to them in the way that you think it would. There are tons of films out there that people are like, Brent, you've never seen a single John Wick film? Yeah, it doesn't interest me in the slightest. Like, it's Keanu Reeves being Keanu Reeves, but you made a story about a dog that people got passionate about because you don't hurt animals. Cool. Anyway, we've done the spy genre to death. What's new? What's fresh? What's exciting? It doesn't appeal to me. Some people just like, oh, so they're returning a piece of jewelry because of a Dark Lord from 1,000 years ago. Yeah, I guess that's Lord of the Rings summarized. But one sitting, man, you are Tracy. That's some respect right there. Straight up respect right there. That's a tough do, because I mean, it probably, counting bathroom breaks, food, and all that jazz, you're probably looking, 13, 14 hours? But that's a great holiday special. I used to do that when I was like single by myself, living alone. I would just start Lord of the Rings at like 6, 7 a.m., finish up like 10 o'clock at night, go to bed. Felt more enriched because of it. I don't do the same thing with The Hobbit, though. I don't love those nearly as much the same. So I won't sit here and tell you I watch those.
Lord of the Rings. Tell you what, when you get down here and you sit here next to me and make me watch Lord of the Rings, then I won't fall asleep on the couch, because it doesn't do it for me. Like, I love fantasy genre, so that, but Lord of the Rings is just one of the ones that's just like,
it's more about the characters and the story that the characters are telling. And sometimes things are better left not said than over explained to death. It's not a very simplified thing. Like, the virtue and the untold story are also the battles that are in it. Because, like, look, if you watch Lord of the Rings and you watch the Two Towers and you don't like the Battle of Helm's Deep, I don't know what you want from a medieval fantasy battle. I really don't know.
The battle is great. I love the fighting. I love it and stuff. But again, sometimes the other parts that I don't love. Again, I told you, we're walking through this thing and just chuck that ring into a fire. So that like, no, we got to go this whole way with this one dude who don't know you know squat from what he wants to do to what he think he needs to do. And look, honestly, if they would have just bound Frodo and Sam, put him on his back, and just walked him up there, we've been done with this stuff. Like, call it a day.
It's a lot more complicated than that because of the way the ring tempts everybody. It brings out the perversions of your mind, and it tricks you with what you got ongoing for. It plays with your mind to your deepest desires, but it makes you go about things in the wrong way. It's like dealing with Raphael and Baldur's Gate, just to put it simply. He gives you the answer you want, but how things will play out is always different, and it's usually not what you come to expect. It'd be like dealing with what's the devil that everyone wanted from to be for WandaVision, the demon. What was
Oh,
it?
Mephisto.
Yeah, everyone like Mephisto. Your deals with him is there, and then like as far as Warhammer is concerned, I'm a novice and a nobody. Just so we're perfectly clear on this, I wish I knew 40K.
Oh
It's
man,
something
what?
I need to dive into because the lore seems fantastic. And anytime you have space fantasy, you've hit both of my trigger words immediately. I'm looking. Gollum was a normal dude. Yeah, he was a normal dude, but then he snapped, killed his best friend, and then lived under a rock eating human babies, and that's confirmed that he was eating actual human babies. So like Gollum lost so much respect from me. Well, it all you're telling me, Parasite. It all starts somewhere, and it's like people are like, "We'll get there when we get there." If you've seen that meme format, I hope you have. Otherwise, I'm speaking off rip here. It's like Marvel. Where did it all start? And Will's just like, "Well, actually," and then next thing you know, you're going on a beautiful story about how Stan Lee wanted to bring equality to everybody and everything through his mediums of genre in which he spoke of. Because I mean, Stan Lee was Stan Lee. He was one of one. I know he wasn't like the only guy who's ever made Marvel, but like we love him as the godfather of Marvel. Let's just put it there. Tolkien was the same thing for Lord of the Rings people. Lucas was that for Star Wars, and so on and so forth. You all have your genres. You have all the things we gravitate towards, and we're all sometimes more intellectually better than others. But we don't want to gatekeep, and we don't want to be like, well, you aren't smart enough to have this conversation with me. Because what is the point of having the conversation in the first place then and creating more fans if you're going to act that way? You're just rubbing people the wrong way for no reason. It's like, I don't know as much about Marvel as him. He doesn't treat me like crap because of it. I know more about Star Wars than he does. I don't treat him poorly because of it.
Oh,
That's not how you do things.
no, it's so much more fun just to have like if somebody's willing to listen to have the conversation. Like it's so much more fun. Like I get more excitement out of telling people about what I know and stuff. Just like, hey, this is what I know of this or whatever you're curious about. I don't know how many times that I've been in a theater and like I know like Black Panther was one of the ones that was a big one for me because of the area I was in and the demographic. They came to see the Marvel movie, but they didn't understand a lot about Black Panther and some of the things that was going on. So I sat there and literally held a town hall right there in the theater, explaining to people about what the staff is in there cleaning and getting everything ready for the next movie. I'm sitting there explaining to a group of about 20 people about okay, so this is where Black Panther came from. This is what this is, and this is kind of what this sets up for. And everybody was genuinely interested. Like, wow, really? This is how far this goes? Like, yeah, this goes far. And again, this is just as far as they've taken it so far. Like, it can go further if they wanted to. It just depends on what happens in the next movie, what goes on here, what goes on there. And it feels really good. And that's one of the things that kind of got me excited to do this channel and do more. So, like, we can see stuff that, it gets played. Let's talk about what we saw, where it can possibly go, what are the ramifications, what are the positives, the negatives, whatever, and what can we expect to see. I love talking. Like I will, red string and theory craft and all this stuff, till I'm blue in the face with anybody who's willing to do it. So it's like, yeah, like this is what this community is for. This is what we started, and this is what we're going to continue until, you know, I'm old and gray and in the ground because it ain't gonna stop. I got nothing better to do but enjoy my time with, everybody who's willing to, be a friend and have a good time and talk about this stuff. whether it be my
Yeah,
kids, Brent, anybody else, y'all in the community. This is what it is.
it's the whole purpose of the channel is to better educate people and just have these conversations with like-minded individuals who just want to sit back, relax, and enjoy some style of content. Because some people are here for Marvel content, cool. Some people are here for DC, cool. Some people are here because I cover Lord of the Rings and Star Wars, cool. Some people just think our shorts are funny. You're also more welcome here. Is what it is. We just want to be able to have a group and community of like-minded individuals to have these levels of just like conversation and just go off rip about stuff.
So, speaking, with having like-minded, so that was really into anime comics in my teens, then fell off. I mean, that's how I was. Like, I was really into anime, and I fell off on so much stuff. Like I'm going, like I'm about to hit, big number birthday this year. So it's just like, all right, cool. What anime can I catch up on and see what's going on? And my son, my son's 18 now. He got me on Demon Slayer. All right, so started watching Demon Slayer. I absolutely love Demon Slayer. I went from Demon Slayer, found My Hero on my own. He got me into Jujutsu Kaisen. I think we saw it on like HBO Max when it was just HBO Max, not Max. Um, so that just kind of resurgence for the anime and stuff for me, and I've been knee deep in it ever since, and I'm trying to dive in fully. Like I'm trying to see, like I can't do the mangas and stuff because it's way too much. Because I'm a collector to a degree, so it's like if I'm gonna want
Manga.
I like physical books. So if I go get a book, I'm going to read everything serious. So it's like I have the entire box set of Demon Slayer sitting over here, and I haven't read it yet. Like I have it, but I haven't read it because I enjoy the show and what's going on. I like being surprised and seeing the twists and turns and see what's going on. So it's like I kind of don't want to read it, but at the same time, I do want to read it because I want to know what happens because the anime is finished or the manga is finished, and the anime is just kind of waiting to catch up. So that's why everything, most of the stuff that you're gonna see me whenever I watch anime, if y'all watch it with us or watch the videos, hey, yeah, the books are gold. I love books. Like I said again, I like to I write my own stuff. I like to write. I love to read. I've read so many novels. It's one of the like shows we talked about, Reacher, uh, some of Jack Ryan, Tom Clancy books. Like again, I read. I love to read, and that's why I was like, I didn't add anything else on my plate and stuff because I'm still reading Reacher novels and everything about Tom Clancy all day, every day. So it's just like, yeah, if I get mangas in here, yeah, I saw Tracy, you hit your like 80 books goal for the year, so that's absolutely
Dang, that's a
fantastic.
lot of reading.
Yeah,
Good for you.
so but yeah, book, manga, novel, all of it, I love all of it. So that it's just that I know I'm gonna start collecting, and I don't really care for reading it on the phone. My son, he reads a lot of mangas on the phone and stuff, and like,
Because you can
yeah,
get them faster, and
yeah, you
sometimes
get
you
a
gotta
pass.
wait. Like English versus Spanish. Like say if you're in a country like Brazil, you get Jujutsu Kaisen before we do. If you're
Yeah,
Japan, obviously get it day one, but Spanish translation for some reason is faster than English, and then they get it a couple days before us. So they'll be like, "Hey, here's what happened in the latest thing." I'm like, "Nope, nope, nope, I don't want to look yet. I gotta wait for everything to be accurately translated because I have all the way through the latest in English right here, and then I have Dragon Ball Super down there. I have Lord of the Rings books here. Lord of the Rings books are a lot more difficult to read. I'll say, if you've read the Silmarillion, my God, are you impressive? Because that book is like trying to read the King James version of the Bible for fun. It's not a light read. It's not an easy read, but the level of lore and in-depth stuff that they bring to it is fantastic. I love reading, and I didn't really read like that until my lady got me the Jujutsu Kaisen 1 through 5. I was like, here you go, and then I devoured it. And then I was like, is there more? You got some of that good stuff? Like I needed that next hit of book. So I was like, I want to be ahead. I want to be on top of this. And then that's why I'm ahead of where everybody's at. And I know what's going on in the current manga. The Hobbit is a much easier read. Manga is fun. You don't read in Spanish in Brazil? What do you... I didn't actually know that. That's entirely my fault then. I'm just speaking out of pocket here outside of my mouth. I do apologize. I know most Spanish-speaking countries, I should say, get usually a little bit faster. I don't know where Brazil... Portuguese.
yeah. I was gonna say.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, with languages and stuff like that, it's all based and stuff wherever, like in Canada, so it could be English, it could be French, depending on whatever it is. With some Latin American countries and stuff like that, you can get more Portuguese or Spanish or or whatever the
Depending
local,
upon like dialects
whatever
where
the local dialect. Like it's all subjective based off of whatever's going on down there.
like how Spanish is different from like if you're going from
Yeah, it's
Spain to
like if you,
Mexico, it's entirely different.
yeah, you get Mexican Spanish and stuff maybe one way and stuff like that. Where if you go to Spain, Spanish could be because they're different, or somebody could be focused on Portuguese. Like I don't know, it's all up in the air. So that Brazilian Portuguese, like it's like yeah, so everything's particular because even when like I go with go back to Hawaii with wives with that, it's like okay, like you got everything's going there. So you have Pigeon, which is the rough, basically like Ebonics and stuff like that for just how things are spoken around there. But then you also got Tahitian, Samoan, all types of different Polynesian languages that all flow in that one area, including Chinese, Japanese, Cantonese. Everything is there. It's just like okay, what's what? Anything can happen. So I always love to talk to different people from different languages. So that yeah, but Spanish shares same words, Portuguese, you know,
Yeah, because I know I know some Spanish. I was a Spanish English translator for like my high school when we did our mission trip down there. But like my Spanish is so dang rusty, I'll probably say something completely off topic when I'm meaning to say something like uh, like me gusta yo. Oh no, it's entirely wrong. Me gusta libras. I think that book. I saw that book's a pen. But I mean, Spanish is a beautiful language. It's fun to say, and then I just try and like look about what I can on things and grow in that level. French, I tried. There's too much going on with the vowels for me. I'm just a little stupid. I don't know what else to say. But like also about books, Game of Thrones is a book series I need to finish. I have the books here, everything that's been written, because George R. R. Martin may never finish this dang series. Just the way he's going anyway. But I want to get these knocked off by the end of the year. And I know they're thick reads, very thick reads. But I want to try and get through that too.
I mean, that's the other thing I like about watching anime over reading some of the books and stuff. Because I'll read the books in in English and stuff because that's what I know. But as far as listening to the animes and stuff like that, like I'll listen to them in whatever language is available. Like it doesn't matter because I'll just give me the subtitles and stuff. But I start trying to go. I try to immerse myself in there. So if I'm listening to something in Japanese, French, Portuguese, whatever is available, cool. I'll listen to it. Like I've watched I think Demon Slayer I've watched in 3 languages. So that. So
which one do you think is the best one voiceover wise? If you had to like pick one, I know they're all good.
They're all good. Honestly, if I had to pick one, so I think I'm still leaning towards the Japanese version. I think it's more or less because of when they're doing the sword swing, so the force they put in when they're calling out the attack, like it sounds really good. Like I like the way it flows. And I think it's more Zenitsu kind of did it for me, like his voice actor. And again, I don't know all the voice actors' names, so for the Japanese version of Zenitsu, but it's fantastic. I love it. So just being in that realm for me is fun. But when it comes to books and stuff, like again, I'll read, but I do
it
need
has to be in English because I am limited.
I need to learn another language stuff. So I gotta figure out what language I want to learn. Which I plan on taking a trip to Japan here soon. I haven't been to Japan.
Will not be for a while now. The earthquake, like they're going to be rebuilding for a little bit because like me and the missus were also talking about going back again, like my third trip to Japan in like the last year, just because of like the people's amazing, the culture is amazing, the food is amazing. Like I can't say enough good things about how great they treated me. And from everything I've learned as an American, when you go out, not all countries want you. Japan welcomed with open arms, treated so kindly and so just well in general. They were super accommodating. And of course, I did everything I could. Like the only thing I was able to mutter regularly was "arigato gozaimasu," and then be sure to bow every time you're trying to show respect to someone when I'm done with like certain stuff. But again, I relied on like Google Translate for everything. I would type out what I wanted in English, have it translate to Japanese, and then I would try and like show my phone while bowing, be like, "I'm sorry, I don't know the language. I just want to make sure like what it was," or be able to point on a menu. So it's like trying to do what I can over there. So it was a hell of an experience. If you haven't gone to Japan, I can't recommend it enough. I know plane tickets are pricey as all get out, but the U.S. dollar I know translates super well over there, so you'll be able to go do a lot of things
I
that
mean, the
you
U.S.
wouldn't.
dollar translates well in a lot of places. Again, I haven't been to Japan in years, and when I did, it was a short stop over countries I most frequently, was so of course Iran, Iraq, Germany, Egypt, the Horn of Africa was in that area, the Djibouti region. Been to Australia. Um, Brazil is definitely on my list to go. What else? Again, been to Europe. Haven't been to France. I've been to Amsterdam area, but that was for a job. So it was like, yeah, there's just a couple things I want to travel and kind of see the culture, but I also want to see when I travel. I want to see the culture, but
And the everyday.
I
You
want to
don't
see the
want to see
geeky
like a
side
glorified.
in the culture. So if I want to go, to Brazil, or like I want to, where my anime people at, where my Marvel people at. Like, I want to go to the geeky side of things and kind of see that. Most people who I've talked to, I want to go to Carnival and so that. It's like cool. Like I would love to do that too, the party, but I want to go and be on
Geek
the
out.
the geeky side of things and have fun. I want to try the food just like everybody else. I want to try, to be around the people and see what goes on, but I also need to feed my,
Mm.
my addiction. What does it for me? So being
Yeah,
able to
'cause
go
at
to
some point we're definitely going to end up going to Japan. I know, and I think it'd be cool for the channel if we were able to kind of show people the experiences that we had. They're like, hey, we're gonna go hit up this place. We're gonna go hit up that place. Like, I know they don't need the publicity because there's tons of streamers, tons of geeks out there who do that kind of stuff. But as far as like just walking around with the people, getting to know everybody, trying to, speak with certain stuff. Because like, I wore a lot of the same stuff I wore on this channel when I was over there. People were recognizing what I'm doing and in like significantly better English than my Japanese. Be like, that's nice, that's cool, that's amazing. We love that you embrace our culture. Because like we were there last time, they had a really really minor earthquake and the train just stopped, like entirely stopped. Only warnings that were playing about why the train was stopped was in Japanese. Don't comprehend Japanese very well, unfortunately. There was a super nice Japanese gentleman there on that train who spoke beautiful English, and he literally leaned down to me and the missus. It was like, tell us why we stopped, what was going on, what the area was, and then we talked a little bit about like his trip in America, why he was so fluent in English, and it turns out he was been a businessman over here for like over a decade. And he said he loved America, but just wanted to come home to his family. And he's like, I'm retired, but I just kind of travel and I want to be around the young people. I want to be around the youthful people who are excited. And it's like the Japanese youth and the American youth are so different, but they're so nice and excited about their futures and changing their countries for the better. He's like, it's so refreshing to see because like he's like my generation didn't really have that. It's like we didn't really felt we just had to go join the workforce and that was it.
yeah.
So
That's kind of
yep.
what it came down to. A lot of stuff for me, and that's when I like completing my passport. Like I just got a new passport, like because the other one was done. So I got a new one there. But yeah, I definitely want to make a permanent house in Japan. I love to. My
It's
wife,
very expensive if you're looking for land. I'll tell you that
yeah,
much. I
my
looked
wife
into
is
it.
Okinawan. She's part Okinawan, so going to Japan is definitely something we want to do. When we go, we plan to stay for about 4 to 6 months and actually just be there and live there for a while. Um, and then we just kind of will make the decisions of what we want to do from there. But uh, having a permanent residence in Japan does sound absolutely lovely for us. I didn't know if France hates Americans like that. I've always seen some of the things where
French
kind
really
of
do hate
the
Americans. They, for
the
whatever reason, they do not like us.
hey, I mean, with history and stuff like that, not surprised.
Mm. It's
Uh,
like they don't agree with our politics or how we go about things or anything. Like, I don't want to get on the spiel about that. But
yeah,
like,
yeah.
countries
So
just rub other countries the wrong way. But like, oh yeah, all the nerdy stuff for sure. There's tons of great areas for it. The only thing I felt Japan really lacked was like clothing apparel. They were so soft on some of the animes, like showing things off, that I was like, do you even sell this sort of thing? Do you have even this kind of merch over here? Like, if you brought that kind of merch over there, I'm sure people would be buying it left, right, and center. That's their cartoons. It's like how we eat up Marvel and DC over here because, like, it was American made products. Like, those are our cartoons. Like, we will just breakfast, lunch, and dinner consume. That's what Americans are. We're just huge consumers. So I was like, if you're going to Japan, you're definitely looking to set up roots, like start a family or expand your family. They're definitely more accommodating than if you're just going there just to live. Like if you're already set up and done, they're kind of like, it's a little bit more of a stringent process.
Honestly, yeah, no, I just want to be like I love culture. Like I love being able to travel and stuff. So I lived in America, for my whole life, and don't get me wrong, I've enjoyed it, and this is home. But at the same time, it's like I can still own a house here, and I can go live somewhere else for a while, and I can expose my children to other cultures and stuff, and if my children get into it and they love it and they want to be here and sort of that, and like that's fine. Like I don't have any problem staying so that like we can stay if that's the case stuff because once it's all said and done, yeah, I have no problem raising a family here. So that like again, my kids are part Okinawan, so this is their roots. This is where we'll be, and if they want to be here, grow up, fall in love, and marry, so like cool, that's fine by me. Yeah. I've actually thought about the teaching English abroad as a way to live in other countries. I've thought about that too, because you didn't need a whole lot of experience to do that. And I know you are a teacher. You mentioned earlier you were a teacher, so you definitely would have a leg up on that as far as going to a couple different countries and teaching English and stuff. So that would be fun. The Code Japan is so strong in a bubble. I think it's the first Marvel hero to appear with Spider Man. Yeah, you see, yeah, Spider Man is my last name is Parker, so me and Peter Parker, we get along fantastic.
Oh yeah, but their culture is definitely in a bubble. They look for certain things, certain specific things. You have to work a certain way, act a certain way, have a family a certain way. Like they want you to definitely find a way to uniquely stand out while fitting in entirely. It's a weird spectrum over there, and they take work a whole nother level of serious that you just wouldn't really think. Because like when I was doing the train ride and stuff, there were people sleeping morning, afternoon, or night whenever you're taking the train, full suits and everything. It was very, very different. It's like the trains are dead silent. You are not supposed to be speaking to each other. Only the youth were the ones that were talking. And a lot of the elderly were like, anytime we would get on, they would just try and shush the young kids because they thought we'd be bothered by us. Like, now, if you live in America, our public transportation system is nothing like yours. And the odds of us, saying something stupid in public place are fairly high. Cause, like, you can go basically anywhere in America. You're going to have either a good interaction or bad interaction. There's rarely ever a medium interaction. I'll say that much.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think it's just the way the culture goes. I mean, yeah, I think that with the way that schooling is right now, I think there should be more of, I guess, a focus on development to different areas. Tech is one of the biggest areas that we have. So again, learning different languages and stuff, so that we're able to talk with other languages, um, other countries and stuff, and do that kind of thing. I think it's going to be one of the biggest things that we can do. So having that experience with the different languages is one thing, but also I think we kind of need to be geared towards that stuff, far as uh, tech and stuff is concerned. So being able to um, go more into development. So again, video games, animation, all this stuff, all these things are really big things for us right now. So it's just like, okay, well, in school, we're learning all this other stuff that we probably don't need to learn, or that doesn't have any benefit once you get out of high school. Is like, can we do more stuff that's, I think kids will even have more fun. If you're learning like animation in high school, I ain't say you got to be
Animation, cooking, workshop, things that apply outside, like past. Like if you offered a welding course in high school, you bet I would have done it. I probably would have burnt myself, but I mean, I would have
but
tried
here's the thing,
learning how to do a thing.
if I have a
Or better
welding course,
myself.
you trust me, you don't think I won't try and make a sword? You won't think I try?
I mean,
Like,
yeah.
well, I'm just saying, like in animes, like these are skills and stuff you learn. We were talking about cosplay earlier, and so that about being so. So if I learned how to sew, I learned how to sew in the military, so like that. But sewing is not seen a skill, or it's not a useful skill, or it may be too feminine of a skill or something like that. I'm like, whatever, like. If I got a uniform that's got holes in it, I got to sew that thing up, because I'm not trying to buy a brand new uniform if I can fix a
And
hole.
I'm not trying to make the missus or some of my family members do some work that I'd be completely able to do there. It's like I just want to learn and better myself. It's like that. I don't care what feminine is anymore. if you're bettering yourself as an individual for your family or for everything about it, that's what we need to do. Like every day, if you're not getting better, you're getting worse. It's just that simple. You just need to focus on getting better.
Yeah,
It's like
but yeah,
it's not.
this is where we were good with ranting and stuff. We can talk about anything and everything. That's kind of one of the things about us, just being who we are, is we love to talk about stuff that people are passionate about. So yeah, we're talking about video games, we're talking about movies, we're talking about anime. Like all this stuff is passionate to us, and you know, I always, I think there's always a way to kind of fold things into each other, and you know, explain like, okay, well, how does this have to do with geek culture or whatever the case it is? It's just like when we are talking about sewing, so that it's like cool. I'm able to bring it back around
Cosplaying.
into cosplay, so that it's like, hey, we want to be able to, make all these cool things. Like I met a few cool cosplayers at MomoCon and Dragon Con. It was like, oh, this stuff is utterly fantastic. I would love to see some of this stuff, you know, you know, on me. Like I would love to have this cool cosplay of Cyclops or something. Like it would be awesome. I said I would love to be able to, my daughter, she likes, certain characters and stuff. The anime, she was getting into Sailor Moon and stuff like that. Hey, am I able to make her a costume? Yeah, I can just buy one offline and stuff. Like it's cool. So that, but let's be honest, some of the quality of some of these things aren't the best, and you got to kind of put stuff together randomly and kind of figure it out. But I think that does, a whole lot more for me be able to say that I made this or I did this myself. I say, yeah, sewing was huge in the military, and that sewing is something that is still prevalent now. Again, people learning how to do stuff. That's one of the things that they were giving away was a sewing machine for the winner of the costume contest at MomoCon. They gave away a sewing machine for somebody who did, plus like a cash prize. I was like, that's awesome. Not only are they making a bunch of good stuff, you know.
Oh yeah, Will's old. Tony's ancient, but if you're calling Will old,
Oh yeah, I'm old. I'm old. I ain't I forget. I'm old as dirt. So that, I mean, it's the way it is. Yeah, I'm a dad. I got an 18-year-old. So that we go. So
like I'm the baby of the group and I'm 30. Just for clarity.
yeah. So and this just goes and for let's say it doesn't matter, how old you are. You can be a geek at any level. It does not matter. So that everybody has their stuff that speaks to them. So me and my son who's 18, and we got different years, different years on. It's like this is what we're able to talk about. We're able to bond and talk on these different things that speak to us as far as geek culture. So this is like, hey, this is my life. This is where I got into. He's brought me into the fold on certain anime and stuff like that. I've educated him about certain games and stuff. Like he just started playing Baldur's Gate like a week ago. Okay. Because I was talking about it, and one of his buddies was talking about it. And granted, he's not going to necessarily listen to me all the time, freaking. But yeah, you're the baby of this live stream. I mean, hey, take it for what it
Each
is.
their own. Carry on that youth movement when me and Will are sitting in a retirement home.
Yeah, so
because we old and Will's throwing crap at people.
Oh yeah, because as I say, we're talking about Marvel and so that is like, hey, all the Marvel stuff that I have watched, so that I have been watching it since, since I was born. So all in the '80s and stuff, I've watched so many different things, Marvel, all the cartoons, all the anime. So seeing it translate to be into live action was like a big thing for me. I think when Spider-Man dropped, I was in high school when the original Spider-Man dropped with Tobey Maguire and stuff. Super hyped, super crazy. So that one of my boys, he got the Spider-Man symbol and the logo, the words tattooed on his chest. That's how hyped he was for it. We're big fans. Like my last name's Parker, and he went and got that tattoo. So I told you, I said we were hyped for this stuff. And again, as it goes on, and we're talking more and more about it, and able to review these things or see the video games and stuff, is like it's wild. Like we are so excited to be in this era where all this stuff can come to life and it's not just pages on the comic book. So that's why I'm critical when it comes to certain things. Is like, I give a little bit of room for error, and I try like, hey, like understand. But when you have source material in front of you, the amount of source material that you have as far as comics, because comics
The
have been
room
over
for
the
error
years.
drops incredibly.
Yeah, it's like when you come over and you start dropping this stuff, like you gotta do right by the fans to make sure that this stuff is is done correctly. And again, it ain't got to be perfect. I'm not expecting to be perfect, and we'll nitpick here and there. But you know, put out a good product. I shouldn't be like that's just a bad movie altogether. Like I shouldn't be saying that about Blue Beetle. That it's just a bad movie overall to me. But that's what it is. It's like you took a great character and you trashed it. Lucky to be born in the age of technology. Yeah, technology is absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, because you're literally in a whole different country, in a whole different time zone, within a whole different spectrum of anything than anybody else. But we're having the same conversations about the same things we're passionate about, but we have different viewpoints on it. Like technology is amazing when used correctly. When it's used incorrectly, it just baffles me. But right now, we're just doing tons of same time stream. I mean, same time, I guess, but like as far as like what the clock says, but again, time is a man-made construct. But that's a whole nother mind field I don't want to get into because so many more articulate people have tried than me, and I'm still just struggling. So, like that being said, like I don't really have too much else to really dive into at this moment in time. This is just our introductory to get like Twitch ongoing and just kind of get you guys introduced that we're trying to do Twitch, we're trying to do YouTube, we're keeping the shorts still rolling on TikTok, we're still keeping them ongoing for the YouTube. And if you guys want to join us on Facebook, by all means, we have the same conversation then. If you want to have the same conversation YouTube, we're there. It's like we'll work on getting a Discord at some point, and then we'll obviously get you guys in there. So we want to make sure we can get this group incorporated where we're listening to you guys actively. Because when we're listing video game companies, we like companies that are receptive to the fans. We're not above anybody. We're not above anything. We just want to continue to make content that people are passionate about watching and passionate about sharing with people they enjoy having in their lives. That's it. We're just three idiots failing our way forward. Like, I mean, maybe it could be just one idiot, but hey, is what it is. We're all just passionate about making good content for people.
I like playing co-op. I enjoy co-op. So either way, hey, thank everybody. By all means, please hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, whichever you're on, YouTube, Facebook, Twitch. We appreciate it. We're definitely going to be trying to do more of these, live streams and talks with that. Definitely going to keep up with our videos, all our recordings and stuff. So we're going to be doing more gaming stuff. So you'll definitely see us again here very soon. So just again, keep informed, and we'll just kind of do it from there. 40 years, we don't have to eat more. Machine taking care of this. I mean, there's machines taking care of people now.
It'll be like Wally, where we're all just in those floating chairs, Yeah. So we can just kind of go hang out, have a good time, enjoy ourselves, just get fat. Let's all get out, enjoy, and get some good food.
We'll figure it out as we go. That's just kind of how we roll. But that's all I got. I mean, I'm good. I feel good about it. I can carry on for more, but I got to go take care of the kids and stuff and get some all that stuff already done. So I'm gonna go ahead and take care of that. But
I'm Brent from Geek Variants. I usually couple shorts, Lord of the Rings, Star Wars, anime. That's usually my niche. He covers Marvel, gaming, and so much more. Tony's our resident DC head who covers a lot of obscure TV and movies that you guys haven't even heard of, but you should go check it out. But that's us for now. We'll see you guys through the rest of 2024.